Good morning, Winterfesters, Iceaholics, Motomaniacs. This is MBTV Sports live streaming coverage of NWIRC ice racing action. American flag on display as we prepare for a full day of ice action. 2025 top payouts on the line. We are broadcasting from Sarona, Wisconsin, on the beautiful Pioneer on Long Lake Resort area. Totally frozen over with a deep dusting of snow that came in late yesterday and overnight to add to the snow that was already on the lake. We have a great turnout of racers. We are looking at 371 entries who are going to be competing in either two-wheel cycle competition or four-wheel quad competition or four-wheel UTV competition on two separate tracks today. We have about a 3/8 mile oval, maybe a long quarter you could call it, and then we've got a GP track as well, and the competition will be weaving in and out of the turns all day long. Again, my name is Dan Bailey on MBTV Sports. Welcome to this live streaming coverage of today's green flag action. Joining me from the warmth of his broadcast booth is Zach Bailey. You normally hear Zach on MBTV Sports covering some kart racing action and snowmobile racing action. Zach, we are ready for a full day of two-wheel and four-wheel action.
I'm right there with you, Dan. It's going to be a great day here. It looks phenomenal out at the track there. Excited to have some nice ice racing going on. And I'm really excited to start things off with this UTV studded class. You know, looking at some of the races we've had earlier this year in this class, you know, it seems to be a bit of a growing class over here. We currently only have 4 riders who have made it onto the season point so far. And right now we have 6 racers in this class right here. So, you know, you can already see that this class is growing more and more as the season progresses, so I'm definitely excited to start things off here with this UTV studded class.
Starting lineup for UTV studded event, which will be race number 1, includes the number 15 of Faith Conrad, the 17 of Zachary Schrader, the 22 of Chase Swerman, the 32 piloted by Dallas Bolford, the 69 is Tony Swerman, and Gunnar Paul will round out the 6 entry field in the 98. Again, as Zach just mentioned, this is race number 1, UTV studded. We have a full day of qualifying first race action. 37 gates will be loaded, 37 divisions, I should say, competing. A couple of those divisions with multiple qualifying heat races. This first group, UTV studded. Of course, the side-by-side phenomenon has taken off over the past decade, and it is wonderful to see this class continuing to grow in the ice circles. It is NWIRC, the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club. A lot of money on the line today, and a little bit later on in the broadcast, Zach and myself will be introducing you to the scoring race format. There's a first run through the divisions, and then there will be a second run a little bit later on this afternoon. And then, of course, based on the results from the 2-race format, the big money will be going home with some of the competitors who are racing in pro classes today. Outlaw rubber quad, open studded quad, open motorcycle. Going to be competing for $1,500 to motorcycle and open studded GP. Going to be competing for $1,250 to win today. Other payouts include $500 to win for the A studded quads and the pro rubber quads. GP, B studded quad, and amateur studded GP. $300 to win for B Rubber Quad, B Rubber GP Amateur Rubber Quad, UTV Studded, and then $250 to win for the C Rubber Quads, the C Rubber GP, the C Studded Quads, the UTV Rubber, Outlaw Trike, Amateur Motorcycle on the GP track, Junior A Rubber Quad, Junior GP, Junior Studded Quad, Junior Studded GP. A couple of other classes also going to be able to take some cash home. Adult Pee Wee GP racers will be battling for $125 to win. Junior B Rubber racers will be battling for $150 to win. And not to make the Pee Wee racers go home penniless, Pee Wee A and Pee Wee GP will be battling for $50 to win each. So as you can see, a huge purse here in Sarona, Wisconsin for this, the 7th round of the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club scheduled for the 2024-2025 ice racing season. Huge thank you to the fine folks at Summers on Long. Their famous craft cocktails and full menu, including their signature smokehouse barbecue, are along for the fun today as you enjoy Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club green flag action. Compliments of MBTV Sports live streaming coverage. Those of you who are watching us on YouTube, make sure you give us a like, share that link with family and friends. Those of you on Facebook, give us a like, maybe a mention, drop a comment down below, and you Twitter X fanatics can also chime in with some comments as well. You can also get some more information about MBTV Sports on the official MBTV Sports website, mbtvsports.com. Again, as you can see on our live streaming camera coverage, we do have our first race in the start gate. We have a unique layout here today. As I mentioned earlier, we've got about a long quarter-mile oval, and then a GP track, which is about 80% through the infield. They will be using the second half of the front straightaway, turns 1 and 2 of the oval before they dive into the infield for some right combinations, and then they will squirt back onto the front straightaway of the oval to complete a lap. Starting area is just outside of turn number 1, so there's about a 300-foot run-up, and then the competitors will drop onto the oval via turn number 2. ATV Studded, ready to go. You can see they've got them wound up. Officials giving the signal to the drivers that are about ready to let them go. It's a rubber band start. The rubber band has snapped, and away they go. The first few will head down that long straightaway. You can see they join the track right between turns 1 and 2. They will be competing on the oval in race number 1. Side-by-side battle for second and third as our race leader pulls away into turns 3 and 4. Out of 4, out of the front straightaway to complete lap number 1, there is your race leader in the orange UTV Studded. Looks like we are going to say no start. No start for race number 1. Zach Bailey, these UTV Studded racers have a lot of power beneath them. We've got a nice grid full of varying sample of manufacturers. A couple of Hondas out there, a couple of Polaris out there.
Exactly. You know, like you were saying earlier, this is one of those growing classes. You know, we've had that UTV side-by-side phenomenon here over the past decade here. So you are going to be seeing a lot of those Hondas and Polarises to start things off. But hey, we might be seeing some new competitors coming in here soon, some new brands. But here's where we're sitting at right now. Like you said, we have 3 Hondas out there, 3 Polarises for that nice even mix going on. And looks like we had it was actually the 15 out there of Faith Conrad jump the start there. So, you know, going to get everyone re-lined up back and ready to go. Now, Conrad over there, so she's actually going to be an interesting one to watch today. So she's only 15 years old. This is her first year ice racing, where she typically comes from more of a dirt background, racing that Champ Off-Road series during the summer. So, you know, excited to see what she's able to do here in this UTV Studded class today.
Looks like Faith had some trouble down at the inside of the back straightaway. That camera angle is showing the number 15 out on the back stretch of the oval, and it appears that she's picked up a lot of snow underneath that UTV. Even with the studded tires, you get too much built up underneath. Kind of high-sided there on a berm, and Faith is going to need a helping hand from the Polar. And the rules for restarts, if there's not a lap down, they will pull them back to the start gate. The rest of the competitors have headed that direction, and once we get Faith clear of the snow that has built up under the front of that Polaris, we will get her back in the start group. I believe Faith will be dropped back to the second line. And a little bit of trouble there to see if we can get Faith pulled away from the snow berm.
Definitely one of the issues we will see in this ice racing section here, especially with these larger vehicles, these UTVs, like you were saying earlier, with all of the ripping up of the ice, lots of snow, and especially from the snowfall that we've had over the past couple days here in the Midwest, all getting built up underneath these vehicles is going to cause some issues here. Once you get into one of those berms, get that snow built up underneath you, starts to freeze back up, melts a little bit from the heat of the vehicle, slowly starts to re-harden afterwards. So, definitely an interesting situation to get these riders out of.
Those of you who have side-by-sides at home may think that these UTVs look similar to what you might have around the farm or the ranch, or that you might take out to ride the trails. But they are allowed to make performance enhancements in this particular class, the UTV studded class. Half doors, roll cage mandatory. Obviously, safety is one of the main concerns for Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club. Each and every time they get out onto the ice, you can also see on Faith's machine there a lot of the safety netting that is put around the cockpit of the UTV to help keep the driver inside the machine. In addition to that, a 4-point safety harness required to keep that driver safe, and all of the other regular safety gear that you would expect for a competitor. You might be able to just sneak a peek at the helmet there that Faith is wearing as well. Gloves, and of course safety gear on those drivers. Snowmobile studs are not allowed in this class. They can use screws, single screw, slot minimum thread length of an inch, maximum head height just 5/16 of an inch. It is acceptable for these pit crew members to sharpen those screws. So those of you who might be new to the ice racing sport might be wondering, first and foremost, how these racers get the power down to the ice, and that is by way of these sharpened screw spikes that are placed into the wheels. Those of you who may have competed in two-wheel or four-wheel motocross action, that's the type of tire that the cycles and the quads utilize. And then if you can imagine a knobby on those tires, they might screw an ice racing screw into that knobby, and they will do that all the way around the tire, both inside and outside. And that is when you get down to a bit of the science of the sport. There are varying opinions on how to put those screws into the knobbies, where to put those screws, even so far as down to which direction the screwdriver slot on the hex head might be pointed. It is one of those phenomenons that did not take long for the entire competitive crew to focus in on, because that really, Zach, is how the power from the machine, whether it's a two-wheeler, four-wheeler, or a UTV, gets down to the ice and gives that racer some forward bite.
Exactly. And like you were saying, doesn't take long to find the exact lineup that you're looking for of those screws, similar to how riders might have different. The same can be said for these screws. The power to the ice right there. Different positioning depending on the condition of the track, how the ice currently sits, the level of snowfall that you've had. So there's so many different micro checks that you can make in this form of racing here, that everyone is going to have their own different setup as long as they are following in underneath these rules here for the classes. So definitely an interesting way to see around it.
Ready to get this first race back into green flag condition. You can see that Faith was dropped back to the back line, and now the start is complete. The crowd is away out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway, headed towards turn number 3. And again, we have a 2 UTV battle for second and third, but out front and all alone is your race leader coming down to lead lap number 1. Side by side for second and third.
17 of Zachary Schrader.
Shot as they throw those UTVs down into turn number 1. You can see that ice beginning to clear. where our UTV drivers are racing, which is very normal down around the inside. And as the day progresses, we may actually see a berm build up around the outside of the turn, especially when they are pushing them as hard as they can. The 32 machine of Dallas Bolford taking command of the number 2 spot in the running order. We'll see if we can get our camera in on the race leader and let you know who is out front of race number 1 in our UTV studded competition. That 2 UTV battle for second and third appears to have been decided. There's your race leader coming down to the start-finish line.
It's the 17
quite catch the number on that UTV. Compliments of
17 of Zachary Schrader leading the race.
There you go, Zach. Zachary Schrader in the 17 out front, and he's built up a commanding advantage. It's almost up to a straightaway as he heads down the back straightaway and into turn number 3 and 4.
With almost half a lap advantage there, Schrader is absolutely putting on a clinic in this class. He was able to rocket right out of the start right there, pull away from the rest of the field, and he's actually now pulling up on the back end of the pack, about to make the lap around the right side of the 15 of Faith Conrad. Conrad's going to go a lap down as Schrader continues to pull away from that battle, still raging for second and third.
You heard Zach mention earlier that Faith Conrad, first time out on the ice as the checkered flag flies, and the 32 of Dallas Bolford going to pick up the W in race number 1 of the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club program Pioneer on Long Lake event. UTV studded opening race goes to the 32 of Dallas Bolford. Rest of the field takes the checkered flag. We prepare to clear the track and get ready for race number 2 on our schedule, which will be our PWC Oval competitors. Hayden Kalbreyer on the number 2, Macy Diesterhaft on the 5 as the rubber band is released, and our PWC Oval quad racers head to turn number 2 before they zip down the back straightaway. Other competitors in the lineup: Aubrey Berlin on the 10, Leif Peterson riding the 15, Mondovi, Wisconsin's Autumn Conrad on the 17, Carter Samplowski on the 28, Bryn Gunderson piloting the 30, Madeline Anderson on the 32, and Cole Conrad on the number 79 machine.
Leading the pack out front there, we have that quad there in the white. Leading the charge looks to be the 79, I believe that is, of Cole Conrad, if I'm reading that number here correctly. Pulling away from the rest of the field, setting a blistering pace, and I apologize, it's actually the 28 of Carter Samplowski that's leading that charge, the 15 of Macy Diesterhaft right behind, and the 79 of Conrad following behind in third.
Macy Diesterhaft on the number 5 machine, just 7 years of age, first year on the ice, thanks to Nick Frey for getting her dad and her involved in the races. And you can see that Macy's having herself a great time as Carter Samplowski continues to set a blistering pace on the 28 machine. Carter able to sneak by a competitor at the tail end of the field as the checkered flag flies, and Carter Samplowski will pick up the W. At the end of race number 2, PWC Oval first race goes to Carter Samplowski. Race number 3 already in the staging area, amateur rubber oval. This field, 10 riders strong, will include Colton Buckley on the 10, Braden Tiller riding the 11, Jake Prosecki on the 21, Ashton Reese from Eau Claire riding the 22, Brad Thompson with a 41, Jake Rubenzer on the 43, Tommy Anderson piloting the 47, Mitch Shervey with the 51, Mike Anderson on the 57, and Parker Riedinger from Cadott on the 72. Amateur rubber oval will be race number 3 on our schedule.
Now, different to what we saw for the UTVs earlier where we were talking about those studded tires they have. So in this rubber class, obviously, these riders are going to be racing just straight up rubber, no screws in those tires. So you're definitely going to see a different situation for not only the starting of these races, but also how the races themselves are ran. Green light is a go.
Larger riders on these quads, so we've moved up from the Pee Wee class, which are the youngsters. These are teens and adults competing in the amateur rubber oval class. Top 3 trying to pull away. Top 2 actually have a bit of a nose-to-tail battle going early, and it appears to be the 11 of Braden Tiller who is out front with the early lead. You can imagine, just think what it's like behind the wheel of your own automobile when the roads get a little slippery. Here these riders are trying to push these quads as fast and as hard as they can into the turns, and as Zach just mentioned, in the rubber class, no spikes, no screws helping to put the power to the ice. So you'll see these ladies and gentlemen ride much wider runs around the track as they struggle to keep the quads nailed to the ice.
White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 11 of Tiller, leading the charge in this amateur rubber oval class. We have a nice little side-by-side battle in the middle of the pack there, just behind Tiller, just outside of that top 3 positions.
Final time on a turn number 4 for Tiller. You can see him trying to get some bite up there in the snow that has accumulated on the outside of the ice groove. That will propel him to the checkered flag, and it will be the 11 of Braden Tiller picking up the win in race number 3, amateur rubber oval. Top 3 having a good battle there. We didn't see them side by side, but that means that we will probably have a fun race the next time they are out. Then there was a little bit of ground back to 4th and 5th to round out the top 5. Race number 4 will be a studded oval. So again, studs on the wheels for these racers. This is the A class. This is going to be some of the better riders, more accomplished riders, whether it is due to power on the quad build or racer experience. This is, other than pro, the highest level. Lineup is Brant Hands riding the 07, Jim Schweers on the 08, Mitch Williams piloting the 12. Also Carson Patrick with a 19, Dawson Dick on the 23, Michael Randall on the 25, Gage Weber on the 40, Chase White on the 47, JT Bieber.
The 53 of JT Bieber and the 88 of Desmond Fernstall going to round out your field here. Race number 4. 10 riders in this heat race here. Starter is going to check them out, make sure everyone is ready, set to go.
Looks like we have 8 of the expected 10 on the line there. Here comes a 9th, I believe, if my eyes are not deceiving me. Yep, 9 of the expected 10 on the line, getting ready for race number 4, a studded oval. You've heard me say a couple of times, rubber band start. There is literally a bungee cord ran in front of the quads and the bikes, and once that is released, that's the visual indicator to the racers that they can scream off the start line. There, the bungee is released. They are down and away. The 08 machine of Jim Schweer is holding on to the number 2 spot, just behind the race leader, 3 wide, just outside the top 5 as they battle on the back straightaway into turn number 3.
Top 3 riders, single file, and as you said, a huge battle developing right behind them. We might even be seeing some action to get onto that final podium spot. We see a nice pass for 3rd there from our 4th place rider, as we have a huge puff of snow coming around our middle of the pack. Now, we were saying earlier, this is the studded oval class, so these ones are definitely going to be ripping up that track a little bit more, sending more snow and ice flying out behind them in a nice little flurry. Out front, though, it is the 47 of Jace White leading the charge on the rest of the field there. White out front in front of all that snowdrift, bringing up the front of the pack. Puts in that hard left-hand turn. We have a nice little side-by-side battle developing for 2nd and 3rd.
Great reaction time for Jace White on the 47 machine as he was able to get away from the start gate and build up a lot of momentum and a commanding lead before he even got into turn number 2 as that speed shot shows the rider zipping past the start-finish line and heading into turn number 1. That is a battle just behind the race leader, nose to tail on the front straightaway. As Zach was mentioning, just look at that roost. Those are ice chips and snow blasting up into the air and into the face of oncoming traffic. So if you are in the pack, not only are you trying to control that quad as the checkered flag flies for Jace White, you're also trying to make sure that your visibility is clear so that you can see exactly where you are headed. Jace White on the 47 unofficially picking up the W in race number 4, a studded oval. Race number 5 will be junior rubber A oval. And Zach's got the starting lineup of this 12 rider
Or race number 5, like Dan was saying, 12 riders in the Junior Rubber A Oval class. We have the double O of Jeremiah York, the 2 of Jackson Kramer, the 10 of Lane Nyseth out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, Bloomer, Wisconsin's Alex Sauer racing the 12, the 21 of Brayson Johnson, the 23 of Caden Gullick, the 32 of Ryder Garrett's, Desmond Gare racing the 50 machine, Wyatt Kettner on the 61, Mason Smiskey on the 65, the 88 of Pretzman, and the 99 of Irish, as we are back to green flag racing. One rider pulling out ahead of the rest of the field, our top 5 riders, all out front singularly, and then as we get back to those 6th on back, a whole pile of riders there, all side by side racing action. Out front alone, though, it's going to be one rider on the yellow quad, a nice little battle for second between the 10 of Nyseth and the 65 of Smiskey. Nyseth in second, Smiskey in third, and it's the 12, I believe, of Sauer currently in that race leading position.
Boy, that speed shot there in turn number 1 gave you a great perspective of how they have to pitch these quads completely sideways into the turns. Makes it feel like a dirt late model race. Look at them coming out of turn number 2 before they can get back into the throttle as heavy as they want to, side by side down the back stretch and the front stretch, and headed into turn number 1. That is a 2-rider battle, I believe, for 4th and 5th.
Yes, those top 3 riders were all able to get ahead of the rest of the field, start to get single file as we get out there, but then we have a side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th, and if you look at 6th on back, it is just a full pack of racers out front there on the 12 machine. You see Sauer out of Bloomer, Wisconsin, going to take the checkered flag in race number 5. I believe that may have been the 65 of Smiskey coming in second place, as well as the rest of the pack follows in tow to round off race number 5 for heat number 1. Race number 6, we have our C-studded oval class. C-studded oval class going to be race number 6. We have the 05 of Dayana Kloss, the 15 of Dustin Hakes, 18 of Hunter Kyenhofer, the 19 of Braxton Johnson, 21 of Ian Blackstock, 23 of Josh Lawrence, 23 of Ben Kraft, the 25 of Sierra Fleener, 50 of Mick York, 55 of Sean Fleener, and the 87 of Braden Wolf, rounding out your field for race number 6.
This is going to be a nice contrast between the prior race, which was a rubber race, to this race, which is a studded race. You would think with the studs, they might be able to race a little straighter through the turns, but those studs will just allow them to toss them into the turns that much harder, so we'll still see some crossed up sideways sliding through the turns as our top 4 try to pull away from the rest of the field down the back straightaway headed towards turn number 3. One race leader out front, and then we've got a 4 quad battle, now a 5 quad battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Nice side-by-side action there for 2nd and 3rd, and we might even have our 4th place competitor trying to get up on the mix, take over one of those podium positions, and just as I say it, it's the 23 of Lawrence who's able to move up into that 3rd place position overall. Lawrence from 4th all the way back up to 5th, now battling the charge, trying to take over that 2nd place spot, as we have our leader taking the white flag, already a quarter of a lap ahead of the rest of the field.
They were 3 wide last time down the back straightaway. 3-rider battle now for 4th, 5th, and 6th. 2-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd, but this is all for leftovers and scrap. Checkered flag is in the air to wrap up C-studded oval opening race. That is race number 6 on our schedule.
Race number 7 up next, Pee Wee B Oval. So we had a nice little contrast there from the rubber to the studded. Now we have from the adults back down to the Pee Wee level. So for Pee Wee B Oval, we are going to have 6 riders out there today. The 17 of Asher Thomas, the 18 of Trip Swan, 21 of Rosie Shilka, the 25 of Tarvis, 33 of Kloss, and the 99 of Gunderson getting lined up here. 6 racers in race number 7 of our first round of heats.
Gunderson in his 2nd year atop a Pee Wee Oval quad. A handful of years, sponsored by Tony Bender, owner-operator of Chippewa Landscapes, and realtor Jenna Hazelton, with simply real estate. That's the 99 of Nathan Gunderson. 2, 4, 5, 6. I believe we've got all 6 entries on the start line there. Today's racing action sponsored in part by the Pioneer, open today, serving food in the bar and outside, including their delicious homemade pizzas. Also, Lincolnwood, open today with extended parking and offering grab-and-go food along with a full Bloody Mary bar. Zach, you know that's calling my name, but I am here behind the mic. As you can see, a little bit of snow, I believe, starting to fly through the air here at Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin.
Some little flurries might be adding to the racing efforts here, as the conditions change throughout the day, similar to, what we might see with rain in the summer on a dirt track. Some snow will be changing up the conditions for this ice racing course, which may cause some, added changes. Rider behaviors are going to swap out as we get ready to fly the green flag. Green flag is out. Our racers are going on the track, and we are officially Pee Wee B Oval Racing. One of our riders pulling out front.
Yeah, race leader coming from the outside of that starting gate, and that is something that racers learn early in their career, whether it's on ice or in dirt. That is how to figure out which spot in the start gate is going to be most advantageous. Some riders will shy to the inside, some riders will shy to the outside, some riders will line up right down the middle in hopes of getting what is called the hole shot, the award that's given to the first rider into and out of a certain portion of the track. Normally, the first turn, in this point, it would be turn number 2 entry onto the oval. Side-by-side battle for second and third as they follow. Is it the 18 of Swan, I believe, out front? The 16.
Of Gunderson actually leading the charge. Gunderson was able to get that nice rocket start from the outside, like you were saying. But we have that nice battle going for second and third. It's currently the 25 of Tarvis leading that charge on that 2-rider battle. Tarvis in second right now. And I believe that might be the 18 of Swan, currently sitting in third place overall. But Swan's got some company hot behind his tail. 99 of Gunderson going to put another lap in the books here, as we get the white flag. One more lap to go for Gunderson, and that battle for second and third. The 25 of Tarvis has moved up, set his sights on the 99 of Gunderson. With half a lap left, we might be seeing a battle for the lead position.
Let's see if Tarvis can put the rubber to the ice, so to say, as they head down the back straightaway. He's going to take a wide entry into turn number 3 of the oval. Comes right up alongside your race leader, the 99 of Nathan Gunderson, and maybe snookered him there. Gunderson took a look to the right, almost in surprise, as Tarvis snuck around the outside. They come out of that 4th and final turn. Thumb all the way depressed to get as much power to the engine as possible. Checkered flag is out, and Corbin Tarvis will get the W with a last lap pass, heading into turn number 3 over Nathan Gunderson, who will settle for second. What a great battle, our Pee Wee B Oval racers, showing that age is not a determinant of how exciting the ice racing can get here in Sarona, Wisconsin.
Now we're going to do something completely different here. We've been seeing quads and UTVs. Now we're moving on to our amateur oval motorcycle racing here. For race number 8, we have the 1 of Cash Pangborn, the 2 of Corey Pangborn, 10 of Lane Nyseth, 18 of Hunter Kleinhofer, the 21 of Travis Wolzine, the 22 of Miles Morris, 25 of Megan Funk, 28 of Cody Malachky, the 42 of Zane Lindquist, 59 of Kyle Love, 134 of Wyatt Simonson, and the 955 of Noah Larson. Band is down, the riders out on the track, and we have a nice 3-rider battle lead position going on there. One of them going to take over the lone leadership spot and get that hole shot going through the first turn. I believe it may have been the green cycle out front taking the early lead, but we have a nice side-by-side battle for 3rd and 4th currently raging to take that final step on the podium.
Amateur studded motorcycle competition limited to a maximum 250cc 2-stroke engine or a maximum 450cc 4-stroke engine. These are B and C class riders only, but that is not slowing them down, as you can see them pushing it hard down the front stretch into turn number 1, and that battle for the lead is, well, I tell you what, it's getting intense as they come out of turn number 2 and head down the back straightaway. Thinking about some side-by-side action as they head into turn number 3. The Honda looking to the inside. The Cowie on the outside. Sliding out of turn number 4. Right down to the line. We've got a lead change.
Looks like it's the 955 of Larson able to make his way up. It was the 22 of Miles Morris that had been leading the charge. Morris gets passed by. Morris now back to second as the 955 of Larson, now with an open track ahead of him, able to slowly but surely try to pull his way away from the 22 of Morris, but Morris isn't going to go down without a fight. Checkered flag is out, the 955.
He's going to get the win on the 955. Miles Morris on the 22 after leading the opening lap and a half will settle for a second place finish.
That was race number 8. Race number 9, we're heading back to 4 wheels. So we have our Junior Rubber B Oval class. The 00 of Jeremiah York. The 12 of Morris Saurer out of Bloomer, Wisconsin. The 22 of Emily Kloss. Caden Gullick on the 23. And Ryder Garrett's on the 32. We have the 33 of Chase Fridelli out of Elk Mound, Wisconsin, the 69 of Cannon Schindler, the 79 of Logan Berlin, and the 88 of Cadott, Wisconsin's very own Kason Pretzman.
Junior Rubber B Oval competition. This is race number 9 on a 37 class schedule for our first run through all of the 371 entries who are competing in the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club's Round 7 action here today. A couple of these classes will have 2 heats, so when I say 37 events, it's actually more races than just 37, because it's 4 or 5 of these classes will have 2 heats. So many entrants that they break them up into 2 separate heats, and from those heats and from those heat results, and the results of the second event will determine the final payout of points and, of course, the all-important cash that some of these racers are hoping to take home. You can see the riders are being brought to the ready with a blue and yellow flag to let them know that we are moments away from the bungee snap. I mentioned this earlier. If you're new to the sport, it's not a backwards dropping start gate like you might see in motocross. It's not a light like you might see in flat track racing, and it's not, of course, a rolling start like you might see in stock car racing. The racers line up on a line. There is a bungee cord stretched in front of them, and just to the right of the screen there, you can see a gentleman holding onto a rope that's actually attached to a release mechanism that is situated right in the middle of the start line. So there's no advantage to either being to the left or the right, as the release is right in the middle, and then one bungee will snap to the right, one bungee will snap to the left. I suppose, Zach, your thoughts, there might be a bit of an advantage to be a little bit closer to the middle of the start line, because that's where that bungee will be released first, either to the right or the left.
Exactly. Like you were saying, the closer you are to that middle bungee line, you are going to get a very, very slight advantage seeing that cord being pulled, similar to on a motocross gate, how you might be able to look down at the pin, watch that drop before the actual gate. Here you'll be able to see that bungee cord line pulled as you are set toward the middle. Now, this class specifically is going to also be fun to watch because we do have a nice points battle going on. We currently have a tie for the lead between the 69 of Cannon Schindler and the 12 of Morgan Sauer, both tied with 35 points. So we are definitely going to be wanting to watch that battle this weekend. Both riders have 2 race wins on the season, tied at 35 points. So today is going to give the advantage in the points series to one of those riders. Once again, that is between the 12 of Sauer and the 69 of Cannon Schindler, looking to secure that first place position in the points overall for the season.
Yeah, and this could be playing into the points battles because, look, the quad that is experiencing some engine difficulties on the outside of that start line is the 12 of Morgan Sauer. Not quite sure what the issue is there. They're checking the fuel tank there, trying to keep the quad running. They had it running there when it rolled up to the gate. Also, we saw some issues with the 33 of Chase Friedley, and I think Chase has also been pulled back from the start line. So attrition, and we haven't even started this one yet. 7 out of the expected 9 still on the gate. We're missing Morgan Sauer on the 12 and Chase Friedley on the 33. Bungee is released, quads are away. A 3-wide battle to get onto the track proper, as it is, I believe, the 69 of Cannon Schindler, who's going to take the lead in turn number 2. Then it's a 2-rider battle for second and third, and a 3-rider battle at the back of the pack as they try to make it 3 wide down the back stretch.
Schindler absolutely rocketing out of that starting gate, able to get a nice padding between him and that battle raging on for second and third between those two quads. We might even be seeing our battle for third and fourth come up, as well as we have our rider with the green wheels shooting from fifth all the way up to third place, trying to take over that second place position now over through turn 1 and 2. I believe that may have been the 32 of Garrett's and the 00 of York battling back and forth for second and third. York up to second now, and I apologize, it was the 23 of Gullick. The 23 of Gullick sitting second, now moving back to third, but he's got the 33 of Friedley right behind him now, as well, as we're 3 wide for third, fourth, and fifth.
Our junior rubber B oval racers giving us some great action, as we've got a nice overhead shot there from the MBTV Sports drone high above the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club track layout. You can see the oval there, and you can see a bit of the GP track in the infield. We'll be visiting that track a bit later on. Checkered flag is out. Cannon Schindler, compliments of a great start, going to hold on for the lead and the race win. We believe, look at this 4-rider battle for third. They were side by side for third and fourth, with fifth and sixth right behind them. I believe it was Jeremiah York finishing second on the 00, and unofficially Caden Gullick on the 23, I believe, rounding out the top 3. But there's another nice shot from the drone, giving us an overhead perspective. So you can see the riders exiting at the outside of turn 2. Down in the lower right-hand corner where you see the QualityFreightRate.com logo is where the riders come out of the start gate. And as a matter of fact, we have already released race number 10. Pee Wee studded oval competitors on the track. Colbin Guazda on the 12, Bronson Taylor on the 19, and Bentley Irish riding the 29.
Nice single file race throughout the field. All 3 of our racers evenly spaced. Out front alone, though, it looks like it's the 29 of Irish leading the charge, the 12 of Guazda right behind him in second, and a little bit of space before we get back to our third place rider, the 19 of Taylor. Now, even though we are single file here, we got some close positions going on. Hopefully we'll end up seeing some battles here as this race develops.
Bentley Irish on the 29 out of Cadott, Wisconsin, holding on to the lead. That blue quad out front, but the 12 of Guazda trying to close the gap as they cross the line with, I believe, the white flag out. There's another great drone shot from the Southworth Chevrolet supported drone with Conrad's Auto Salvage along for the ride this week. Again, I was telling you, you can see the GP track down to the infield there, and the competitors will be hitting the GP track a bit later on, but right now it's 4 turns, 2 straights, oval racing for our Pee Wee studded oval competitors. Checkered flag.
And just like that,
the Irish going to pick up the win. Bronson Taylor across the line. Colbin Guazda across the line in second. Bronson Taylor going to round out the top 3 in our Pee Wee studded oval. Race number 11, actually 2 heat races for our C rubber oval competitors. Heat 1 is on the line. Brad York on the 00, Miles Servier on the 0, Chris Buckley riding the deuce, Logan Shemek on the 9. As the bungee is released, the rest of the field includes Braxton Johnson on the 13, the 18 of Jacob Akeley, Tucker Granger on the 23, Owen Prosecki with the 29, Ashley Arneson on the 43, Sean Fleener with a 55, and Savannah Fleener out of Eau Claire on the 75. Top 4 down the back stretch and into turn number 3 in a battle out front.
Nice 4-rider battle at the lead there. So we have one of our riders getting way out into the high side of there, pulling up a lot of snow onto the track, able to hold onto it. But now it's just our top 2 riders slowly but surely pulling away for that battle from third on back. Nice little side-by-side action there for the top 2 positions. And about a half straightaway padding before we get back to that battle for third, fourth, and fifth raging on right behind our leaders.
The 18 machine of Jacob Akeley out front. Nice to see these riders. It is just so exciting to watch them back it into the turns. There you can see Akeley just about ready to set it up. Headed into that first turn as they took the white flag. There's that two-rider battle for second and third as they slide it into turn number one. They are completely crossed up perpendicular to the racetrack in between turns 1 and 2. And as Zach had mentioned, another rider getting extremely wide in turn number 1, almost getting out to the safety berm with the 18 of Jacob Akeley coming down to the line. Akeley going to pick up the checkered flag and the heat race win.
That was heat race number 1 of 2 for our C Rubber Oval class. For heat number 2, we have the 01 of Riley Delkin, the 1 of Colton LeMay, the 3 of Ethan Kramer, double the 07 of Brady Wilson, 19 of Christian Hanrahan, the 20 of Jackson Helen, the 24 of Avery Schindler, 26 of Mariah Sloop, the 59 of Carter Schneider, and the 98 of Ellie Swoboda is going to round out our second heat race of the C Rubber Oval class here for race number 11.
Any unstudded ATV with stock chassis lowering links are allowed in this class. No shortened swing arms or quickeners allowed. They do have an open tire rule. These are beginner C-class racers only. No junior competitors in this class. And if they do win this class, this is actually a cutthroat rule. I love this. If they do win this class and are crowned the season champion, they are ineligible to run this class the next year, which means they are preceding and moving up to the B class for the next season. This will be heat race number 2 for our C Rubber Oval competitors. Side-by-side action on the MBTV Sports.com live stream. A big welcome to those of you who are tuned in to the MBTV Sports.com live streaming coverage of the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club event from Sarona, Wisconsin. We are enjoying a Saturday at Pioneer on Long Lake, just a hop, skip, and a jump north of Rice Lake. I tell you what, it's great to see all the competitors, family members, and even a few spectators out here enjoying the show. Before we release this second heat for the C Rubber Oval competitors, I'll let you know that this is the 12th race, second heat for the 11th group. C Rubber Oval down and away, second heat. Rockets down that start gate straight and into turn number 2 of the oval.
Leading the charge, it's the 24 machine of Avery Schindler, getting that early hole shot. Now, Schindler's definitely going to be one to watch, especially when we get into that second round of heats later today, as we have one quad going around, able to save it. But back what I was saying, at the front of the charge, that 24 of Avery Schindler, currently in a side-by-side battle in the points position throughout the season with Heat Race 1 winner, the 18 of Jacob Akeley. It's Schindler just 1 point behind him. Akeley currently has 2 race wins. Schindler has 1, trying to tie him up and hopefully make a charge for the full points order lead later on today. It's still the 24 of Schindler out front, but he's got a nice 2-rider battle just behind him. I saw it was the 20 of Helland sitting in third. 1 rider hot on his tail in second currently.
One thing I'd like you to take notice of next time we get a drone shot of the oval is the peculiarities that the riders are experiencing trying to navigate this oval. You can see that they enter turn number 1 a bit wide, then they cross those quads up in between 1 and 2. They exit turn 2 relatively low, let the momentum carry them to the outside of the back straightaway. Then they enter turn number 3 extremely low, and they egg out to the outside, trying to get some grip out of turn number 4 so that they can rock it down to the checkered flag like we just saw with a 2-rider battle to the line.
Looked like it was the 24 of Schindler taking the heat race win there. The 3 of Kramer just behind him in second. And I believe it was the 20 of Helen rounding out your top 3 for heat number 2 of race 11. Race number 12 up next, Outlaw PW Studded Oval going to be hitting the track. 6 racers in this class. The 2 of Riot Marion out of Fall Creek, Wisconsin on the Honda. The 4 of Dalton Schweers from Greenwood, Wisconsin. Colbin Guizada piloting the number 12, Gage Gistra on the 14, the 19 of Bronson Taylor out of Osseo, Wisconsin, and the 20 of Dax Graham rounding out your 6 racer field in this Outlaw PW Studded Oval class.
Track is clear from the prior race, so we are just moments away from releasing our Outlaw PW studded oval competitors. Zach just gave us the rundown, and again, we're broadcasting live from Sarona, Wisconsin, just north of Rice Lake, Wisconsin. We're on the west central edge of Wisconsin. Had some snow come through, some freezing ice underneath the snow yesterday and early this morning, but a great turnout of competitors, 371 entries strong, as our Outlaw PW studded oval quad racers rip down the back straightaway and head towards turn number 3.
Out front, leading the charge, pulling away from the rest of the field. Looks like it's going to be the 20 of Dax Graham setting the pace. Dax has won every single race in this class this year, so he's definitely the one to beat in this Outlaw PW studded oval class. Setting the pace there out front, just behind him, a two-rider battle for second and third between the 12 of Guizada, and I believe that was the 4 of Schweers right behind him. So our top 3 is looking like Graham, Guizada, Schweers, 1, 2, 3.
With Graham out front, it's a nice two-rider battle for second and third around turns 1 and 2 as they head the back straightaway. Single file action out of 2 and down the back straightaway. They've given it all the beans that they can in an effort to close the gap in that two-rider battle for second and third, then a bit of ground, or a bit of ice, I should say, back to 5th. Across the line on the front straightaway, checkered flag is out. Dax Graham going to pick up the win. Second place rider was able to pull away a bit before we had a 3-rider battle for third, fourth, and 5th. Outlaw PW studded oval racer in the books. Racing action today presented by the Rockford House Saloon. Full service bar with food and great game room for the kiddos. Dave's Outboard premium fuel with a Lake, Rockford House Saloon, and Dave's Outboard helping to present Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin.
Getting back to two wheels for race 13 of our open motorcycle oval class, we have the 3 of Jacob Dick, the 4 of Gordy Halsey, the 5 of Riley Ginder, Jason Larson on the 11, Travis Wolsheim racing the 21 out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the 25 of Cody Funk, the 28 of Kristen Kaizo from Fall Creek, Wisconsin, the 42 of Zane Lindquist, Gavin Love on the 59, Corey Pangborn on the 88, and rounding out your field, we have the 393 of Neil Pede. Race number 13. 11 racers out there.
Run what you brung class. Any studded motorcycle with a maximum 500cc two-stroke engine or maximum 450cc four-stroke engine, which means you're going to see primarily dirt bikes. You see a lot of the Japanese brands out there, Yamaha, Honda, Suzuki, well represented, but I believe that might be a gas. No, that's a Honda on the inside, the number 1 machine there, as they line up and prepare for the open motorcycle oval race number 13 for today's action here at Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. Zane Lindquist on the 42 taking a peek at the bike there as they wait for their opportunity to attack the oval racing action today. Also presented by the fine folks at Butternut Hills Golf Course, famous for their excellent golf course and their amazing Friday night fish fry. Nice to have a summer sport promoter joining us for some icy, snowy fun. Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin.
Starter checks the line, make all good to go. Flag is out, and we are back to some open motorcycle racing. Out front, leading the charge, we got a nice two-rider battle for that hole shot. Little bit of space before we get back to a 3-rider battle for third, fourth, and fifth. Out front early looks to be the
there in
1.
turns 3 and 4 as the number 1 tangled with the 25, I believe that is, of Cody Funk. Cody, a great dirt racer, showing his strength here on the ice as well. Now we've got a battle on the outside, and the number 1 drops to third, Funk to second. New leader down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4.
It's 1:25.3. Your current pole sitting right now. Our top 3 riders out front. A little bit of space before we get back to a 3-rider side-by-side battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
apologize, we don't have a name for the rider on the number 1 cycle, but we've got a great battle going for second and third with Dick and Funk battling for the second and third place spot. Funk out front in that battle, holding on to second. Jacob Dick backsliding just a bit to third. Separation appears to be about 5 to 6 cycle lengths as the number 1 machine puts another slash in the books. And we are 3 laps into this 5-lap heat race.
Side-by-side action still raging for second and third. Funk has the advantage, and he's able to pull away on the straightaways, but you can see the 3 of Dick is able to catch up to him in those corners. Dick sliding it hard onto the inside as checkered flag is out for the 1 machine.
In that side-by-side battle between Cody Funk and Jacob Dick, you were able to see 2 differing entries into turn number 1. Funk was taking a wide entry and squaring that corner up early, whereas Dick on the 3 was driving it in pretty deep but down low, and then he would scrub off some speed late in the turn, whereas Funk was picking up the speed on exit and able to hold on to the number 2 position. Race number 14 will be 2 heat races for our Outlaw Rubber Oval Quad competitors. Lineup for race number 1 is ready to go, including the 43 of Corey Arneson, the 47 of Chase White, Vanden Reese on the 50. Others in the mix as well. The bungees are released, and heat number 1 of 2 for our Outlaw Rubber Oval Quad racers is away.
One rider slowly but surely pulling away from the rest of the field, setting a blistering pace out front. Doesn't want to get mixed up into any of the drama sitting out behind them. Looks like our race leader is going to put their first lap in the books. I believe that might be the number 9 of White leading the charge.
Dylan Meyer on the 0-2, Brody Barsamain on the 4. Your current leader, Trevin White, as Zach just mentioned, on the 9. Andrew Steinsmetz with the 16. Kennedy Swan on the 18. And Cody Severson rounding out the field on the 38. 9 entries in this first heat, 8 entries in the second heat as your race leader crosses the line to complete another lap. That is the 9 of Trevin White out front.
White already 2 turns ahead of that battle raging on for second and third. Nice little battle there for 2 and 3. Then we got a whole half lap advantage before we get back to a nice battle for 4th and 5th right behind them.
And a visual contrast, you would think these rubber quads or rubber tired competitors might not rip as much ice and snow up into the air, but they're running so high out of the clear groove down low that they're kicking up a lot of that snow that's on the outside of the turns, and that's putting a lot of frozen liquid roost into the air, and it just adds to the excitement and the feel of ice racing as the 9 of Trevin White continues to lead this one, running it high, wide, and handsome around turns 3 and 4. Battle for seconds, got one rider right up against the berm on the outside of the track. White, I believe, picking up the checkered flag that time across the line. Nope, my bad. Another lap to go. Down the back straightaway, Trevin White, your race leader. Trevin backs it into turn number 3. Lets that quad slide into 4. Picks up some bite in the snow on the outside of the turn. Challenger in second. Not going to be close enough. The checkered flag will fly this time. And Trevin White wins heat number 1 for the Outlaw Rubber Oval competitors.
That was heat race number 1 of 2 for the second Outlaw Rubber Oval class. We have the 01 of Evan Fuller, the 03 of Tyler Thompson out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, the 10 of Barry Sauer, the 21 of Jordan Kalbreyer, Scott Geldernick on the 23, Tanner Lowry on the 27, the 29 of Osseo, Wisconsin's Hunter Wedward, and the 80 of Sam Rasmussen are going to round out your 2, 4, 6, 8 rider field for heat number 2 of our Outlaw Rubber Oval class.
Riders in the gate, ready to go. All 8 riders on the line. Looks like officials having a discussion before they release heat number 2 for the Outlaw Rubber Oval class. And I believe the word is out. They are ready to rock and roll as they prepare to release the bungee. There's the release, and they're down and away. Heat number 2 for the Outlaw Rubber Oval competitors.
7 of our scheduled 8 riders going to make this first green flag in heat number 2 of our Outlaw Rubber Oval class. We have this nice drone camera footage from up top. Really shows the size of this track and how high some of these riders are taking it. That last place rider at the back of the field going way high and able to tuck down low, trying to make a pass from 7th up to 6th in just one turn. Like we've been saying, you know, these different lines that you can take on this class, getting some more on these rubber classes, that bite that the snow might have. Even though you are going way to the outside, you're able to rock it down to the inside. It's the 03 of Thompson currently leading the charge in heat number 2 of the Outlaw Rubber Oval class.
All 8 of the expected competitors just able to make it to the line before the bungee was released. So 8 quads on the track for heat number 2 of the Outlaw Rubber Oval class. And as Zach just mentioned, Tyler Thompson out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin on the 03 machine, setting a torrid pace out front, pulling away from a single file 3-rider battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Next time at the line, checkered flag, I believe, is going to be displayed for the 03 machine. Split the yellow chassis. Lead the field down into turn number 1.
It's the 03 out front leading the charge. Nice 3-rider battle, single file still for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, a little bit closer behind though, as we come up to the line one more time. Leader setting that next lap into the books. Single file throughout the field. '03 of Tyler Thompson leading the charge.
Sorry about that, Zach. 03 of Tyler Thompson out front. Going to pick up the heat race win as the checkered flag flies. Two heats for the Outlaw Rubber Oval competitors in the books. B-class Rubber Oval competitors will be next, and first heat of 2 will consist of Riley Ginder on the 5, Brady Wilson riding the 07, Allie Hazelton from Chippewa Falls on the 12, Jackson Helland out of Cadott riding the 20, Austin Henneman from Bloomer, Wisconsin on the 25, Landon Tiller out of Chippewa Falls on the 33, Trenton Goodenough on the 73, and Jesse Buckley from Bloomer, Wisconsin on the 74. 8 riders in heat number 1 for B Rubber Oval competitors. As the prior race competitors exit the track in turn number 2. There you can see a lot of the spectators along the back straightaway as the bungee is released, and heat number 1 for B Rubber Oval competitors is away.
Single file through our top 5 riders. Nice little battle developing there for 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th, but it's our lead rider out front all alone, setting a blistering pace out front. Looks like that might be the 73 of Goodenough leading the charge, as we now have a 3-rider side-by-side battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
For a moment there, flirting with a 3-wide action down the front straightaway as they head into turn number 1. They had to settle out just a bit. Now it's side-by-side for 2nd and 3rd as they try and find some separation from 4th. The number 6 machine involved in the action there, the 07 Brady Wilson. The chassis, the white plastics trying to make Riley going to hold on to the number 2 spot at least for now, as our race leader Trenton Goodenough on the 73 takes us back to turns 1 and 2.
Goodenough able to pull away from the rest of the field, but we still have that nice 2-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd raging on, as now the slight advantage is going to the 07 of Brady Wilson. Wilson now taking full securing position of that 2nd place as he goes way wide, almost off the track, may have even gone off the track, which gives the 5 of Ginder the shot that they need to move up to 2nd place.
Unofficial results as the checkered flag flies will have Trenton Goodenough on the 73 out front. Brady Wilson, I believe, held on for that number 2 spot with Riley Ginder on the 5, giving a stout chase, finishing 3rd. A lot lot of the spectators there on the back straightaway, enjoying some warm fluids and some snacks on a relatively chilly Saturday. Got to the track this morning, and we were in the double digits, but not by much. 15 to 16 degrees with that came through central Wisconsin last night and this morning. Those of you who might be watching the live stream on MBTV Sports, whether it's via our YouTube stream, our Facebook stream, or our Twitter stream, if you're not familiar with the state of Wisconsin, we're just north of Rice Lake, Wisconsin, west central Wisconsin, not too far from the mighty Mississippi, about 45 minutes due east of the border between Wisconsin and Minnesota. Sarona, Wisconsin is the town that we are in. We're on Long Lake, and heat number 2 for the B Rubber Oval Division is on the track right now, completing lap number 1.
Now this heat number 2 is definitely going to be a fun one to watch, as well as we have some more points battles going in on this one. Current points leader is the 2 of Ryan Osborne and the 92 of Addison Ryder right behind their tail, just 2 points behind, so that's definitely going to be a battle to watch throughout the day. Right now, side by side, it is the 32 and the 92. That is the 32 of Gillingham, the 92 of Ryder. Just as I say it, Ryder goes around. Ryder sitting second in the points, gonna pull back a little bit. Ryder now going to have to battle his way back up through the field. Out front alone, though, it's the 2 of Osborne setting the pace, leading the charge out front.
You see Osborne trying to ride as far back on that quad as possible, trying to get some bite on those rear wheels, and as we talk about him, the deuce goes around in turn number 3 is going to give the lead to the 79 of Sean Berlin. Berlin is now your new race leader coming out of turn number 4.
Turn 4 must be super slick there, as we saw our 2nd through 5th place riders all go way high, get perpendicular with the track. Most of them were able to save it, but you know, as we've been talking about, some of these flurries coming down, the conditions changing slightly, especially on these rubber classes, we are going to see a lot of different changes in the track surface. Race number 16 up next, going to our junior studded oval class. We have the 15 of Brooklyn Hakes, 28 of Raymond Jansen, the 33 of Matthew Fernstall, the 42 of Emmett Salter, Braden Wolf piloting the 87, and Braden Irish rounding out your 6 quad field for junior studded oval class.
If you have never been to an ice racing event, if you have never competed in an ice racing event, just imagine your front sidewalk if you're in the northern climate, and you get some water laid down on the cement sidewalk, and then the temperatures drop, and you've got a nice layer of ice. Well, that's literally what we are racing on here tonight today at Long Lake, as we prepare to re-rack and restack the competitors for race number 16. Then you put on top of that frozen surface a lot of snow, and you know exactly what would happen at home if you laid some snow on that ice on your front sidewalk. It would get extremely slippery. But now give us 20 races of both studded and rubber wheeled competitors, not only blowing some of that snow off the ice, but then also polishing that ice underneath, and that might be what we're seeing develop down there in turns 3 and 4. The track literally getting slicker than it was earlier when we were first getting started with the first few races.
Getting our riders re-lined up here for the restart. Starter checks to make sure they are all set to go as the bungee cord is pulled, and away we go for our junior studded oval restart here. For race number 16 of the day, 2 riders out front leading the charge. Looks like it's the 42 of Salter going to take the whole shot. Salter currently sitting tied for first place in the points with the 33 of Fernstall. So again, that's definitely going to be a battle to watch between Fernstall and Salter, your current tied for points position leaders. Bringing them in sideways out through that turn.
Braden Wolf on the 87 machine trying to make a move on the outside in that red quad, or on that red quad. Your race leader Fernstall on the white quad running the lower groove. We've got a machine sideways in between 3 and 4, so a local caution there. That is something different. If you are coming from the stock car racing world, local cautions in ice racing action, unless there were an emergency situation. But if a quad or a bike were to go around, just a yellow flag in that area heads up to the rest of the field, and they will safely make their way around the competitor. But a nice battle from the 87 Braden Wolf. Perhaps sneak the lead away from Matthew Fernstall. Checkered flag is displayed. And
that was race number 16. Race number 17 up next. A rubber oval class. We have the 10 of Colton Bouchley out of Bloomer, Wisconsin. Braden Tiller racing the 11. Jake Prosecki on the 21. The 22 of Ashton Reyes out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. The 41 of Brad Thompson. Jake Rubenser on the 43. Tommy Anderson on the 47. Mitch Chevry on the 51. The 57 of Mike Anderson. And the 72 of Cadott, Wisconsin's Parker Redinger, going to round out your field for race 17, the A rubber oval class. 10 racers in this class.
Club action on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. Big thank you to the fine folks at Summers on Long. Summers on Long, their famous craft cocktails and full menu, including their signature smokehouse barbecue, available. Title sponsor of Green Flag action here on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin, as our A rubber oval quad racers scream away from the start line. One rider stalling in the line, and we've got contact in turn number 2. One rider going around with a 360. Not sure if he's going to stay on the seat. Does stay upright. Not sure if this will be a complete restart or not at this point in time. Still carrying speed into turns 3 and 4.
Currently the 22 of Reyes, your early race leader, getting the charge. We have a nice side-by-side battle for second and third right behind him, as we might be flirting with a 3-rider battle for the lead. It's Reyes in the lead. Prosecki on the 21, currently sitting in second, but he's got some company hot on his tail, as we have not only our 3rd place rider, but our 4th and 5th place rider trying to get into the mix as well.
So you saw one rider stall in the gate and another rider battling for the lead go around as the clocks made the transition to the oval. Just a local caution there, as you can see the 21 and the 22 of Prosecki and Reese battling for position. The 21 of Prosecki wearing the yellow gear. It looks like Prosecki maybe caught the inner berm on the inside of turn number 2. Held up the quad a bit. Now we've got a 3-rider battle into turn number 3 for position.
I believe that's the 43 of Jake Rubenser trying to get into the mix. And right as I say it, one of our riders going around, I think that may have been Rubenser.
It's the Zach curse every time you draw attention to one racer. They are going around in turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag is out to wrap up our A rubber oval. First race of the day for this class. A lot of excitement in that one, as we had trouble at the start and some loopers through the field. And we get ready for race number 18 on the schedule, B studded oval competitors.
E-studded oval class going to look like this. The 1 of Brady Stewart, the 2 of Kristen Kaizow out of Fall Creek, Wisconsin, Brant Hans on the 07, Alex Quinnell on the 8, the 19 of Tucker Kempe, and the 23 of Brett Lazar. We have the 42 of Cody Conrad out of Mondovi, Wisconsin, Cadott, Wisconsin's Corey Arneson on the 43. We also have the 87 of Braden Wolf and the 93 of Hunter Tironi. Rounding out your field for race number 18, that is the B-studded oval class.
All 10 quads on the start line there. You can see them lined up left to right across the starting gate, and right in the middle between the 4th and 5th quad from the right over, you can see a little yellow marker there. That's actually the holder of the bungee. The gentleman behind it pulls a release cable, and one bungee snaps from the center to the right, and another bungee snaps from the center to the left, and that's what releases the competitors onto the start gate straight there, as they battle about 300 feet down that straightaway towards turn number 2 of the oval, and then they make the transition onto the oval. One final quad going to roll to the extreme right of the 93 of Hunter Tironi, I believe, and that is the 12 entrant, I believe, for this B-studded oval race. Track official running in front of the riders to let them know we're ready to rock and roll. The bungees are released. They're down and away. B-studded oval heat race is on the oval.
One rider out front leading the charge as we've got a nice four-rider battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth right behind them. But leading that early race charge, we have our 1 leader out front going to put their first lap in the books here as we make our way through turns 3 and 4.
Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. But again, that's just for second as our race leader has opened up a commanding advantage in front of the pack. Your leader already coming out of 4 and down the front straightaway. Second place squad also trying to break away from a 2-rider battle for third and fourth now as they put another lap in the books and head down to turns 1 and 2.
That 6-rider battle for second on back has slimmed down now to just a mere 4-rider battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Our leader pulling away, setting the pace. Rest of the field in tow, hot on their tails though, as we have position swapping for second on back in this B-studded oval class. Out front, you're getting a nice picture of our race leader coming through turns 3 and 4. Looks to be, if I'm seeing that correctly, the 87 of Wolf setting the pace. Taking the checkered flag.
Wrap up our B-studded oval heat race, and 87 of Braden Wolf, the unofficial winner of that heat as we prepare for race number 19 on the schedule. We're going to step back down to some of the youngsters, future superstars of the ice racing sport, Pee Wee A Oval division. About ready to hit the track. We'll have 8 riders in this class. Mariah Marion from Fall Creek, Wisconsin on the deuce. Colbin Quazda on the 12. Bronson Taylor piloting the 19. Alora Rodenholt with the 24. Bentley Samplowski on the 28. Bentley Irish from Cadott riding the 29. Lincoln Close on the 33. And Mason Granger with the 99. Pee Wee A Oval competitors on the line, ready for heat race number 19.
Now, like you were saying, these are always fun classes to watch because this right here is some of the futures of our sport here. So, you know, getting to see these youngsters grow their way up through the ranks, always fun to see. You know, this is what we will be seeing in the pro class here in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So always great to see the futures of ice racing out there hitting the track. This is that Pee Wee A Oval class that's about to make race 19 here as we go green flag action here momentarily.
Green flag action on Long Lake presented today by Bees and Trees, dealer of docks and lifts, along with offering pontoon rentals. And let's not forget about the famous Hive with an ice cream shop and coffee bar. Bees and Trees helping to support green flag action for the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club in Sarona, Wisconsin for our event on Long Lake. And the bungee is released, and the Pee Wee Oval A competitors are away. This is the 19th class to a race, so we call it race number 19. It's actually class number 19, as a couple of the classes have had multiple heat races. There we see him trying to get single file out of turn number 2 and headed down the back straightaway. Here's something you'll notice with the youngsters and these smaller quads, not able to carry quite as much momentum out of the turns, so you will see these quads remaining a bit lower on the straightaways as that momentum doesn't carry them to the outside of the back straightaway. And of course, the younger riders just kind of naturally tend to gravitate toward the inside of the racetrack, as it were. The 99 of Mason Granger battling for the lead with the use of Ryan Marion, trying to get a bit closer deep in the pack as they complete lap number 1 and head into turn number 1 of the oval.
Lots of tight racing here in our Pee Wee A Oval class, side by side for first and second. 3-rider battle, soon to possibly 4-rider battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. We've got battles going on all throughout the field. Like we were saying up front, though, it's currently the 99 of Granger and the 2 of Marion sitting 1 and 2, but we might see some changes here as the 99 of Granger moves from the lead all the way back to now third and fourth, as we are able to see a new competitor shift up to the top position.
Rubbins racing, coming out of turn number 4 and down the front straightaway as the Deuce gets helped out of the way. Riot Marion gets a tire to the left side, and Marion drops from early race leader to 4th in the running order on the number 2 machine. The 24 of Aurora Rongholt in the battle there. I believe it was Aurora kind of muscled away underneath the 2 of Marion to take over 3rd. And the 99 of Mason Granger running 2nd. But here is your race leader coming out of turn number 4 and headed down the front straightaway. 28 machine Bentley Samplowski takes the checkered flag and the heat race win. Mason Granger unofficially, if my eyes do not deceive me, going to hold on for a 2nd place finish. 24 of Aurora Rongholt. And also the 2 of Riot Marion holding positions in 3rd and 4th as we get ready for the 20th division to hit the ice. It'll be the Outlaw Rubber Trike class. That's right, you heard that correctly. Trike class will be coming up for class number 20. Outlaw Rubber Trike class consisting of Brody Barsamian on the 4, Josh Fernstall riding the 6, Barry Sauer on the 10, Josh Lorenz riding the 23, Austin Henneman from Bloomer on the 25, and Evan Anderson, on the 32. Yes, trike means exactly what you think. Not 2 wheels, not 4 wheels, 3 wheels. This is what the power sports manufacturers saw as the future about 30 years ago, and some folks just love them too much to let them go away. So a single front wheel, 2 rear wheels on an axle, and they can be a bit topsy-turvy. So what you'll see is a lot of body English to the left as these riders literally hang off the left side of these trikes, trying to keep all 3 wheels planted to the ice and get as much drive from the rear wheels as they can on the long lake ice.
Exactly, like Dan was saying, you know, with these trikes, you're going to see a lot more body movement in this class, even than you would possibly in the quad classes, because, you know, with that single tire out front in the middle like a motorcycle, but still the 2 wheels on the back, they're definitely going to be doing everything they can to make sure they stay upright on all 3. Green flag is out, and it's the 4 Barsamian leading the charge onto that back straightaway. Barsamian pulling away from the rest of the field. We have a nice little 2-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd, but with that rocket start, it's Barsamian leading the charge out front early in this Outlaw Rubber Trike class. Barsamian setting the pace there, right behind him. That battle for 2nd, 3rd, and now 4th is raging on. I see the 10 of Sauer currently sitting in 4th, getting it up on the mix. The 23 of Lorenz sitting in that final step of the podium currently.
Was it the 25 of Austin Henneman who got a great charge through the pack? And I believe he's actually closing in on your race leader to try and battle Barsamian on the 4 for the lead. Top 2 are coming out of turn number 4, already headed down the front straightaway. There you can see the 4 of Barsamian still your race leader. There's that body English that Zach and I were talking about, literally hanging off the left side of the quad to try to get as much left side weight on the machine as possible to keep all 3 tires on the ice. These are, again, rubber wheeled, no studs, so a lot of movement from the trikes on the ice as these 2 back it into turn number 3 at the end of the back straightaway.
Currently the 10 of Sauer holding on to that top spot in that battle as we get a nice wheelie out front from our leader taking the checkered flag.
So the 4 of Barsamian gets the W in the rubber trike class, and we prepare for open studded oval competition. This is going to be fast and furious open studded oval. Another one of those run what you run classes. Zach will give us some rules information in a moment if he can find it. Tyler Allen going to be riding the 4. Jim Schweers on the 08. Mitch Williams riding the 12. Carson Patrick on the 19. Kyle Comerick with the 20. Dylan Meyer on the 22, Dawson Dick on the 23, Michael Randall riding the 25, Gage Weber with the 40, Jace White on the 47, Blaine Stegenga on the 53, and Desmond Fernstall will round out the 12-rider lineup on the 88. Open, studded, oval action headed your direction.
Now, like we were saying, in this open studded quad class, so this is going to be an open class as it sounds, so any studded two-wheel drive ATV is going to be allowed in this. Lowering links and sway bars are mandatory for this class, along with Nerf bars. And this class right here, this is going to be A riders only in this Rung What You Brung class. They are getting a 100% payout in this, or payback in this class, so definitely one of those big money classes to be watching for as our track official checks the riders. Bungee cord is pulled and away we go for race 21 of our first round of heats.
Nice drag race down that start gate straight into turn number 2 of the oval. There you can see him taking a wide line down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. One rider squirts out to the sole holding position out front, and then a 2, maybe 3 rider battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Heavy traffic from 5th on back. Top 3 single file in turns 1 and 2.
Lots of ice and snow being kicked up in this class from those studs, pulling up the ice out of the surface there. We have 1 leader out front, nice side-by-side battle still raging on for 2nd and 3rd. Then we get a little bit of space before we get back to our riders in 4th place on back. And like Dan was saying, lots of heavy traffic from 4th on back in this class. 1 rider out front going way high in that corner. 2nd and 3rd place hot on their tail.
4th, 5th, and 6th single file into turn number 3, and then navigating around turn 4 back out of the front straightaway to complete another lap in our open studded oval. First heat of the day. This is division number 21 as our leader again comes to 3 and 4 and prepares to head down to the start and finish line. On the 4 and Blaine Stagenga on the 53.
There's our leader out front, setting the pace, setting the charge on the track. If my eyes do not deceive me, it might be the 47 of Jace White taking the checkered flag with a full straightaway advantage over that battle for 2nd and 3rd.
Ice racing action here on Long Lake, presented by Lubrication Station, one of the leading auto repair shops serving Rice Lake and surrounding areas. Also a big thank you to Brad and Chris Genero in the spirit of Ron Johnson and the old Duffies on Long. If you know, you know. Brad and Chris, thank you very much. We get ready for 2 heats for our Pro Rubber Oval competitors. Heat race number 1 has Evan Fuller on the 0-1, Tyler Thompson riding the 0-3, Barry Sauer on the 10, Kennedy Swan stepping out of her dirt track modified to climb atop a 4-wheeler on the number 18, Scott Goldernick with the 23, Corey Arneson on the 43, Jace White riding the 47, Vanden Rees on the 50, Mitch Shervey with the 51, and Sam Rasmussen on the 80. 10 entries in heat number 1. There will be 9 entries in heat number 2.
This is our Pro Rubber Oval class. One of the competitors that you'll want to keep an eye on here is that number 10 machine, a Barry Sauer. Not only is he racing this Pro Rubber class, he's also racing in that trike class that we saw earlier, Outlaw Rubber. And this rider right here, he has 20 years of racing on his belt. So, definitely putting the term pro to use right there. Been out on the track for quite some time now, that 10 of Barry Sauer. And he is, sitting there leading the charge here in this Pro Rubber Oval class, along with that trike class as well. Checking our starting line, making sure everyone is good to go. Looks like our riders are all looking over to that left-hand side. Something might be going on a little bit off screen, so we are making sure that everyone is set and ready to go before we get back to some green flag action here momentarily. Green flag action here is brought to you on MBTVsports.com. We are live streaming right now, as you all know, on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter/X. So, for all of those watching the live stream right now, feel free to send those links on over to your family and friends if they weren't able to be a part of the action there in person today for some ice racing, NWIRC ice racing. Feel free to shoot those links over to them so they can feel like they are there with all of you today.
One of the things they are waiting for is Jace White on the 47. Jace White was in that prior race on the number 47 open studded oval race, and he's also in the pro rubber oval class. So Jace White, excuse me, on the 47. Got to give him an opportunity to climb off his quad from the prior race and mount the quad for this race. And of course, we've got track personnel out on the track as well, making sure that we are green and ready to go. Got a plow out on the back stretch, trying to make sure that everything is clear. So a slight break in the green flag action. Again, I'm Dan Bailey, Zach Bailey also joining us for the MBTV Sports.com live streaming coverage of Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action from Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. Green flag action today presented by Frolic Farms and Land LLC, Frolic Masonry and Concrete, Mark and Brenda Winbig, also Mag Stainless. Big thank you to Link Ford, MRG and Photography, Shatek Detail LLC, Andy Hagen Excavating, Long Lake Chamber of Commerce, and Derek Osborne. All of these supporters making sure that the racers are battling in a safe and competitive environment, and also racing for some big money. The open studded quads that were out earlier battling for $1,500 to win. Outlaw rubber quads also battling for $1,500 to win. And open motorcycle competitors battling for $1,500 to win. Looks like we are ready for race number 1, Pro Rubber Oval Heat. First of 2, the bungees away, and the quads are on the track.
Through the corners, down that back straightaway, we have a 2-rider battle looking to take over that hole shot. Third place rider, hot on their tail, just behind. Currently sitting second, looks to be the 43 of Aronson, but out front alone, though, taking the charge, the 47 of Jace White, hot off that heat race win in the last class, had to swap quads to get onto his Pro Rubber Oval class. White now out front as your sole race leader. White taking the lead. Aronson currently sitting in second, but he's got a battle hot on his tail from the third place competitor, trying to make some moves up into that second place spot.
The black and yellow was able to sneak to the inside and take over second, as second and third now is nose to tail behind your race leader, Jace White. White has about a 10 quad length advantage over the black and yellow, who's holding on to second. But I tell you, that second place quad is definitely closing the gap in this 5-lap race. Let's see if we will end up. Did we lose that second place quad? No, just didn't quite get out of turn number 2 as quickly did our leader. So that separation from Jace White on the 47 back to the 0-3 of Tyler Thompson, growing just a bit that time as they complete another lap on the front stretch.
Yeah, Thompson was able to get by Aronson pretty easily there, was able to pick up the pace after making that pass. However, like you said, must have gotten caught up in turn 2 a little bit. Now pulled back about a straightaway difference between our leader and the second place rider. The 0-3 of Thompson trying to pull back up, but now he's got the 43 of Aronson hot on his tail again. Aronson trying to take back that second place position.
Yeah, remember, Arneson held the second place spot on the opening lap of this one before Thompson was able to sneak underneath him in turns 3 and 4. Now Arneson has regained the momentum and has reeled Thompson back in. So tightest battle in the top 3 is for second and third. The 47 of Jace White appears to have this one well in hand as he comes out of turn number 4 down the front straightaway to cross the line, take the checkered flag, and pick up the win. The 0-3 of Thompson will hold on to second. Corey Arneson on the 43 will have to settle for a third place finish, but a nice battle there for second and third.
That was heat race number 1 of 2 in our Pro Rubber Oval class. Heat race 2 is going to bring us the 0 of Reese Botzett, the 4 of Brody Barsamian, the 9 of Trevin White, Andrew Steinmetz on the 16, Jordan Kalbreyer on the 21, the 27 of Tanner Lowry, the 29 of Osseo, Wisconsin's Hunter Wedward, Cody Severson on the 38, and Brad Thompson is going to round out your field on the 41 for heat race number 2 in this 9-rider heat class for our Pro Rubber Oval division.
Nice aerial shot from the MBTV Sports drone there, just outside of turns 3 and 4, giving you an eye in the sky perspective of the layout. Of course, oval, exactly what you'd expect. First, second, third, and fourth turns connected by 2 long straightaways, and then the GP track in the infield. We'll get onto that track a little bit later. Right now, though, heat number 2 for the Pro Rubber Oval class is on the track, and it starts with a 4-rider battle first, and then whittles itself down to a 2-rider battle for the lead. Nose to tail, maybe side by side, into turn number 3. Second place quad crosses up quite a bit, got completely sideways. I believe that was the 0 of Reese Botset, and Reese gives up a little ground to the race leader. That is the 9 of Trevin White. So Jace White winning heat race number 1, and Trevin White is currently leading heat race number 2. There you can see the separation from the top 2 back to that freight train, 6 riders strong, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
White still holding on to that lead, but he has that battle developing hot behind him for second place. Riders going to the inside, trying to take over the lead as we have a new race leader on the front straightaway here. White now back to second place.
0 of Reese Botson taking the top spot with a slick maneuver, if you'll pardon the pun, down in turns 3 and 4, was able to work underneath White, who had taken a wide run around 3 and 4 and then completed the pass on the front straightaway just as they crossed the start-finish line. You can see them sawing at the handlebars, trying to get as much steering as possible on the slick ice in turns 3 and 4. Down the front straightaway and across the start-finish line to complete another lap.
The 0 of Botset trying to pull away from his competitors. Right behind him, the 9 of White still holds on to second, but then we have a nice 3-rider battle just behind him as well. Botset setting the pace as he slides it in sideways into turns 3 and 4. Now this was the turn he's looking pretty good in this class. It's where he was able to make that pass for the lead there, as we have one quad going way high out into the snow. That is our 4th place rider right behind the top 3 competitors there.
White flag on display to the field as they ripped down the front straightaway. Watch this race leader, Botson, on the back straightaway. He's going to start that entry about 2/3 of the way down the backstretch into turn number 3, then slide that quad crossways into turn number 3, ride that slide all the way through 3 and 4, try and line that quad up. Look at him waving. He's showboating a little bit here, knows he's got this one well in hand, tries to give us a little wheelie down the front straightaway. Checkered flag is in the air for Reese Botson, who enjoys the win in the second heat for the Pro Rubber Oval class.
That was race 22 of the day. Race 23 up next, UTV rubber. So now we're getting back to those UTV machines that we saw earlier. Started with some studded UTVs. Now we're moving over onto the rubber class. We have the 1 of Nick Frey, the 5 of Jim Paulson, Faith Conrad on the 15, the 32 of Dallas Bulford, 79 of Cody Conrad out of Mondovi, Wisconsin, along with the 97 of Jerry Conrad. And then we're rounding out our field with the 98 of Gunnar Palm. We got 7 racers in race 23 UTV rubber, as they're going to get the green flag. We are green flag racing in our UTV rubber class.
UTV rubber headed down that start gate straight into turn 2 of the oval, and then they make their way down the back straightaway. Side-by-side action for 3rd and 4th. Top 2 are nose to tail down the back stretch, and they set them up into turn number 3. Look at them just slide across the ice up to the snow, just hoping that outside berm will hold them in the ballpark. As our race leader gets all the way out to the outside berm, they're using every inch of this track. They are door to door as they cross the line to complete lap number 1.
It was the 98 of Palm who had that early race lead. Palm goes way to the outside, and that gives a chance for the 2nd place rider to come up, duck down beneath on the inside. That looks like that's the 5 of Paulson. It's Palm and Paulson, 1 and 2 as it currently sits. Palm with the slight advantage there, as we have one rider going around. It's the 15 of Conrad, your current points leader, getting all sorts of slideways there on the front stretch.
98 of Gunnar Palm, your race leader, trying to get as much bite and traction as possible by running the snow on the outside of the track. Again, this is a rubber wheeled division, which means no studs. I mean, obviously all of our competitors have rubber wheels, but no studs on the wheels for this class, so they are really having to work the wheel and the throttle and the brake if they need it at all to safely and securely and quickly get around the track. There you can see him sneaking underneath our MBTV Sports.com drone on the back straightaway. Still the 98 of Gunnar Palm, your race leader. Gunnar comes out of turn number 4. Counter steering, left steering, right steering, all in with the throttle, and on the front straightaway headed down to get the white flag. One more lap to go.
Palm, your race leader from the early first lap here, still has some competition hot on his tail with the 5 of Paulson. Paulson still sitting in second, but now Paulson might have some competition going on him as the third place racer is just behind him, just about 3 or 4 UTV lengths behind. Out front alone though, it's still the 98 of Palm, looking to set a perfect race here, lead all laps of this race. Gets a little mixed up in that snow, taking that high line, gonna drag race down to the line to take the checkered flag.
UTV rubber heat race, or race number 1 for this class, gonna go to Gunnar Palm on the 98 machine. You can see the drone perspective from the back straightaway with beautiful west central Wisconsin countryside behind. Long Lake is what we are on in Sarona, Wisconsin, with the waters, or as the case may be today, the ice and snow going as far to the horizon as you can see. I know I've mentioned it several times already today, but had a winter storm come through the area overnight, dropped maybe 3 additional inches of snow in the area, but also a little slippery mist underneath it. So some treacherous road conditions, but you can see the collection of competitors and spectators, cars parked on the outside of the front straightaway. There's another group of viewers on the back straightaway. All right, we're about ready to throw a monkey wrench into what you have become comfortable with, because up till now we've watched 4 corners and 2 straightaways action. Now we're going to change things up and head on to that road course, if you will, that winds its way through the middle of the oval with our first GP event of the day, Pee-wee studded GP action. Colbin Quizda on the 12, Bronson Taylor on the 19, and Bentley Irish on the 29. There you can see him taking a tight left-hand turn to exit the oval in turn number 2 and head down to the infield. Now it's a right-hand turn, a gentle left-hand sweeper here. Then there's a bit of a short shoot down to an extremely tight 180-degree turn. You'll see them try to slide around it. Compliments of the MBTV Sports.com drone footage high above the track. One of our riders experiencing an issue on that tight 180-degree turn. Then another short shoot down to that sweeping 270-degree corner. Another left-hander, and then they will exit with an angled entry onto the front straightaway just before the finish line of the oval, and then they'll use turns 1 and 2 of the oval. So our Pee-wee studded GP action continues with a 2-rider battle out front.
Right now, your race leader, it's the 19 of Taylor. Just on his tail, though, the 12 of Guizada trying to make a move up to take over that lead spot. 19 of Taylor having that preferred line. Guizada looks to the inside. Nothing going just yet while we're on the infield of this GP track. Taylor's able to pull away slightly, now about 5 quad lengths in between our top 2 riders. 29 of Irish was the one who spun around last time. 29 of Irish still sitting there trying to get his quad refired, so it's that 2-rider battle for the lead that's raging out front as they put Irish a lap down. The 19 of Taylor has it. The 12 of Guizada wants it. They're going to go back out onto the front straight of the way there, get back onto the main oval as they're going to put another lap in the books.
White flag
side by side down to the line.
To see if we've got a new leader. We do down the front stretch, or the second half of the front stretch into turn number 1. Colbin Quizda on the 12 machine is going to take the lead as they rocket back down into the infield of the oval on the GP track. And just like that, things have changed. The 19 of Bronson Taylor back to second.
And with that pass there, the 12 of Guazda is able to pull away from the 19 of Taylor. He'd been trying to find a way around him for about a lap or two there. As he's able to make that pass, now he is setting the pace, pulling away. The 19 of Taylor is trying not to go without a battle, but the 12 of Guazda, that was all he needed to set his sights out front, have a clear track ahead of him, and lead this race as we are sitting.
Final time out of the infield of the oval for the 12 machine. Coleman is going to take the checkered flag and the race win. Bronson on the 19 finishes second. And Bentley Irish on the 29 had an issue on the opening lap in that tight 180-degree turn. But there you can see the 29 of Bentley Irish got the machine back under power. Bentley at least going to be able to finish this race. Right here is where things went wrong in the opening lap. Bentley looped it, and then I'm not sure if Bentley was having trouble finding a gear or just getting out of the snow berm on the outside of that turn, but Bentley refired the 29 and will complete this race with a third place finish as we get ready for the second GP event of the first half portion of the afternoon, Junior Rubber GP.
Or race 25, Junior Rubber GP, we have the 2 of Jackson Kramer, the 10 of Lane Nyseth out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, Brayson Johnson on the 21, Caden Gullick on the 23, the 50 of Desmond Gare, 61 of Wyatt Kettner, Mason Smiskey on the 65, and the 99 of Braden Irish is going to round out your 8 quad field for race 25, Junior Rubber GP.
Junior Rubber GP quad action, racers aged 12 to 15 years old, open to Junior Rubber A racers only. And any studded ATV with a stock chassis and engine originating from that chassis, no shortened swing arms. You can see the bungee has already been released, and we have a 3-rider battle for the lead as they make that transition down onto the GP track in the infield of the oval. Oh, couple of riders.
Our leader going around there.
Right past that entry.
We have 2 quads come to a standstill now, trying to get their quads refired there. Front leaders definitely having some issues here in this race, as now out front alone, it looks to be the 10 of Lane Nyseth was the one to make it through that infield without having any issues. Nyseth going to set the pace here and lead the first part of this Junior Rubber GP class. The 61 of Kettner right behind him in second, but he's got a competitor in third trying to take over that second place position. It is the 10 of Nyseth in first, the 61 of Kettner in second, and right behind them, hot on their tail as Kettner goes around on the inside. Kettner going to move back to third now.
So again, this is the Junior Rubber class, so imagine not only are these younger racers, but they're also on non-studded tires, hence the name Rubber class. So not only are they still honing their craft and learning the sport, but they're also trying to conquer the slippery, slidey style of racing without the studs in the wheels. That 2-rider battle for second and third between the 21 of Brayson Johnson and the 61 of Wyatt Kettner. Not sure if they actually got together there, but some tight racing through the GP portion of the infield. Side by side around a right-hander, the 61 of Kettner gets sideways, gives the position to the 21 of Brayson Johnson.
Now that's the same corner that Kettner went around in last lap. Kettner had been sitting in second place overall. Went sideways on that right-hand corner. Does it again this lap. That's going to set him back into third place fully. It's still the 10 of Nyseth leading the charge. Nyseth currently sitting second place in the points, 1 place behind your points leader, who is actually not racing in this class today. So this will give Nyseth the chance to become the points race leader in this division, as long as all goes well for Nyseth the rest of the day.
White flag is out for Nyseth. 1 more lap to go. It looked like Nyseth was maybe slowing up just a bit. I wasn't sure if he was having some issue with the quad, or maybe just trying to use that old idiom of going slower to go faster. Keeping that quad under control, not overdriving it, says these are non-studded wheels that they're competing on. And the 10 of Lane Nyseth continues to lead this event. Out front, making it look easy, actually. Just kind of sliding that quad through the turns. Half a lap to go, and the checkered flag should be on display for your race leader, Lane Neiseth, on the 10.
Like you were saying earlier, now when we get to these rubber classes, specifically on the GP course here, it is going to be that old saying of smooth is fast. You know, without having the traction of the studs and going through all of these left and right hand corners, you know, the 10 of Neiseth is doing it perfectly. He may not be fully setting a blistering pace, but he's able to do it smoothly, not having to worry about getting sideways like most of his other competitors have today. So Neiseth able to slow down a little bit. He has that advantage that he needs to take the checkered flag, and without going around it all, he is going to be your race winner for race 25 in the junior rubber GP class.
Yeah, I can't prove my statement, but I believe every other quad in this race spent some time either around, headed the wrong direction, or trying to correct from a near spin, and that was the secret that Lane used to not only pick up the win, but also build up a commanding advantage. Was keeping that quad under control, well poised, smooth through the turns, not overriding it, and the checkered flag goes to the 10. Outlaw PW studded GP will be next with 5 riders in the lineup. Ryan Marion from Fall Creek will be on the 2. Dalton Schweers from Greenwood, Wisconsin on the 4. Colbin Quizda on the 12. Bronson Taylor from Osseo ride the 19. And Dax Graham from Cadott on the 20. There you can see the quads on the start line as we clear the track of the competitors in the prior race. They still have to exit out of turn number 2 on the oval there, so give them an opportunity to get the checkered flag and complete their run through 1 and 2. They exit on the outside of turn number 2 there, and we are just moments away as we've still got a competitor or two completing their final lap there on the GP. Racing action today, proudly supported by Summers on Long Lake. Summers on Long is well known for their famous craft cocktails and full menu, including their signature Smokehouse Barbecue. So a big thank you to the fine folks at Summers on Long. Anybody who's over there enjoying themselves, welcome to the live streaming coverage from MBTV Sports.com. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all hosting our live stream today. You can grab the link and share it with your family and friends. If you've never seen something as crazy as racing on ice, if you're from down south, outside of the upper Midwest, make sure you share it with some friends and say, you got to check this out. You wouldn't believe what they're doing in Sarona, Wisconsin on a frigid Saturday morning as we approach the halfway point of the program. You can think of our program today very similar to a football game. It's broken up into 2 halves. All of the competitors will run through their races for race number 1. Then there'll be a short, brief intermission so that they can make any adjustments to those quads or cycles or UTVs, and then they will come back and run them again with a second round of action. Right now, we're on the 26th group, Outlaw PW studded GP action. GP, an abbreviation for Grand Prix Racing, which is road racing. So we're kind of doing road racing, even though we're on the ice on Long Lake here today, but the left-right turn combinations give us the GP nomenclature, and the oval racing, obviously, 4 turns, 2 straightaways that we saw in the early portion of the program. Bungees are away, as are the young racers. Outlaw PW studded competition underway, single file, turn number 2. Prior race, we saw some of our competitors zip right past that tight left-hand turn to get out of the GP turn. No sneakers this time. Everybody continues single file down onto the GP track.
It's going to be the 12 of Colbin Guizada leading this early race here in the Outlaw PW GP quad class. So now this class right here, these are going to be youngsters, racers ages 12 and younger. You know, they'll be racing any type of studded quad up to 125cc 2-stroke or 150cc 4-strokes here. So we got them out on that GP, that Grand Prix left and right turn, quote-unquote road course, so to say. Guizada leading the charge. Right behind him, though, it's the 20 of Dax Graham sitting in second as they put their first lap in the books. Guizada and Graham setting the pace here, leading the charge. A little bit of space before we get back to our 3rd place competitor sitting alone on the podium spot, and a little more space before we get back to our 4th and 5th place riders just behind him.
Colbin carrying some momentum off prior efforts here and holding the lead early, but I tell you, Dax Graham is looking hungry. Dax took a look to the inside coming out of that 270-degree turn on the turns 1 and 2 end of the GP course. Now down into that tight 180-degree turn. Colbin Quizda still your race leader, but Dax Graham trying to find an opportunity to, at the very least, get up alongside, make a challenge for the lead. They are nose to tail on the final left-hand turn. Now they take a bit of a bent right-hander, left-hander combination onto the main straightaway of the oval, and the white flag is out. One more lap to go.
One more lap to go for the 12 of Guazda. The 20 of Graham has won every single race in this class so far this year. He's trying to look to do it again, but the 12 of Guazda is definitely giving him a run for his money. Guazda getting that early race lead, getting the whole shot. Graham unable to find a way around him. He's been right on his tail this whole race so far. Will the 12 of Guazda be able to hold on and take this Heat 1 race win for the day, as the 20 of Graham goes up and over sideways, gets into the side of the 12 of Guazda. Guazda going to hold on to the lead as the 20 of Graham, up and standing, seems to be in good order at least.
Track workers quick to the scene there to check on the condition of Dax Graham. And there you can see a sneak past Dax. Dax was able to get back up onto his feet. No harm, no foul there as the checkered flies for Colbin Quizda. Dax Graham, as Zach had mentioned, maybe got into the rear wheels of Colbin, who had kind of crossed that quad up in that tight 180-degree turn and clipped the left front wheel of the number 20 machine, and then the quad went into a spin and eventually bucked Dax off the seat as the quad went up on its right side and over onto its top, upside down, but luckily Dax was able to jump back up. No issue there. Glad to see the youngster ready to climb back onto that quad. As a matter of fact, is back on the quad. Not quite on the live stream here, but I can see myself here sitting on the ice that Dax Graham is back on that quad and is going to ride it all the way back to the checkered flag. There you can see Dax completing that final trip around the GP track and will indeed take the checkered flag.
That was race 26. Race 27 up next. 2 heats for our C Rubber GP class. In this first class, we have the 1 of Colton LeMay, 01 of Riley Delcom, Logan Shemek on the 9, the 17 of Ben Kraft, the 23 of Tucker Granger, Avery Schindler on the 24, Mariah Sloop on the 26, and the 29 of Owen Prosecki, going to round out your 8-rider field for race number 1 of 2 for our C Rubber GP class. Bungee cord is pulled, green flag is away, and you will see on those starts, now with the rubber not having those studs in the tire, they do have a little bit more of a slow start right out of the gate, but they are able to gain that traction down that back end straightaway. Looks to be the 29 of Prosecki, currently leading the charge here in race number 1 of our C Rubber GP class.
7 of the expected 8 quads making the start. As you can see, the top 3 pulling away from 4 riders battling for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Prosecki on the 29, your current race leader, wearing the yellow ice gear out front. Possible challenge for the lead into that tight 180-degree turn, and we do have a new leader and then a second new leader, as first the 29 of Prosecki looped it out, and then the rider that took over the lead looped it out underneath them, so one rider goes from 3rd to 1st in the 180-degree turn. 23 of Tucker Granger making that right-hand turn, the 270-degree portion of the track in the infield, just outside the top couple of positions. There is your race leader, the 9 of Logan Shemek. Logan on the 9 and Avery Schindler on the 24, battling unofficially at this point in time for the race lead. Did have a couple of more quads struggle in that 180-degree turn. Still trying to refire those quads. And I believe there you can see one of our quads stalled on that transition, kind of a left-hand sweeper to head down that short chute into the 180-degree turn. Couldn't quite make back out.
And a nice little pass for the lead there. Side by side now for 1 and 2. The 24 had it for just a second. 9 was up to the lead. Now it's back to the 24. The 24 of Schindler still leading this race, but don't count out that 9 of Logan Shemek. Shemek right behind them, trying to get some side-by-side action. Schindler goes slightly sideways. That'll give the 9 the advantage they need to take sole possession of the lead.
One of the things we're seeing here is that if you do get off course and struggle a little bit, by no means is your race over. White flag is out. These two have swapped the lead back and forth no shorter than 4 or 5 times as the 24 of Avery Schindler back out front. The 9 of Logan Shemek trying to battle back from getting to the outside and allowing the 24 underneath. Final trip around the GP track as they head back down to the infield in turn number 2. Schindler on the 24, your race leader. The number 9 of Logan Shemek running second. Shemek on the yellow quad there. There's a close-up of the 24 of Schindler, your race leader.
Schindler giving a little wave to the camera. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but goes sideways. Still leading this race here. The 24 gets a little stuck on that corner. Still giving some friends the wave there as he goes through. Leading the race here, that 24 of Schindler. The 9 of Shemek still hot on his tail. It's currently Schindler, Shemek 1-2.
Final time out of the infield of the oval, and the 24 of Avery Schindler is going to pick up the race win. Avery looking proud there. Logan Shemek on the 9 will hold on for second as the checkered flag waves. We've got a couple of stalled quads in the infield, so I'm assuming we will have a little downtime here trying to clear those quads out of the infield as the remainder of the field makes their way towards the checkered flag to wrap up heat number 1 for the C Rubber GP competitors. Racing action today in Sarona, Wisconsin on MBTV Sports, presented by the Pioneer. Open today, serving food in the bar and outside, including their delicious homemade pizzas. Big thank you to the fine folks at Lincolnwood, also open today with extended parking and offering grab-and-go food, along with a full Bloody Mary bar. And of course, big thanks to the fine folks at Summers on Long, who are serving up their famous craft cocktails with a full menu, including their signature smokehouse barbecue. Zach, could you go for some barbecue right now? I know I could.
Oh yes, definitely sounds great here, especially with seeing that cold weather that you guys have out there in Wisconsin for this racing today for the NWIRC series here. We just saw race number 1 of our C Rubber GP class. Now we'll be moving on to race number 2 of C Rubber GP. We have the 2 of Chris Bushley, the 07 of Brady Wilson, Braxton Johnson on the 13, the 18 of Jacob Ackley out of Cadott, Wisconsin, 19 of Christian Handrahan, the 20 of Jackson Helland, also from Cadott, Wisconsin, Carter Schneider on the 59, and Ellie Swoboda on the 98, rounding out your 8-quad field here. We have all 8 quads set and ready to go as we clear the track from our last section. As you can see right now, I am in the comfort of my nice warm home here. I'm not having to sit there in the cold, but definitely there in spirit with all of you guys here. Got some frigid temperatures out there, but we are ready to go here for some C Rubber GP Division 2 races here at the NWIRC.
Here in Sarona, Wisconsin, Zach, we are wearing thermals and snow boots and gloves and earmuffs as we're trying to stay warm. Temperature down in the teens, but it is, despite the temperatures, it's a beautiful Saturday here in Sarona, Wisconsin, and the racers are eating it up. We've seen some great action today, and we are just having a good time presenting it to you on MBTV Sports. Well, there you can see I've got a nice heater right behind me as we're in the trailer just outside the front straightaway, and heat number 2 for the C Rubber GP competitors is underway.
Two riders out front leading the charge.
Matt making fun of me putting the camera on me.
Nice little charge there at the front as we have a 5-rider battle, swipping and swapping for third on back. It's 2 racers out front though, but we're going all sorts of sideways in that deep right-hand bull infield turn there. Riders out front trying to pull away from the rest of the pack. We're bunched up. We have 2 riders up front. In the middle, we have a nice 4-rider battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. A little bit of space back before we get to another side-by-side battle for 7th and 8th. We're now trying to make this what might be an 8-rider battle for the lead there. Out front, though, our white and red competitor quad setting the pace, leading the charge here in race number 2 of our C-Rubber GP class.
Was that the 07 Brady Wilson, I think? Yeah, there's Brady out front. Your race leader right behind Brady is the 59 machine of Carter Schneider. Schneider trying to take a look to the inside as they come wheel to wheel out of the infield, and right at the line we have a new leader. Carter Schneider out front. Just as I say that, the 07 of Wilson battles back on the outside with a nice speed shot in turns 1 and 2 of the oval, down to the inside. They go again for
nice battles throughout the field here. Battles throughout the pack. We are single file most of the way, but we've got some tight racing going on. Still a nice side-by-side battle up there at the front between the 07 of Wilson and the 59 of Schneider. Schneider and Wilson have been going back-to-back throughout these first few laps, but we do have a 3rd place competitor trying to get in on the mix as well. 3rd place rider right behind them, and we even have 4th, 5th, and 6th hot on their tails as well. It's still the 07 of Wilson, 59 of Schneider, and now we have the 2 and the 13 getting into the mix. The 2 of Buchley currently sitting 3rd, the 13 of Johnson in 4th, as the 2 comes up side by side on your race leaders. We might have a 3-rider battle, 3 side by side for the lead, as the 2 is able to push up into the lead spot now. Buchley from 3rd up to the front in 1 turn.
Boy, what you're seeing here is one of the things that makes the rubber class not only so fun to race, but also so fun to watch. If your quad gets off course just a bit, you drop from 1st to 5th, I guarantee you some rider ahead of you is going to return the favor and perhaps have some struggles of their own. We've seen that several times as the 07 of Brady Wilson led early, then dropped to 2nd, then reclaimed the lead, then dropped to 2nd, reclaimed the lead, dropped to 4th, and has now battled his way back to the front of the pack, using the berm on the outside of that turn to keep the quad under control. Top 3 sliding sideways around the right-hand sweeper before they get on to the following straightaway. They are followed by a 2-rider battle for 4th and 5th, and our 6th place competitor just behind him as they head down the short chute into that tight 180-degree turn. This is where the 07 of Wilson lost the lead last lap.
Now, like we've been saying all day here, especially in the GP classes for the rubber, this is definitely going to be a race where consistency is key. Now, even though the 07 of Wilson has gone back to 2nd, 3rd, 4th throughout this race, he has maintained his spot up at the front because he is staying consistent. You're not seeing him fully floor it, put his thumb to the metal there, so to say, but he's staying nice and smooth up front, and that is able to help secure him the win and take the checkered flag in race number 2 of our C-Rubber GP class.
So we've had some great action already on the GP track, all of it with 4 wheels. Now we're going to take 2 of them away and put the riders on 2 wheels. Amateur motorcycle GP. This will be event number 28 of a 37 event schedule. Some of those events have been broken up into multiple heats, but up next, amateur motorcycle GP action. And I think you're going to be surprised at how fast these 2-wheelers get around the GP track. Cash Pangborn is going to be riding the deuce with Lane Neiseth from Chippewa Falls on the 10. Hunter Kelnhofer will be riding the 18. Travis Wollenzine from Eau Claire on the 21. Miles Morris riding the 22. Zane Lindquist on the 42. Kyle Love with the 59. Wyatt Simonson on the 134. And Noah Larson will be on the 955. There you see the 2-wheelers in the line, including the 955 of Noah Larson lined up all the way to the left. Just to the left of the 59 of Kyle Love. Deeper in the field is the 34 machine. We've got the 10 of Lane Nyseth, and on the extreme outside is the deuce of Cash Pangmore. Now these cycles are, you can notice if you look at the rear wheel, we've swapped the scene there, but if you look at the rear wheel, you'll notice an extra fender that wraps around the rear wheel of these motorcycles. There's also an extra front fender that wraps around the front wheel. There you can see the front fender that's added in addition to the normal fenders that you would expect on a motocross style bike, and that's a safety feature that is required in ice racing for two-wheeled racers in case a bike were to go down or you rub up against a competitor. You don't want to be getting into any of those cold cutter spikes to your arm or leg, so extra safety precautions for the two-wheeled riders. There you can see them leaning it dirt track style into that left-hand turn as they make that transition from the oval onto the GP course. We've got a side-by-side battle for the lead. Top four trying to pull away from the five behind them.
It's that nice 1-2 rider battle at the front of the field. The 22 of Morris currently sitting in third, trying to get his leg up into the mix as we have our second place rider going deep into the outside, getting up into that berm. We now have a sole rider taking position up at the front of the field. 22 of Morris hot on his tail, trying to take over that top place spot before we have a three-rider battle for third, fourth, and fifth right behind them. I believe up front, that might be, if I'm not mistaken, the 955 of Larson. If I'm seeing things correctly, we have a nice little two-rider battle here on the screen going on currently. There is Larson sitting there on the 955. It's the 22 of Morris in second. It's Larson Morris 1-2 here in our first motorcycle GP class of the day.
Kyle Love on the 59 in the mix there as well. I believe that's Love on the green Cowie, trying to race up into the number 2 spot. But as Zach just mentioned, Noah Larson on the 955, your early race leader, was able to fend off a first half lap challenge before that second place bike went up into the snowdrift at the end of the short chute and through that 180-degree turn. Top two are single file. Then it is a three-rider battle for third. Here's third, fourth, and fifth right behind him. The 18 machine of Hunter Kellenhofer holding on to the number 3 spot as they head into the right-hander there.
Kellenhofer in third, and now it's the 22 of Morris who's moved back to fourth. Morris in fourth, trying to take over that third place position now as the 59 of Kyle Love sitting in second place. Love in the middle of those sandwiches there, the 955 of Larson up front, and we've got a three-rider battle for third, fourth, and fifth right behind Love, but Love is sitting pretty there in the 2 spot currently.
So 134 of Wyatt Simonson holding on to the number 5 spot. There you can see the 42 holding on to that position for now at least, as the 955 of your race leader Larson is going to put that rider a lap down. Zane Lindquist goes a lap down to the leader as they head back towards that 180-degree left-hand turn at the end of that short chute. The 955 of Larson making this one look easy as he's able to fend off the early race advances and has now built up quite a commanding lead over Kyle Love on the 59 in second. This time at the finish line, checkered flag is out. Noah Larson's going to get the W in the amateur motorcycle GP race.
That was amateur motorcycle GP for 28, race 29 as we near the end of our first half of races here. We have our Pee Wee GP class. We have 7 riders in this class today. The 2 of Riot Marion out of Fall Creek, Wisconsin. Colbin Guazada on the 12. The 19 of Bronson Taylor out of Osseo, Wisconsin. Alora Roggenholt on the 24. The 28 of Bentley Samplowski. Bentley Irish racing the 29 out of Cadott, Wisconsin, and the 99 of Mason Granger, rounding out your 7 quad field for race 29, Pee Wee GP.
Pee Wee GP is a class that's designed for younger racers, age 12 or younger. Motor must be the original motor from the quad, box stock class, no engine or chassis modifications allowed, no flat track tires, so even though they do have the studs, these are still knobby tires. Max tire size 20 inches, 7 to 8. Front steer tire up to 21 inches on front allowed. Tire cutting is not allowed, however, they can be squared off. So if a knob gets worn down on the wheels, it can square them off. This class is for the more experienced Pee Wee racers. Pee Wee GP coming at you.
Now for this Pee Wee GP class, again, I like to bring it up, these point battles that we'll be looking at. You know, up front, we have a two-rider battle for the lead, just 1 point separating our top two riders, the 24 of Roggenholt and the 2 of Marion. So that is going to be the battle to watch in this race of the day. As green flag is out, one of our riders taking a wheelie as we hit the green flag. One rider pulling away from the rest of the field in front of a little two-rider battle for second and third right behind them.
Top 3 trying to pull away from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's right, we had 7 riders in the lineup, and 8th pulled up to the line, a late entry, I believe. We apologize, don't quite have the name and number of that racer, but all riders on the GP track. Your race leader trying to pull away from what's now become a two-rider battle for second and third for now. Are we going to add a third to give us a 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth? Well, they separate themselves just a bit as they exit the infield and head onto the front straightaway to complete lap number 1 of our Pee Wee GP first heat race.
And it looks like that mystery rider that we had that pulled up to the line late is actually our current race leader, the 07, setting the pace out front in the lead. Unfortunately, we don't have that rider's name, but they are out front pulling away from the rest of the field. That rider, second, third, fourth, and now even 5th place battle position still going on right behind him as we have a nice little 2-quad battle at the back of the field as well. Our second and third place riders getting into each other in that 180. That'll give our 4th place rider a chance to take sole position of the 2nd place spot. It's still the 07 out front and alone, now pulling away from the rest of the field.
So you've seen a lot of action through the infield, but that 180-degree turn has been the bane of most competitors here. They carry some surprising speed down that short chute. I call it a short chute, but it's a good length, probably a solid 200 feet plus, and I think it's catching some of the riders by surprise. They're either getting into that 180-degree hairpin turn a bit too hot, or, as we've seen on a couple of instances, perhaps a rider behind them gets in a bit too hot, and then we do some rubbing and end up turning 1, if not 2, of the racers around or stall them sideways. So that 180-degree turn has most definitely been giving the riders some trouble as they cross the line. This time on the front straightaway, they complete another lap.
It's still the 07 leading the charge here. Now what seems to be almost a half lap advantage, if I'm seeing that correctly, over the 2nd place rider. The 07 setting a blistering pace, you know, with those 2nd and 3rd place riders beforehand getting into each other in that 180-degree turn. Riders having to go around to the outside and inside of that wreck there. That gave our 07 the chance he needed to absolutely pull away from the rest of the field. He's actually coming up on the back end of the field now as he is about to put one of our riders a lap down there, coming down to what I believe is the checkered flag.
Yep, checkered flag displayed to the 07 machine. Going to get the win. Here comes 2nd, 3rd, and 4th to cross the line and take the checkered flag to wrap up our Pee Wee GP. I gotta tell you, that sure did not look like Pee Wees. They were carrying some serious speed in that heat race. Next race will be amateur studded GP division. We'll have 2 heat races for this class. Heat race number 1 will contain Brady Stewart on the number 1, Tristan Kiso on the 2, Brant Hans riding the 07, Alex Quinnell on the 8, Hunter Kelnhofer riding the 18, Ben Kraft on the 23, and Mick York will be riding the 50.
Now for this amateur studded GP class, this is going to be a mix of B and C class riders. You know, they're able to race any 2-wheel drive studded ATV as long as they have Nerf bars on there. Those are mandatory for this GP class. Now we have a full mix of riders here.
And interrupt you there, Zach. As you can see, these quads that are sitting on the line, we actually got a couple of races out of order, so we apologize on that. That race that just completed was actually The first heat of the amateur studded GP class. Now on the line are our Pee Wee racers. You know, I even mentioned when they finished that race, I thought they looked so much faster than I expected from the Pee Wees. So we've got Pee Wees on the line now, and we ran heat race number 1 for the amateur studded class.
That makes a lot more sense over here, seeing these numbers line up a little bit better. So now for this Pee Wee GP class, this lineup, just a quick reminder from the last time, it's the 2 of Riot Marion out of Fall Creek, Wisconsin, Colbin Guizada on the 12, the 19 of Bronson Taylor from Osseo, Wisconsin, Alora Roggenholt on the 24, Bentley Samplowski on the 28, the 29 of Cadott, Wisconsin's Bentley Irish, and the 99 of Mason Granger are going to be making the call for our Pee Wee GP class. Starter checks the line, makes sure they are all good to go. Green flag is out, and we are Pee Wee GP racing for what was race 29. One rider out front pulling away. It's the 24 of Roggenholt. Roggenholt, your current race leader in the point standings right now, if I'm remembering correctly. Roggenholt setting the pace out front alone. Right behind her, it's the 99 of Mason Granger hot on their tail.
We saw Granger have a strong run earlier on the oval. Granger now holding on to the number 2 spot in this Pee Wee GP heat race, but it is Roggenholt on the 24, your early race leader. Top 2 have a nice little battle going here for first and second, then a little separation to our 3rd place quad, kind of all alone, then a bit of separation back to 4th, 5th, 6th, and then some more separation back to our 7th place competitor to round out the field. There you saw the top 2 struggling that 180-degree turn. Compliments of the MBTV Sports.com drone. Now single file down that second short chute into the 270-degree right-hander.
Single file throughout our top 4. Right now it's the 99 of Granger leading the charge on that 2-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd. The 24 of Roggenholt back to 2nd. The 2 of Marion in 3rd. Now it's that battle for 2nd and 3rd that we're going to want to watch. The 24 of Roggenholt, your current points leader. The 2 of Marion just 1 point behind in 2nd. Now this could determine what we're seeing for the points battle in this Pee Wee GP class for the rest of the season. Out front alone, though, Granger setting a blistering pace, pulling away from that battle for 2nd and 3rd as we go into the infield here.
Granger took a quick peek over his left-hand shoulder to see the 24 of Alora Roggenholt, and Alora then got up into the snow on the outside of that turn, gave up the number 2 spot as Riot Marion now sneaks up to 2nd. Roggenholt on the 24 back to 3rd, I believe. There's your race leader, the 99 of Mason Granger, again taking a peek over that left-hand shoulder. They always say to the youngsters, don't worry about the race behind you. Keep your eyes forward so that you can prepare yourself for the next obstacle that's approaching. But Mason Granger just cannot resist the temptation to take a quick peek over the shoulder and size up the competition.
I will say, though, on this one, I understand why you might be keeping an eye behind him. You know, like we've been saying all day here, especially on these GP classes where you're going to be wanting to go a little bit more slow and smooth. I'm guessing Granger might be checking behind him to see how much space he has so that he can slow down a little bit and try to make it a more smooth entry into these corners as opposed to, blasting into them, accidentally sliding out far, and then giving away that lead. Checkered flag is out. It's going to be the 99 of Granger taking the win today in the Pee Wee GP class heat number 1.
Valid point that Zach raises there. There are many ways that competitors will attack the competition. One is trying to focus forward. Other is trying to make sure you don't get run over by someone who might be trying to make a move from behind. Interesting lineup there for our next race, as I believe that is the 43 of Corey Arneson opting to start just a bit back of the bungee, maybe trying to time his start and get a hot shot start off the line. But this will be heat race number 2 now, I believe, for the amateur studded GP class, including the 43 of Corey Arneson, the 87 of Braden Wolf, the 93 of Hunter Toroni, also the 28 of Chris Samplowski, the 19 of Tucker Kemp, and the 15 of Dustin Hakes.
Dick's Racers. Seems to be a 7th rider on there as well for this heat race number 2 in our amateur studded GP class.
Their Arneson is pulled up even with the rest of the competitors, so no jump on this one. A lot of the racers here in this lineup opting to start to the right side of the start line there. Undoubtedly hoping to use a wider entry into the turn to perhaps set themselves up for that tighter left-hand turn into the GP portion of the track.
Starter runs ahead, makes sure everyone is good to go as the bungee cord is dropped. One of our riders rocketing out front. We now have a 2-rider battle for the lead as we go into the infield. Our rider in the lead setting a blistering pace as we've got 3 into each other going onto the infield.
Right-hand turn, one rider getting up onto the right side wheels and bucking them off, and you can see the red flag there real quickly. So this will be a complete restart after multiple riders get together in that first turn. So
If I saw the numbers correctly, I think it may have possibly been the 87 of Braden Wolf getting up on his side there. We also see the 53 machine getting into the mix. The 53 looks to be our mystery 7th rider that we have there. 53 is going to get all restarted so that we can get back to some green flag action on this next restart for the day.
So some interesting facts about the way that they line these riders up on the start line. Choice of position on the line is determined for these first races by the computer. It's just a random draw. They put all the names of the rider in each race into the computer, and then a random number generator lines them up. You can see there behind the start line, we've got the next 2 races lined up. So if a rider in the next race got a low number from the computer, they would be the first to roll out of what's called the staging area, and then they can select anywhere they want on that front line. When the machines are staged and ready, the riders are waiting for that cord to snap. If there's something we haven't mentioned yet today, if a rider were to touch the cord, the race would be restarted, and that rider would start in the second row. Can't see a second row painted on the ice here, but there is a second row. You'll see the 53 back there called the penalty line, and that would be the way that they are punished if they try to jump the start, so to say. But the 53 machine, after rolling that quad, looks like he's bent the handlebars down a little bit. Going to try and make sure that the quad still meets all safety requirements, and they'll see if they can refire that quad and get it back up on the line. The 53 machine, the late entry to this lineup.
Looks to be the 53 of Bieber that is out there right now. Bieber going to be starting on that back lineup, the penalty line for this restart here.
Looks like they just got the 53 machine refired, and we'll see if he's going to exit the staging area or exit the lineup area or not. Another rider being placed back to the penalty line, and that is the 15. Looks like we've got a second number on there. So that's Dustin Hakes on the 15 machine, and the 53 going to join him there on the quote-unquote penalty line, which is basically 20 feet back from the start line. There you can see the 93 of Hunter Taroni alongside the 28 of Chris Samplowski. Another bungee snap, ready to send them out onto the GP track. Ooh, the rider on the right getting a rocket start, the 28 machine of Chris Samplowski, saying, oh, God darn it, stalled the bike, stalled the quad, and he is idle in the water as he watches the competitors race away.
Out front looks to be the 43 of Aronson, your current race leader, fending off a 2-quad battle for second and third as we now single file out as we get into that 180-degree turn. Our top 5 quads, all decently close to each other, about 3 quad lengths in between our top 5. 5th place rider, going back a little bit, it's still Aronson out front, your sole race leader, as that nice little battle for second and third is developing just behind him between, I believe, the 19 of Kempe and our 3rd place rider.
So a 2-rider battle nose to tail there on the oval as they cut down to the bottom of turn number 2 and head to the infield for the GP track. Race leader of Aronson, on the 43, pulling away that 2-rider battle for second and third. Being threatened to be joined by the 4th place rider. Could have a 3-rider battle for second, third, and 4th. Also a 2-rider battle there at the back of the pack for 6th and 7th. 15 of Dustin.
The 19 and the 93 of Taroni is currently sitting in that 3rd place spot. Aronson, Kempe, Taroni, 1, 2, 3. Nice battle there. Still raging on for second and third. Kempe has second. Taroni wants second. All 3 of our top riders pulling away from the rest of the field. A little bit of space before we get back to our sole 4th place rider. And then we have about a 1-turn advantage over 5th and 6th place. The 43 of Aronson pulling away from the rest of the field as we now have what might look like a 3-rider battle for second, third, and 4th developing.
Corey Aronson on the 43, your race leader, coming across the line. Leading into the lap as the white flag is displayed. Dustin Hakes able to put a little distance between the number 15 in second and the rest of the competition behind in third and 4th. About an equal distance from second, third, and then third back to 4th. Still battles to be decided for the remainder of the positions as well, but Corey Aronson appears to have this one well under control as he heads into the 180-degree turn. Successfully navigates around that. There's that second short chute, actually gets the front of that quad up in the air as the power from the rear wheels lifts the front end. There you can see that left side body English trying to keep the left side of that quad down. Comes out of the infield and out of the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out. Corey Aronson's going to get the W in heat number 2 for the amateur stage class.
That was race number 30 of 37, I believe. 37 classes out there hitting the track today in our first section of heats. Race number 31 up next, our junior studded GP class. We have the 15 of Brooklyn Hakes, the 28 of Raymond Jansen, Matthew Fernstall piloting the 33, Emmett Salter on the 42, the 87 of Braden Wolf, and the 99 of Braden Irish going to round out your 6-quad field for race number 31 junior studded GP.
Junior studded GP for the quads going to be next, as Zach was just giving us the starting lineup for this next event. Again, 37, and this is race 31, or this is division, 31 of the 37 divisions that are competing. A great turnout of competitors. I've mentioned it a couple of times already today. 371 entries for the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club. NWIRC in Sarona. Big money day in Sarona, Wisconsin on Long Lake, and we get ready for our junior studded GP competition. See the 87 machine of Braden Wolf lined up alongside the 42 of Emmett Salter. Just to the right of the 28 of Raymond Jansen. Other riders out there include Braden Irish on the 99, Brooklyn Hakes on the 15, Matthew Fernstall with a 33. Looks like all 6 riders ready to rock and roar as the bungee is snapped, and away they go. One rider slow off the line, not sure if he stalled it, but the other remaining competitors in the field make their way down that straightaway and into the tight left-hand turn to get out of the GP track. One rider squirts away as our early race leader. Oh, we've got a tumble. Rider goes over hard, collects the 87 of Braden Wolf. Wolf gets up into the snow berm. This will be a red flag, which will produce a complete restart. best thing we noticed there is that the rider was able to hop up quickly after tumbling. Here's a quick replay. There you can see the left side wheels, I think, climbed the berm on the inside of that turn, and then the right side wheels took a hard bite, and the top side just went over.
Tried to take that deep inside line there through that corner onto the inside GP track. And yeah, just didn't do what he was hoping there. You know, glad to see the rider back up and walking around. Everything seems to be good with him. Now this restart is definitely not what I bet the 42 of Emmett Salter is wanting. Salter had gotten the whole shot, leading the charge there. He's won every race in this class so far. Was looking for a nice, easy start. He's going to have to try to do this a second time now as we go through the restart in this junior studded GP class. Making sure our 3 quads who are all in that wreck are back up and ready to go. They're all standing, getting their quads reordered out of that big snowbank there as we get onto the GP course.
That was the 28 of Raymond Jansen that went over. Raymond would be the rider there on the bottom in the brown riding gear on the black quad. The 87 is Braden Wolf. That would be the red quad there. And then the blue and yellow machine is Brooklyn Hakes, the number 15. Luckily, Brooklyn and Braden, they never went over. They just got tangled up in the snowbank there. So they needed a helping hand from the track workers. And there I can confirm that is the 28 of Raymond Jansen. You can see the number plate on the front of the quad. Raymond was able to hop up after sliding across the ice. And that is one thing about the ice. Maybe a bit more forgiving than dirt. If you take a tumble on dirt, a lot of times your gear or your helmet will bite into the dirt and give you an abrupt stop. But on the ice, there's a little bit of slide that allows the riders maybe to absorb some of the energy there and hop back up, as we saw Raymond was able to do after being thrown off the 28. So again, this will be a complete restart. They'll bring the quads back to the start line, and this gives us an opportunity to continue to thank those supporters and sponsors who make today's event available and possible. Thanks to the Rockford House Saloon, full-service bar with food and great game room for the kiddos. Big thanks to Dave's Outboard as well, premium fuel and the cutest little bar on the lake. Also, Butternut Hills Golf Course, famous for their excellent golf course and their amazing Friday night fish fry. It might be cold now, but I bet you can imagine a warm night at Butternut Hills Golf Course.
Nice view of the pits there. Have a lot of racers out there today. Dan, correct me if I'm wrong. You said there were 301 race entries. Is that correct?
371.
Nice. Lots of trailers out there, you know, ranging from, we have UTV racers, quad racers. You see a couple motocross bikes sitting out there getting in on the action. You know, love to see a nice big number of entries there. 371 race entries as our drone takes a little dive into the snowbanks there. Gets some nice action of the flurries. Still in the process of getting our junior studded GP class realigned up here and ready to go. We're going to have riders there in the penalty line again, just for getting that restart caused up front. It looks like we have 4 of our riders leading the charge. We'll have the 3 riders who wrecked on the penalty line, if I'm seeing this correctly. So it'll be that 28 of Raymond Jansen, the 15 of Hakes, and I believe the 87 of Wolf, all lining up on that second line.
That is correct, Zach. And that leaves us those 4 on the front line.
That would be the 33 of Fernstall, 42 of Salter, 99 of Irish up there, along with our 7th mystery rider. Taking a moment here just to make sure everyone is lined up and ready to go here. You know, I want to make sure that we are all set and ready in this junior studded GP class. Now, for this junior studded GP class, we got the green flag, so we are all set to go, and it's going to be the 42 of Salter, doing what he did last time by, taking the whole shot. First one to rocket out of the gate and into that inside GP corner, as we've got a 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth right behind him. Salter out front, 3 riders in second, third, and fourth, hot on his tail. Salter goes around. Salter, your race leader, gonna push back to third. He has 1 rider getting by him. Now it's that red quad that we have out front alone. Looks to be the 33 of Fernstall who's going to be leading the charge. Fernstall up to the lead, able to capitalize on the slide out from the 42 of Salter. Fernstall in the lead. The 87 of Wolf going to be second. Wolf was caught up in that wreck in the first restart, able to get up to second place now in this second drop for this class. Out front alone, still it's the 33 of Fernstall leading the charge. Wolf hot on his tail in second, and we might have our third place competitor coming up on their tail, trying to get into the mix as well, as the 42 of Salter now tries to move back into the podium position. Salter in fourth currently, sitting behind the 99 of Irish in third. Salter has won every single race in this class so far this year. He's trying to make it a clean sweep, but now he's going to have to work through the field to do so. It's Fernstall on the 33 out front, Wolf in second. Then we have that 2-rider battle for third and fourth. It looks like the 99 of Irish spun out, which gives the 42 of Salter lone position in that third place spot. Fernstall, Wolf, Salter, 1, 2, 3 as it currently sits. We're going to go back into the infield there, as now Salter's made his way up to battle for that second place position. Fernstall leading the charge. Wolf in second. Salter in third. The battle there is for second and third between Wolf and Salter as we go through that left-hand corner on the inside of the GP track. Salter able to cut down low. Salter now up to second, setting his sights on the 33 of Fernstall in the lead. Salter with the early race lead went around in this corner we're seeing right now. Let's see if he's able to capitalize. He's able to get up side by side with the 33 of Fernstall. Fernstall looks behind, takes the checkered flag. Fernstall is going to be your race winner for race 31 junior studded GP. It's going to go Fernstall, Salter, Wolf, 1, 2, 3, 4. Salter got around in that corner on the first lap, wasn't able to make it back up to the lead, but did finish second overall. This will bring us to race 32, our B Rubber GP class. Quite a few competitors in this class. We got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 riders for B Rubber GP. We have the 2 of Ryan Osborne, 5 of Riley Ginder, the 12 of Allie Hazelton out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, Dylan Michaels on the 17, Cadott, Wisconsin's Jackson Helland on the 20, the 21 of Thorpe, Wisconsin's Josie Olinsky, Austin Henneman racing the 25 out of Bloomer, Wisconsin, Landon Tiller on the 33 from Chippewa Falls, Trenton Goodenough is going to be on the 73. We have the 74 of Jesse Buchley from Bloomer, Wisconsin, the 79 of Sean Berlin, and Addison Ryder piloting the 92, rounding out your 12 sled field for B Rubber GP. Now, once again, we're going back to this rubber class, so this is definitely going to be a class to watch where you are going to want to be smooth and steady in this class. The smoother you are, the better you will be able to get out front here. So for this B Rubber GP class, these are going to be any unstudded ATVs. They got an open tire rule and open to B riders. Now, they're not going to be able to shorten their swing arm, but they do have mandatory Nerf bars in this class. That is the B Rubber GP class. Addison Ryder on the 92, currently your points leader in this class with 25 points. Right behind her, hot on her tail with 21 points, only 4 points behind. It's the 79 of Sean Berlin. So the 92 and the 79 are going to be the 2 quads that we're going to want to watch in this race here, as it's those battles that we will be seeing up front in the points throughout the rest of this season. We're getting our quads all set and ready to go before we get back to some green flag action here, wanted to take some time to thank some of our sponsors here. They're the ones who are able to give us these big payouts in the NWIRC in Sarona class today. We have Long Lake Chamber of Commerce, Summers on Long, Pioneer on Long, Mag Stainless, and Andy Hagen Excavating, among others, some of our top sponsors for today's race. We have some very big payouts for this class. As our starting line checks our riders, make sure they are all ready to go. Bungee cord is pulled, and away we go in our B Rubber GP class. A whole slew of riders going out onto the backstretch. One rider rocketing from the outside up to the lead, able to make that tight left-hand turn into the GP course, pulling ahead of the 21 of Olinsky. Olinsky had held on to that early race lead, but he was able to rocket by to the outside. Right now, your race leader, if I'm seeing that correctly, is the white quad out front, pulling away from the rest of the field. The 21 of Olinsky now in a two-rider battle for second and third with the 79 of Berlin. Berlin sitting second in the points, as our race leader was the 33 of Tiller. Tiller had rocketed by. He spins around in that 180 that's been having a lot of problems for these riders. We see quite a few riders getting all bunched up there in that 180-degree turn. That will give the 21 of Olinsky, I believe, now your sole race leading position out front. I take it back, it's actually the 79 of Berlin who is able to get by the 33 of Tiller unscathed. Berlin now your race leader in the B Rubber GP class. Berlin sitting second in the points. This is going to be just what he needs to try to take over that top place position from current points leader, the 92 of Ryder. Ryder, I don't even believe, is in the top three on the track as it sits. There we see Ryder battling with the 5 of Ginder. As Ryder goes a little sideways, Ginder able to get up underneath the 92 of Addison Ryder.
Great battle for position there through the infield, but while they are battling each other, Sean Berlin enjoys open space ahead and around him and is able to push that quad as hard as necessary, and that's allowing Sean to stretch the advantage over the competition. There's our competitors in the 180-degree turn. The number 5 of Riley Ginder in that battle as well, losing a little ground coming out of that tight 180-degree turn and down that second short chute.
Now, I know we keep preaching this thing, but you're definitely going to be seeing it in this class. So in this B Rubber GP class, consistency and being smooth is key. You're seeing a lot of swaps for position, but out front right now, that 79 of Berlin, he's been smooth all day long, especially doing so in this class here. That's going to give him the advantage that he needs to be able to hold on to that lead position. Now you see he's taking it slow and smooth through that right-hand bull corner on the inside of the GP track, but he is able to pull away from that 4-rider battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. We got side-by-side action for fourth and fifth between 2 of our riders. Another 2 of our riders now separating from that 4-quad battle to be more of a 2-quad battle for second and third, as well as a side-by-side battle for fourth and fifth.
The entire field getting the white flag last time across the line. Sean Berlin on the 79 is going to be making his way towards the waving checkered flag when Sean exits the interior of the oval on the GP track. There you can see the 79 taking a smooth exit from the GP track onto the oval. Checkered flag is out, and Sean Berlin will get the B Rubber GP win in their first race of the day. Rest of the field going to try to make their way down to the waving checkered flag and complete their battles for position, as it looks like 2 quads end up with last lap trouble.
Rest of our riders going to make their way.
Wheel affair, open motorcycle GP action. Jacob Dick going to be riding the number 3 machine. Riley Ginder will be on the 5. Jason Larson on the 11. Travis Wollenseen Ryan at the 21, Cody Funk at the 25, Tristan Kiso at the 28, Gavin Love on the 59, and Neil Patey on the 393. You can see the 28 of Tristan Kiso lined up to the extreme right side of the field, and the 25 of Cody Funk lined up to the extreme left side of the field. Sandwiched in the middle is the 3 of Jacob Dick. The rest of the field, including the 21 of Travis Wolzine, the 11 of Jason Larson, Tristan Kiso on the 28, as I mentioned, on the outside there. You can see Cody Funk trying to warm himself up, getting psyched and in the game and ready to rock and roll with the 25 Yamaha. This will be open motorcycle GP action. This is division number 33 of our 37 division lineup. Coming up next, it will be a rubber GP. But right now, open motorcycle GP action.
Similar to what we saw earlier for the amateur GP motorcycle class. So this open GP class also going to be any studded motorcycle with a maximum 500cc two-stroke or 450cc four-stroke. Main difference with this one is that this is going to be an open riders only. So we got a little bit more top competitors here in this open motorcycle GP class. Bungee cord is pulled, and away we go for our open motorcycle GP heat race number 33. Into the infield, 2 riders out front leading the charge.
Looked like the good starts came from the middle of the pack to the right side of the pack. Inside lineups didn't quite work out. Not sure if the ice is being chewed up much there or perhaps a bit slicker than the rest. The field goes around that 180-degree turn onto the second short chute. The top 2 trying to pull away in their battle for the lead.
2 riders out front in the battle for the lead. Looks like it is the 11 of Larson leading the charge. Larson going to put their first laps in the book. We have a nice little battle for 3rd and 4th also going on just behind, with the 3 of Jacob Dick currently sitting in 3rd place overall. Larson going to duck down to the inside of that GP track on the interior oval. We're now single file throughout the field. Larson pulling away from the 2nd place competitor, who I believe may have been the 59 of Love, if I'm seeing things correctly.
Field getting stretched out on this second trip around the GP track, except for the top 2. It looks like the 59 of Gavin Love deep in the field trying to work through some competition. Your top 2 are nose to tail. Again, it's the 11 of Jason Larson out front. Right behind him is the 59 of Gavin Love, who's moved up to the number 2 spot, and then I believe currently holding on to the number 3 spot. Did have a change of position there. I thought it was Funk, but I think Funk a bit deeper in the field. Side by side for the lead. Did they touch? I'm not sure, but the 59 of Gavin Love able to sneak underneath the 11 machine of Jason Larson, and just like that, we have got a new leader.
Larson back to 2nd, but now he's got company hot on his tail with the 3rd place rider. We're going to put another lap in the books as the 59 of Love now out of that battle for the 1st spot. Love is able to try to pull away. Larson not going to go without a battle, though. We now might be flirting with a 3-rider battle for the lead there. Love with the slight advantage in the lead, about 3 cycle lengths ahead of that 2-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd between the 11 of Larson and the 393 of Petty. Petty currently sitting in 3rd place, trying to make a move across the inside of Larson to take over that 2nd place spot.
Boy, I tell you, this really shows how important the start can be, because the 11 of Larson got a great jump off the line, and that allowed Jason to enjoy the first lap and a half out front pretty much unmolested. Was able to run exactly where he wanted to, whereas Love on the 59 didn't quite get as good a start, and then had to claw his way back towards the front, and then eventually had to work his way underneath the 11 machine. And so that, again, just shows how important the start could be. Imagine the lead that Love would have right now if the start had gone his way and he was able to propel the bike away from the start. The 393
Exactly.
And the 11 of Larson battling side by side for 2nd now.
Love, like you said, he didn't get the start that he wanted, but now that he was able to make his way past Larson, has been able to pull away. Checkered flag is out. Love gonna take the win. Larson gonna finish second. Petty rounding out your top three in our open motorcycle GP. That was race 33. Race 34 up next. We're going from 2 wheels back up to 4 wheels for our A Rubber GP class. We have the 10 of Colton Buchley from Bloomer, Wisconsin. Jake Prosecki piloting the 21. 22 of Ashton Reyes out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Brad Thompson on the 41. Jake Rubenser on the 43. We have the 47 of Tommy Anderson. 51 of Mitch Shervey. The 57 of Mike Anderson. And rounding out your 9 quad field, we have the 72 of Parker Redinger out of Cadott, Wisconsin. So this is that race 34 A Rubber GP class as we start to get to the end of our first half of activities here in today's NWIRC race.
In the A Rubber GP class, current point leader is Jace Prosecki. Jace Prosecki on the 21 machine. He's got a 2-point advantage over Ashton Reese. So as we get near the end of the 2024-2025 Winter Series for the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club, each and every point available is of importance as Prosecki and Reese are battling for the championship. You can see them working their way through the infield now, and our race leader has pulled away to a commanding advantage. Then it's heavy traffic from second on back.
We have, I believe, a 6-rider battle now spreading out slightly. Our second place rider able to get away from that battle as our leader goes around in that 180-degree turn we've been having trouble with. We have quite a few quads spinning it in that 180-degree turn, all getting into each other, sliding sideways. Again, we keep preaching it, but in these rubber GP classes, consistency is going to be key on this one. Everyone's got to be taking smooth corners, and you'll see the ones who are really booking it into the corners are the ones who are struggling with it. We have the battle leading that 4 quad pack for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. It's the 51 of Shervey leading the charge. The 43 of Rubenser currently sitting in 4th place, now in 2nd in that battle for 3rd. The 57 of Anderson out front alone, though, leading the charge on the 21 of Prosecki. Prosecki in 2nd place, setting his sights on the 57 of Anderson in the lead.
So Anderson on that 57, as Zach was just explaining, running the track, you would almost say conservatively, not overdriving it. And what that's doing is allowing him to keep that advantage out ahead of the competition as the 21 of Prosecki takes a look to the inside. Just as I was mentioning, the smooth lines that Anderson was running has some trouble in that 180-degree turn, and now the 21, your current point leader, Jake Prosecki, is right there to try and clean up and perhaps sneak past for the lead. That's another concept that we have mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. In these rubber classes, if you do make a mistake early, it's not like the race is done, because you could probably count on some of the other competitors having an issue before the checkered flag flies. Top 2 having a good battle around the turns 1 and 2 area of the oval, and now they begin the process of ducking back down to the infield. Ooh, they touch going into that left-hand turn. The 21 of Prosecki muscling his way into the lead as Anderson on the 57 backslides 1 spot to 2nd.
Our top 2 racers out front alone with a 2-turn advantage over our battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, now down to a 3-quad battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And just as we say that, the 21 of Prosecki was able to muscle his way up to the lead, now pulling away from the 57 of Anderson. Gets a little slideways there on that 180-degree left-hand turn, but he's able to save it. Prosecki pulling away in 1st, Anderson currently sitting in 2nd, with about a 2 straightaway advantage over the 3rd place rider, leading that 3-quad battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Coming back out onto the front stretch one more time, checkered flag is out for the 21 of Prosecki, going to take the win today in the A Rubber GP Heat number 1.
So we've talked a bit about points and how these racers are battling in not only today's action, but also in the season-long point standings. While a strong finish in this first race is important, it's not the only finish that is important, because the second race will also play into the what's called overall finish. So, for example, if you were to win race number 1 and finish 3rd in race number 2, you would get 1 point for that first race win. You would get 3 points for that second race win. Total those together, that's 4. If a rider were to finish 2nd in the first race but win the second race, 2 points for the first race, 1 point for the win in the second race, that's only 3 points. They would actually finish higher in the overall standings, not only because of the lower number, but also because of the better finish in the second race. Finishing position in the second race would be considered a tie-breaking scenario if 2 riders ended up with for example, 5 points at the end of the day. Whichever rider finished better in the second race would be awarded the position. Next event is going to be our open studded GP race. Tyler Allen on the 4, Mitch Williams on the 12, Jake Semplowski riding the 18, Carson Patrick with the 19, Dylan Meyer on the 22, Dawson Dick on the 23, Michael Randall on the 25 as the bungee is snapped and away they go. Other riders include Gage Weber on the 40, Jace White on the 47, Blaine Stagenga riding the 53, and Desmond Fernstall on the 88. This is open studded GP.
The 19 of Carson Patrick gets stuck in the gate there, not going to have the jump that he wants now at the back of the field. Up front, though, we had a couple quads rocket their way up to the lead here as we have 4 quads setting the pace at the front of the field here. 1 quad way out front, pulling away from the rest of the field, trying to set his sights out on that open track ahead of him. We might be seeing a 2-quad battle for first and second as we come and put our first lap into the books for the open studded GP class. Nice little inside cam.
In turns 1 and 2,
sees those left-hand turns
these racers are carrying. Don't worry about the ice, don't worry about the snow. They're pushing it just as hard as they can, and that speed shot is a great perspective. The 47 machine of Jace White there being shown, working his way through the infield down that short chute to the 180-degree turn. White is able to get that quad rotated and then quickly get back into the throttle to exit the tight, slow portion of the racetrack, pick up momentum again, and head towards the front straightaway to complete another lap. Jace White on the 47, your current race leader.
Now, one thing that I love about how they have structured this race format today is being able to see the differences between going from the rubber class that we saw last time to now the open studded class. You can definitely see the difference not only in how the actual races are going, but the riding styles as well. Now that these riders out here in the open studded GP class have those studs and screws in their tire, you can see how quickly they're able to rocket out of these corners. That 47 of Jace White leading the charge here. Coming out of each corner, he is able to absolutely pin it. He has all the traction he needs to pull away from that second place rider who looks to be the 4 of Tyler Allen.
That time across the line, White trying to close in just a bit, see if he can at least stay within sight of the race leader. They exit the oval again down there on the turn 2 portion and head down into the infield. It's the 47 of White out front, but the 4 of Allen giving chase. You know, really all it would take is one minor hiccup by the 47 of White, and that would allow Allen to capitalize on the opportunity, perhaps close the door, maybe even throw a challenge at White for the lead. But thus far, White has been pretty much bulletproof.
Exactly. He's putting another laps here as he pulls on to the front straightaway. I believe that may have possibly been the white flag he was receiving as we go back onto the back straightaway through that oval turn and cut back down into the GP course there as White puts another lap in the books, slowly but surely pulling away from the 4 of Tyler Allen in second.
Yep, final lap for your race leader, Jace White on the 47. He got the white last time by, and he has, there must have been an issue for Allen because he has completely lost sight of the race leader. Jace White is all alone out front on the 47 machine. Could probably, from this point, the final left-hand turn on the GP portion of the track, could probably coast his way to the waving checkered flag. He doesn't, though. He's going to pin it to win it and take the open studded GP heat race win.
That was race 35, Open Studded GP. Race 36, just 2 races left to go in this first half of our racing action today. Race 36, Pro Rubber GP coming up next. We have the 01 of Evan Fuller. Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin's Tyler Thompson racing the 03. The 4 of Brody Barsamian. The 9 of Trevin White. Andrew Steinmetz on the 16. Kennedy Swan on the 18. The 21 of Jordan Kalbreyer. 27 of Tanner Lowry. Corey Aronson piloting the 43 out of Cadott, Wisconsin. Jace White once again racing on the 47. The 50 of Vanden Reyes racing out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And the 80 of Sam Rasmussen is going to round out your field for race 36, Pro Rubber GP. I believe we have 12 riders in this class making the call today.
Turn it up a notch with the pro class about ready to attack the track. This is Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club event and Sarona, Wisconsin on Long Lake. A big thank you to the businesses who are helping to make this event possible, including Bees and Trees, dealer of docks and lifts, along with offering pontoon rentals. And let's not forget about the famous Hive with an ice cream shop and coffee bar. Bees and Trees, great supporter of NWIRC action in Sarona, Wisconsin today. All right, ready for our Pro Rubber GP event. The bungee is snapped and away they go. They bring them up to speed on turns 1 and 2 of the oval, and they will take that hard left-hand turn down into the infield. GP racing underway, pro class on the track.
Looks like it's the 03 of Tyler Thompson with the early lead. Gets a little sideways, some bumping and banging from second on back. Thompson still holding on to the lead. Gets into the berm, though. He's going to move back to second as we have a pass for the lead. It's now the 43 of Corey Aronson leading the charge and pulling away from the rest of the field. Aronson on the 43 in first. The 03 of Thompson in second. The rest of our racers following suit behind.
You saw these pro racers push it just as hard as they could down that start gate straight, and they tried to carry as much speed and momentum through that tight left-hand turn onto the GP portion of the track as they could, but it caught several of them unawares as they slid out, including early race leader. And we had a change down there in that left-hand turn as Aronson and the 03 of Thompson are battling for the lead. There's the 43 of Aronson, your race leader, back out onto turns 1 and 2 of the oval. And here's the spot where they really bunched up on the opening lap as they were trying to carry so much speed into the interior of the GP track that it caught some of them off guard. Again, it looks like the 03 of Thompson struggling just a bit in that turn.
Yeah, same spot he struggled in earlier on in the first lap. Now we got this nice speed shot. The 43 of Aronson leading the charge, getting by some lap traffic. Looks like the 80 of Sam Rasmussen might be having some issues there. He's come almost to a complete stop on the inside of that GP corner. 43 of Aronson still leading the charge there. 03 of Thompson hot on his tail as we put another lap in the books for our Pro Rubber GP class.
Competition all the way through the field looking stout in this pro class. And again, since this is a rubber class, it comes down to what we were talking about early, not over driving that machine as the 47 of a White and the 4 of Barsamian battle for position. Now we're back to our race leader, the 43 of Corey Aronson. Aronson out front and looking so comfortable. It almost sounds like cliche, but you slow it down to go faster, and that's what gets you to the checkered flag first. And Corey Aronson is putting on a rider's clinic in this race at the very least as he continues to stretch that advantage over the 03 of Tyler Thompson in second.
Now, you know, Dan, I'd expect nothing less from the 43 of Aronson. You know, he is leading the class currently in the points. He has won every single race so far this year in the Pro Rubber GP class. So it only makes sense that he's putting on the clinic we're seeing now, showing the rest of these Pro Rubber GP riders how it's done. You know, he's got 40 points on the season so far, leading the charge. He is almost double ahead of the second place rider, the 4 of Brody Barsamian, sitting in second place overall, currently fourth place in this race, battling with the 47 that we see on the screen there right now, the 47 of White, coming fresh off that last heat race win, now sitting third overall. But it's currently Aronson Thompson 1-2.
Yep, checkered flag is out to wrap up our pro rubber heat race. The win will go to Aronson with the 0-3 of Thompson across the line in second, which means that we have just one race remaining in the first half of this program as the last few riders from the pro rubber class make their way across the line. We'll give you the introduction for event number 37, which will be our adult Pee-wee GP class. Hope Conrad riding the 1, Derek Osborne riding the 2. Nick Frey will be atop the 5 with Trenton Goodenough straddling the 10 machine. Matt Guizda will be on the 12 with Dustin Hakes atop the 15. Kennedy Swan on the 18, Nate Smiskey riding the 22, Colin Hazelton on the 24, Jason Swan with the 28, Derek Hasmer on the 30, Evan Anderson on the 32, Cody Conrad with the 79, Addison Ryder on the 92, Jerry Conrad with a 97, and Tony Bender on the 99, giving us a 16-rider lineup for adult Pee-wee GP. You can see we've got them all on the start grate there, left to right, including the rider to the far left, hoping that the fairy wings will maybe add a little extra speed to the efforts on the GP track.
Now, this adult Pee-wee GP class, this is for sure going to be a fun class to watch today. So for this class here, now these are all going to be riders ages 16 and older, but they're all racing quads that are a max of 110 cc's. Looks like we have some issues on the track there. It was the 80 from the last race. Sam Rasmussen sans a wheel there on his left rear wheel, having some issues. Doesn't have that, so we got to get him off the track here before we can get back to some green flag action for this adult Pee-wee class. Like I was saying, these are all going to be adult racers out there, 16 years of age or older, but the max engine cc that they can race is a 110. So, you know, it must originate from the quad. No chassis mods allowed, no flat track tires allowed. So this is definitely going to be one of those more fun classes to watch, kind of similar to you know, what you might see in a Mad Dog race in flat track or a pit bike race in motocross or supercross.
Call them big boys on little toys. The adult Pee-wee GP race, 16 entries, and now the closer I look, the more fairy wings I'm seeing on our competitors here. So they're looking for any extra speed that they can find on these small displacement engines. So perhaps the fairy dust will help get them to the front of the pack. Got our riders ready.
And you know what I have always...
Yeah?
I have always heard and practiced it and preached it myself, but I do always feel like style adds one extra horsepower. So they're trying to do all they can to, like you said, get a little extra speed out there on the track.
There you go. Style points, adding horsepower for our adult Pee-wee GP competitors. I think we've got them all on the line there, as actually I think one of our competitors was actually in the prior event, so we'll give him an opportunity to get onto the correct quad for this adult GP race. 16 strong. Looks like they're ready to go. Track worker runs in front of them, let them know that they're going to snap the bungee. Bungee snaps and away they go. Our adult Pee-wee GP competitors are down and away.
A whole crew of riders going onto that back stretch. One rider out front got some company hot on their tails, though, as our leader pulls away from the rest of the field here as we make our way into the GP interior left-hand corner format. Top two riders out front. Third on back, all heavy traffic.
Looked like a parking lot there in that left-hand turn to get onto the GP track as they were all sliding out of control. Actually, the battle for second, third, and fourth is hard and heavy there. The 99, the 18, the 12, the 79, they are all looking for any opportunity to sneak past a competitor.
Lots of side-by-side action here in the adult Pee-wee GP class. Out front, though, our second place rider spinning it around. That'll give the 24 of Colin Hazelton, our current race leader and current points leader, a chance to pull away from the insanity that is ensuing right behind him from second on back.
So a lot of these riders, you'll recognize their names from classes that they were competing in earlier, as we had one of our riders go down in the background there, back up though safe. So this gives them an opportunity to maybe relax a little bit, have a little fun, and as a matter of fact, this time across the line, they are already getting the white flag. So just one more lap for our adult Pee-wee GP competitors. Unofficial race leader, I believe, there in the yellow helmet. That would be the 24 machine of Colin Hazelton. So I think it's Colin who is out front at this point.
Hazelton still leading the charge. Growing a nice little gap between him and the second place rider. You know, again, he's being smooth and consistent out there on the track, able to set a, don't know if I'd call it blistering pace, but in being smooth is able to pull away from the rest of his competition. Colin Hazelton, like I've said, he's been winning every race in this class so far, and he's showing exactly why here, being nice and smooth through those corners, able to be consistent on the track so that he's able to stay up front in the lead. Nice little battle developing between our second and third place riders, about a straightaway behind our leader there.
Colin Hazelton out front in the 24 machine. There you can see the 79 of Cody Conrad, just behind the 99 of Tony Bender. Bender, I believe, unofficially holding on to the number 2 position in the running order. And then Conrad rounding out the top 3. Looks like that's going to be the podium finishing positions as they come out of the GP track and make their way onto the front straightaway of the oval. Checkered flag is on display. Colin Hazelton on the 24, unofficially going to get the win. Cody Conrad unofficially second. No, excuse me, Tony Bender unofficially second on the 99, and Cody Conrad on the 79 going to round out the top 3. That's going to be our final race of the first half of the program. It's Northern Wisconsin ice racing in Sarona. Sarona, Wisconsin is where we are. We are on Long Lake. The temperatures are low, the snow is high, and the fun is epic. Race number 1 for all of our competitors now in the books. A very brief intermission. We will roll some commercial footage, and we'll be back with our second run of racing live from Sarona, Wisconsin on MB Sports TV, live coverage of NWIRC ice racing.
My 2 passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is.
Buchley sitting there, thinking this might be the C Rubber Oval class getting ready for their LCQ.
That's right, Zach. C Rubber Oval LCQ on the line. And from this race, the top finishers will transfer into the second event.
Yeah, so like Dan was just saying, so what we have right now, we have our first LCQ of the day about to hit the track. So for our classes that ended up having 2 heats earlier on today, we do what is called an LCQ or Consi race afterwards. So our top 4 riders from both of the first 2 heat races are going to make their way directly to the mains. And now our next riders, so everyone else that weren't in the that was not in the top 4 is being sent to an LCQ. Inside this LCQ, the top 4 racers from this race are going to make it to the main as well. So our main flow chart will look like this. Our top 4 riders from the first race, top 4 riders from the second race, and now our top 4 riders from this LCQ.
That'll give us a 12-rider main for our C Open Oval class. They are down and away, and they will take back to the oval. Not going to make that hard left-hand turn into the GP track. They will stay on the back straightaway of the oval. There you can see them zipping down the backstretch, and one rider has jumped out to a commanding advantage and is pulling away from the field. You'll see him coming out of turn number 4. There, way on the outside, wearing the yellow gear. That is your race leader. Going to lead lap number 1.
Sitting in second right now, we have the 2 of Buchley and the 9 of Shemek sitting in second and third. Now the real battle you're going to want to watch here, though we have a nice side-by-side battle for second and third, you're going to want to watch whoever that 4th place position is, as they will have the final transfer spot to our second set of heats later on today. Out front, our leader with a blistering pace, looks like it's the 29 machine of Owen Prosecki with the current race lead.
Checkered flag already displayed for Prosecki. He's going to make the transfer with the win. There's that 2-rider battle for the 4th and final transfer spot. They make their way across the line, and that will wrap up our C Open Oval LCQ. Top 4 finishers going to transfer to the main. Next LCQ, I believe, will be Outlaw Rubber Oval. You can see those riders beginning to roll into the start gate, and this will be the same scenario that Zach explained to us for the prior LCQ event. From the 2 heat races, the top 4 finishers transfer directly into the main event, which will be coming up in the second half of the program. Anyone who finished 5th on back is now going to line up in this LCQ, and the top 4 finishers from this LCQ will join the 8 riders that transfer directly out of the heat race in the main. And that will give us another 12-rider main for our Outlaw Rubber Oval.
We had, if I'm counting correctly, 17 riders in our Outlaw Rubber Oval class earlier on today. 8 of them would have already transferred over. That leaves 9 in this race. 4 transferring on to our second half. As the starter checks them out, bungee cord is pulled and green flag is out. We have 3 side-by-side leading their way into the front straightaway, but it's the 27 of Tanner Lowry with the early race lead in front of the 50.
Yep, the 50 of Vanden Rees holding on to the number 2 spot, and then battling Rees is the number 4 machine of Brody Barsamian. That's your top 3, but here come 2 riders to the inside. They're going to try and challenge for a transfer spot. Top 3 now, side by side down the front straightaway, and into turn number 1, the 4 of Barsamian up to the lead.
Now again, as a reminder, the spot to watch in this race is going to be that 4th place position, as that will be the final transfer spot into the second round of heats. Barsamian in the lead, the 27 of Lowry in second, and then we have a little bit of space before we get back to the rest of our field.
And that battle for the 4th and final transfer spot is comprised of 3 riders. Checkered flag is out. Here comes that 3-rider battle for the transfer. Wow, right down to the checkered flag before we knew who the 4 riders were going to be that transitioned out of the LCQ and into the main event.
Up next, we have what I believe to be our B rubber oval LCQ. I see the, I thought I saw the 92 machine of Addison Ryder sitting there over on the that B rubber oval LCQ about to make their way onto the track.
So we get those riders lined up in the start gate. You can see that these LCQs are fast and furious. No time to waste. The riders need to get out of that gate quickly, need to get to the front quickly, and need to stay there quickly. This B rubber oval LCQ all lined up and ready to go. Riders are ready, officials are ready. The bungee cord is snapped, and they are away. Ooh, one rider struggles to get out of the gate. The 92 machine of Addison Ryder is going to get that hole shot into the first turn.
Right behind Ryder, it looks to be the 12 machine sitting right behind them, currently sitting in second place overall. Ryder with a rocket shot out of the start gate, going to lead this first lap in our B rubber oval LCQ. 12 spins it around. He is now moving out of a transfer spot potentially, able to stay
had the second place spot and drops out of the top 4 into 5th. Here's your race leader, Ryder, coming through turns 1 and 2, then 2 riders, 2nd and 3rd. Here's that 2-rider battle for the 4th and final transfer spot.
The 12 of Hazleton had been in second, slid around in turns 3 and 4, able to still hold on to that 4th and final transfer position at least.
This time on the front straightaway, the checkered flag will be displayed. Again, it's only 2 laps for these LCQ races. The 92 of Addison Ryder is going to get the win and the transfer spot. The Deuce of Ryan Osborne will finish second and take a transfer spot with him. Ticket punched for the main. Not sure if the 12 of Allie Hazleton was able to bounce back and hold on for a 4th place finish or not.
Up next, I believe it's going to be our Pro Rubber Oval LCQ. I see the 50 machine of Vanden Reyes sitting there. The 16 of Andrew Steinmetz making the call, along with the 10 of Barry Sauer, all getting lined up for Pro Rubber Oval LCQ. Again, just like we've seen for the last few LCQs, it'll be the top 4 from this race, making it on to the final race of the day in this class for heat number 2, round number 2 of our Pro Rubber Oval races.
Wow, Zach, as a former District 23 champion, I'm going to ask you for your opinion on these LCQs. This is cutthroat, 2 laps and that's it. So you have got to perform. Can you imagine the stress these riders are feeling?
Exactly. And, you know, we keep hitting on it all day, but this is really where consistency is going to come down to it. You need to have the perfect start. You need to have the perfect turn. Every straightaway needs to be great. You only have 2 laps to do this, and 1 mistake will count you out from the last race.
Pro Rubber LCQ underway. The number 4 of Brody Barsamian is going to get the hole shot into turn number 2, technically, on the oval, but he's being challenged on the outside and from behind with the 80 machine of Sam Rasmussen right there in the mix as well. Top 3 wide through turns 3 and 4.
Rasmussen coming back. He was the one we saw earlier without his rear left wheel attached. Good to see him back up and running as we have 5 racers fighting up at the top. Remember, only 4 of these riders are going to transfer. We have now a 6-quad battle for 1st through 6th.
Scott Geldernick is in the mix there as well with a 23 machine. Out front, that is Geldernick, your race leader, headed into turn number 3. Geldernick's got a comfortable advantage, top 4 trying to pull away from 5th and 6th, but anything can change this last trip through turns 3 and 4. Look at them fan out through turn number 4, trying to find some traction and drag race their way to the checkered flag.
Yeldernick was taking that far outside line, didn't seem to work too well for him this time around, as we have a new race leader in the books.
Wow, what a battle right down to the line. Cutthroat action in the LCQs. Pro Rubber Oval LCQ is done, and it looks like we will have one more LCQ to go.
I believe this is going to be the C Rubber GP class. Again, we had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 riders making the call for our heat race earlier on. 4 of these racers will be making it into the LCQ, meaning 4 of the riders will not be racing later on today. So top 4 from this class will be making their way on.
Oh, gonna hold them up. Not going to let him go quite yet.
Looks like they were still finishing clearing off the track when they were about to give the green flag. So making sure everyone is set and ready to go before we get back to some green flag action here for our C Rubber GP LCQ, our first GP LCQ of the day.
Oh, I've got in my ear speaker from the officials, and it sounds like they're making a last-minute change here. There are only 5 riders on the line for the LCQ, and 4 were going to transfer. So they have made the command decision, rather than run this race, they're going to transfer. I'm kind of listening as I'm talking. They're going to transfer all 5 of these riders up to the up to the main. So those 4, there's
definitely
5
makes
riders.
sense.
Will transfer the 13, the 26, the 29. The other 2, I can't quite see the number from this angle, but no LCQ for the C Rubber GP class.
That leaves what might be one more LCQ if I'm seeing things correctly. Our amateur studded GP, we did have 2 different classes for earlier on today. Not sure if this will be a case just like this last class where we end up not running an LCQ due to anyone who may have dropped, but there is a chance we might have one final LCQ of the day.
Yeah, so we're kind of playing it by ear, and when I say we, Zach and myself are playing it by ear. We're going to have they're going to have the amateur studded GP class, and Zach, as you had just mentioned, same scenario with a lower rider count, even though they had the 2 heats. Right now we've got 3 of them up on the start line. We will see what decision they make. 4, 5 now. 6, okay, so now there's 6. So we will indeed run this LCQ for the amateur studded GP class. And it will be the same scenario. Top 4 finishers will transfer. So 4 race on, 2 load up and go home.
And once again, this will be our lone GP LCQ of the day. We only had 2 GP classes that had multiple heats. One of them we've already pushed through, all 5 competitors in the LCQ making their way through. Amateur studded GP about to get the green flag, and we are going for our first and only GP LCQ of the day. Out front early, looks like that might be the 28 of Samplowski leading the charge early on.
Yeah, you remember he was one of the riders had some trouble earlier. I believe he was actually the rider that got upside down in that first left-hand turn onto the GP track. He's able to pick up in a much better position here. Samplowski out front of the open studded GP LCQ. This will be, I believe, the same scenario, just 2 laps to decide who races on and who loads up.
And again, it'll be those top 4 racers, which means anyone in 5th or 6th will not be making the call. We have the 1 in 2nd place, the 53 in 3rd, and it's the 3 machine in that lone 4th transfer position.
So they got the white flag that time across the line. They will take one more trip through the infield of the oval on the GP track, but it is the 28 of Chris Samplowski who is enjoying some time out front. I tell you what, mentally, a win is a win. Doesn't matter if it's a qualifying heat race or an LCQ. If you can roll your quad, in this instance, back to the hauler with a win under your helmet, that is going to give you high spirits preparing for the main event that's coming up.
Exactly, exactly. You know, at the end of the day, an LCQ win is still a win, and Semplowski gonna take one in the books today. Get him all set, prepped, and ready to go for our amateur studded GP heat number 2 to
transfer into the main event, and I believe that will be our final LCQ. Think we will get a short break in the action now, give the racers and the family members and the spectators an opportunity to fill their belly with some hot cocoa or maybe some snacks and treats. Those of you who are watching from the comfort at home, you get the same opportunity. Sneak out to the kitchen, grab yourself a bite to eat, and come right back for the second half of the program. It's the NWIRC, Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club in Sarona, Wisconsin on Long Lake, presented live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter by MBTV Sports.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
With over 150 trucks to choose from, Southwest Chevrolet GMC is Wisconsin's truck headquarters. We have 2 of the best brands on the planet, Chevrolet and GMC, Silverados and Sierras, Trail Bosses, AT4s, ZR2s, and Denali's. In stock and ready to take home today. New Chevys and GMCs only 30 minutes from Rice Lake and 20 minutes from Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls. Southwest Chevrolet, GMC, and Bloomer, where you always get your money's worth.
Welcome back to Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin, as we are enjoying Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action on, as the name implies, the ice. We're in intermission time between the heats and the features, and we are honored to welcome to our announcing area Jason Swan, president of the NWIRC. Jason, first of all, thanks for welcoming us out. I know it's cold, but that's what ice racing is all about, right?
Exactly, but it's pretty nice. It ain't so bad out here, you know.
So we were talking earlier about the 371 entries that you've got here today. To me, that sounds like a great number. Is that likewise for you a number that is making you feel really positive about today's action?
That is a record number. I think the most we had was 330 some back here a couple years ago in Wissota, but with all these sponsors that up here on Long Lake that threw in the money, it's just brought racers from South Dakota, Michigan, all over down in Madison. It's really cool, and hopefully we can just keep right on doing this.
I know last year was not really the ice racing year that ice racers had hoped for. Weather cooperated sometimes, but not much, not very often. This year, how's your season been on the ice?
It's been good. We had the first week we ended up canceling, but after that we've gotten every weekend. Looks like we're going to have our makeup race March 1st, so we got a couple more weeks here, and then we can move on and let the snow go away and move on to the dirt.
Tell us about the history of NWIRC. First of all, how long it's been around, how long you guys have been enjoying the snow and the ice, and how long you have been involved.
So the club started in 2006. Barry and Steve, they had this wild idea to move and have their own NWIRC ice racing, and you'll get to talk to Barry here in a little bit. I got him in here too, so we can interview him, and that's where it started. And then actually Matt Gwazda reached out to me. Kennedy and Mariah were like 5 years old and said, hey, let's take the girls ice racing. I'm like, we had little 50 Predators. So we took them out, lined them up on the line, and they're all 90s. They're the only 250s, and Kennedy and Mariah went out there, and they were hooked after that. So this is our 13th year. It's a club, so, I got honored to get voted in to be vice president. I was vice president for a while, me and Chris Berlin, and then Chris decided to step down as president, and then 2 years ago I took over as president, and now we got Dion. He's involved. He's the vice president. There's a heck of a group. There's 10 of us. We meet every Wednesday. We go live. There is so much that happens in behind the scenes. I got a heck of a crew. This ain't just me. I'm just probably more of the face and kind of keep everything a little organized. Sometimes they keep me organized, but without my team of parents or racers, we couldn't do this week in, week out. They work hard every single day.
So you mentioned that this is a record-breaking turnout for competitors and entries here, 371. That is a great number. So that would make one think that the health of the sport is good. Would you agree with that? Do you feel like where ice racing is right now is in a very positive place?
I'm very positive. Between us and CW and SW in Wisconsin here, and even Mira up in Superior and the up in Michigan there, having them up in Gwin, it's really strong and it's growing. NW is all about giving back to the racers, and that's what we do. We collect all this money from these sponsors, and we're giving away $33,000 today. And that's what it's about. The club's not here to make money. We're just here to make enough money so we can keep going next year, pay for supplies and stuff like that.
How does NWIRC fit in with those other organizations that are also trying to promote ice racing?
Really good. You got the guys up in Michigan, they race on Saturday. That's a land-made track. CW races on Sunday. SW, I think they're a Sunday track also. But we all work together, and some of our classes are similar, but some of them are called a little different. But we work with everybody. We got Megan over at CW. You've got Dalton Maines up at Mira. They're presidents, and it's cool, and we work together, and that's what it's about.
So we've seen cycles racing today, 2 wheels. We've seen quads racing today, 4 wheels, and we see the UTCs racing, the UTVs racing. How is that coming into play? That seems to be maybe some new blood coming into the sport.
Definitely. You look at our peewees. Our peewees are strong. It was really cool to see all the bikes here. It's one thing that we lack is the bikes. We have a lot of rubber quads and a good handful of studded quads, and so it's really cool to see the guys from Mira and CW and the Funks and all them to come down and race with us, and it's cool, and I hope everybody's enjoying it and having a great day.
And the side-by-sides, is that maybe the future of this sport or just an added future of the sport?
It's hard to say that the side-by-sides were strong a couple years ago and it kind of died. Now it's kind of starting to come back. They put a lot of money into them, and, they got over 300-plus horse, and you're going to get to talk to Corey. He used to race the side-by-side. It's hard to keep them together when they get that big.
All right, one last thought. If you could say anything to the people who are watching the stream today, what is it that you want them to remember, not only about the NWIRC, but about ice racing in general?
Come on out to the lake and just walk through the pits.
And wear thick boots, right?
Wear thick boots, yes. And walk through the pits and talk to all the racers. The racers are very friendly. This is what it's about. They're out here to have a good time. And, there's some of them that spend a lot of money to do this. And, some that just come out and have a good time. That's what it's about, and you got to see it to really believe it.
I guess I have one more question. We've been talking a lot about the supporters and the sponsors that you have coming into today's event. How are those local and area businesses taking to the sport? Are they liking what you're bringing to the area in what some might consider to be an off-season?
Yeah, Woodland we had a race down in Lake Eau Claire. Woodlands, they ran out of stuff. It's just bringing all these people in. They stop and get fuel. They stop at gas stations, whatever it is, into the local bars. Last night we went around. We stopped up at Summers on Long. We were out at Pioneer. And just to see all the racers out there and having a good time and talking together is really neat, And without these sponsors, without Summers on Long and the Pioneer and Lincolnwood, Rockford House Saloon, Dave's Outboard, Butternut Hills Golf Course, Bees and Trees, Lubrication Station, Brad and Chris Generics and Spirit of Ron Johnson and the Old Duffs on Long, Frolic Farms and Land, Frolic Masonry and Concrete, Mark and Brenda Winberg, Mag Stainless, Link Ford, MRGN Photography, Shatek Detail LLC, Andy Hagen Excavating, and the Long Lake of Chamber. We couldn't do this. To raise this kind of money to give back to these racers, we're going to see a lot of people up at Summers on Long smiling when they get those checks and the big checks. And to me, it's cool. I watched Barry and Steve start this, and I watched them go through it, and to be part of it and watch this grow, I hope they're proud of what we're doing. And, I'm not going to tell you everything's perfect. It's racing, right? You're going to have some that are mad, some that aren't, but we're trying to do the best that it is for everybody, and we'll just keep right on going, and hopefully the next crew just keeps right on doing what we do.
There you go, Jason Swan, president of the NWIRC. We'll have some more interviews in just a moment, live from Sarona, Wisconsin on Long Lake. So we just heard from Jason Swan, president of the NWIRC. We are broadcasting live on MBTV Sports, streaming live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube from Sarona, Wisconsin on Long Lake. And now we are joined by Barry Sarar, who is one of the original founders of NWIRC. Barry, we were just talking with Jason, and he said he hopes that you like where the NWIRC is right now. First question is, are you happy with what you see?
Oh, very happy. It's unlike anything I thought it would ever turn out to be. We started out with just a handful of guys that wanted to do it, and I think our first week actually racing was maybe 35 entries, and 15 guys, 20 guys, something like that. To see what it's become now, it's really neat.
Yeah, so let's go back to that beginning. What was the brainchild? How did this come together, and how did you get those first 15 guys out onto the ice?
Yeah. So started out, like I say, I am not the guy who actually thought this up. There was a handful of guys that from the Rice Lake area who it was kind of their brainchild. I'd like to drop a few of those names right now, if that's all right, just because I get the credit. It seems like just because I'm one of the last ones. I am the last one that's still running. I was out of it for a little while, but got back into it because of my kids, and they're running the juniors. But I would like to drop a few names because these guys all had a lot to do with how this goes. Aram Cardian, Ryan Burrow, Nick Marzovska, Brian Toft, Steve Ader, of course. Jeff Pagel was in on some of it. Curry Schindler, Trish Ader was one of our, and my wife Melissa Sarr, and Jody Klump. They were all our first scorers. They did a lot of work as far as meeting on how we were going to make this go day to day too. Jennifer Burrow, Jenna Cardian, a few others, Mary Jo Rosenbush, Tanner Toft, and Greg Burrow. If I forgot anybody, I apologize to them if they're listening, but that's just the list I had readily available to me.
And when you guys were first getting started, you know, where was that first event held? What on what lake, on what ice?
So we were in Rice Lake, on Rice Lake. The Bungalow Bar, I think it's called Hoots on the Water now, but at the time they had car races on Sundays, and the promoter, the bar owner, would plow the track for those guys. He says, hey, if you guys want to run up here, we'll plow your track for you. You can run our plow truck and everything. So we're like, yeah, we'll make it go. And their track is a little different than what we like, so we ended up plowing our own or whatever. But yeah, they ultimately got us going, you know.
Well, Barry, we appreciate you coming in and chatting with us. We got you out of the cold, at least for a couple of minutes here. And we enjoy what you started, and we enjoy what's going on here today. Thank you very much. Barry Sarr, the founder, one of the founders, rather, of NWIRC. Don't worry, we'll be back in a moment from Sarona, Wisconsin, with a few more words before we get into our main events. MBTV Sports, live from Sarona, Wisconsin. It's NWIRC, Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action on Long Lake. We've heard from the founder of NWIRC, or one of the founders, Barry Sarr. We've heard from the current president, Jason Swan. And now we're going to hear from one of the competitors, Kennedy Swan, who, when she's not strapped into a dirt modified, is out here trying to stay warm on the ice. So, Kennedy, tell us first how you got started in this sport of ice racing.
Yeah, so my dad and one of his cousins' fiance, we went out, and me and Mariah, we were cousins, and they took us out on little Hondas 50s. They racing against 90s, and well, we went out there, we raced against them. Well, we took dead last, and we came in balling because, you know, our quad's too slow, and this was back when we were 6 years old, and we both said we wanna do this every winter, and he finally went out and bought us 90s, and ever since then we've done this every winter.
Tell everyone which classes you're competing in here today.
Outlaw, Pro, these are all rubber classes, Pro GP, and then Adult Pee Wee.
So all four of those you're running rubber wheels, no studs?
Correct.
Have you run some studded racing?
No, I have not.
Do you want to, or do you like the feel of running the rubber?
I've never ran studded, so I can't say I don't like it, but I like the feel of rubber. So.
Second question, as we're kind of talking about differences, oval or GP? Which one is more fun for you on a snowy, icy day like this?
Definitely oval. GP is a lot harder for me. It's really hard. I prefer oval a lot.
Okay, so Zach and I were speculating a lot about what it takes to run the oval in a rubber class. So what's the trick? Is it smooth and steady to get to the line, or is it maybe driving it a little harder than maybe you think you can?
I mean, it kind of depends on the track conditions. I mean, if you got like a fluff line, you can usually drive it a lot harder. I mean, otherwise those studs usually have a groove on the inside, and you just go in there, have a lot of throttle control. Otherwise, just sit there, spin the tires, you know. If you go in too hard, you'll push out, hit the snowbank. You got to hit your corners just right. I mean, it can be quite complicated, but once you figure it out, it's pretty good.
And your thoughts moving into the mains? How do you think you're going to do?
I'm hopefully pretty good. I didn't have to run no contests today. I'm in every feature, and so we're just hoping for the best now.
There you go, Kennedy Swan bringing some girl power to the ice during the NWIRC event on Sarona, on Long Lake, in Sarona, Wisconsin. We'll have more in just a moment. Back on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin for NWIRC ice racing action. Bikes, quads, UTVs. The heats and LCQs are in the books. Up next will be the mains, and we will be getting into those mains here shortly. But first, we've got another racer, Corey Arneson, who was just out on the track picking up a checkered flag, as a matter of fact, joins us. Corey, tell everybody which classes, which divisions you're racing in today.
So today I'm running Pro and Outlaw rubber oval on my Honda. 450, everybody's usually, that's the main quad everybody's running. I took 2/3 today in oval, and I won my GP heat race.
So I got to ask you the same question that I just asked Kennedy. Oval or GP? Which one do you like? Which one does your riding style favor? Which one is more fun? Which one do you struggle with?
I prefer the GP rubber. It's a little bit more technical. It's a little bit slower, but you got to have a lot of throttle control, and consistency is a big thing in that class.
Tell us about the GP track layout that we have here today, because I know that the GP track layout, even ovals, can change from event to event. Is the layout that we have here today one that you enjoy, that's fun? It looks like that 180-degree tight turn at the down in the turn 3 and 4 end has been giving everyone some fits here today.
Yeah, it worked out pretty good for me on my rubber quad. I really like the track. Every weekend's different, and it's just it's a little bit harder for me sometimes to get off my studded quad, get on my rubber quad, running GP. But the GP track today it's really nice. They did a great job on it, and it's a lot of fun.
You know, that brings up another question. Me coming from the stock car world, I've interviewed drivers who race on both asphalt and dirt, and they say sometimes they have to mentally remind themselves, all right, what car am I getting into? It sounds odd because they're obviously there, but they have to remind themselves you have to drive it differently. Do you have to do that same thing, making that transition back and forth from the studs to rubber?
Yeah, absolutely. When we're on the rubber quad at the starting line, you know, you click it up into 4th gear, and you take off probably 3/4 throttle, and just dump the clutch and away you go. When I'm on my studded quad, you know, we're starting in 2nd gear, and you got to feather the clutch out. It's a different ball game, and I just got to tell myself when I'm at the line, you know, hey, I'm on studs, not rubber. So.
Not trying to make fun of your age. Kennedy looks like a youngster. Looks like you've maybe been doing this for a while. How long have you been doing it? When did you get started?
So back when I was in high school, I would say I was probably 12 to 14. I raced a little bit with CW. They were racing in Chippewa Falls, so I did that. I left it for probably about 11 years or so. I come back in 2019 on my side-by-side. I ran that rubber, and then immediately I had to go get a 4-wheeler, so then I was running 2 rubber machines, and then I switched the side-by-side up to studded. I ran that for a few years. We did really well with that. I've been back for about 5 years now, and it's a lot of fun racing with NW. Everybody on the board's great to work with. We run CW on Sundays, and they're great as well.
All right, we're getting ready for main events, so Corey, appreciate you stopping by the trailer and chatting with us. Stay tuned. Live coverage of today's main events from Long Lake and Sarona, Wisconsin, coming up. Well, a couple of event competitors and officials joining us for some mid-event interviews. We appreciate them stopping by the trailer and chatting with us a little bit. Main events are being called to the start gate. As a matter of fact, UTV Studded is roaring out onto the track right now for our first main event of the afternoon. Faith Conrad in the 15, Zachary Schrader piloting the 17, Chase Swerman on the 22, Dallas Bulford piloting the 32, Tony Swerman in the 69, and Gunnar Palm with the 98.
First race back for our second half of the day, this UTV studded class. We've been talking about it earlier on throughout the day, how these are kind of, the new up-and-comers. Dan was able to chat with the owner of the NWIRC races here, talk about the UTV class being grown here. Right now, we see the 17 of Zachary Schroeder leading the charge here in heat number 2 for our UTV studded class.
Earlier today in the first heat of the program, Dallas Bulford in the 32 was able to pick up the W. But as you just heard, Schrader in the 17 is out front and running strong. Right there you see the 22 of Chase Swerman holding on to the number 2 spot. I do have to tell you that during the intermission, before we started chatting with the racers and the promoters, I stepped outside. The wind is picking up, the temperature is dropping, and it has started snowing again. I'm not sure if that's coming through on the stream, if you can see that, but it's getting colder, it's getting windier, and it's getting snowier.
And that's going to do something with the track conditions. I said it earlier, similar to how, a light misting of rain might affect the track and dirt during the summer. Some snow and change in temperatures is going to affect things out here for ice racing as well. So, the riders will all have to adjust to these changing temperatures, changing conditions for the second half of our program.
There's your first checkered flag of the afternoon portion of the program. UTV studded main event going into the books, and we'll get ready for PWC Oval, which will be our second main event of the day.
PWC Oval, we have the 2 of Hayden Kalbrier, the 5 of Macy Deistershaft, the 10 of Aubrey Berlin, Leif Peterson on the 15, the 17 of Autumn Conrad out of Mondovi, Wisconsin, Carter Semplowski racing the 28, Bryn Gunderson on the 30, the 32 of Madeline Anderson, and the 79 of Cole Conrad out of Mondovi, Wisconsin, making the call for PWC Oval.
Carter Samplowski on the 28 picking up the heat race win earlier today as our field exits turn number 2 and begins the process of heading down the back straightaway. Quite a substantial speed difference between the event we just saw, the UTV studded feature, and this PWC Oval feature. But right now out front you can see the white machine coming out of turn number 4, but it's going to be challenged to the inside by, I believe, Macy Deisterhaft on the number 5. Macy's actually going to lead that lap and take the white flag.
Yeah, our race leader there took that outside line, didn't end up working for him, spun all around. That gave the 5 of Deisterhaft the chance that she needed to cut down low on the inside and now lead this second lap of the race.
So Macy with another set of fairy wings out front. Now, if Macy can keep that red number 5 down to the inside of 3 and 4, it would lend you to believe that that is going to help her hold on to the top spot and maybe collect the win. You're going to have to work around the deuce of Hayden Kalbrier there, who's to the inside. And indeed, Macy on the number 5 is going to come down to the checkered flag to pick up the PWC Oval main event win.
That was race number 2. Race 3, we have amateur rubber oval about to hit the track. Bloomer, Wisconsin's Colton Buchley on the 10. We have the 11 of Braden Tiller, the 21 of Jake Prosecki. Ashton Reyes piloting the 22 out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. The 41 of Brad Thompson. Jake Rubenser on the 43. 47 of Tommy Anderson. 51 of Mitch Sherby. Mike Anderson on the 57. And Cadott, Wisconsin's Parker Radinger racing the 72.
Heat race winner earlier today was Braden Tiller on the 11 machine in our amateur rubber oval class as we wait for the last few Pee-wee racers to complete their final lap and take the checkered flag. Want to make sure that the riders get every opportunity to have just as much fun, regardless of how young they might be, so we give them all an opportunity to complete their final lap before we can turn loose the amateur rubber oval competitors for their main event. So we ran heat races earlier today. We ran LCQs earlier today. Now we're into the main events, the features. Remember, big money on the line. You heard the NWIRC president, Jason Swan, tell us over $33,000 in event money being sent home with racers today. $1,500 to win the main event for the Outlaw Rubber Quad Racers, Open Studded Quad Racers, and Open Motorcycle Racers. These amateur rubber oval racers battling for some cash as well. As a matter of fact, they are down and away. Amateur rubber oval main event is underway.
Our top two racers leading the way on the back stretch, but we have a pack of four now leading the charge up front. We have a nice little two-pack at the front, two-pack right behind them. We have our nice green quad there, taking the way outside line, trying to see if they might be able to get behind. But it's the 22 of Ashton Reyes who's leading the charge in this first lap of our amateur rubber oval class.
Also in the mix, the 10 of Colton Buccelli, the 72 of Parker Ridinger in the mix as well. Here you can see in the speed shot them sliding sideways. And in this long shot, you can start to see that the snow is indeed increasing. That's not just roost from the competitors. It is snowing a bit harder here in Sarona, Wisconsin on Long Lake. The race leader continues to be the 22 of Ashton Reese. Still green flag this time across the line.
11 of Braden Tiller hot on his tail in second. You can see in this speed cam them coming sideways out through that corner. Tiller right behind the 22 of Reyes, but we have two more competitors in third and fourth hot on their tails.
That is a nice battle for position. They're thinking about going side by side into turn number 3. They back it in with the 11 machine of Braden Tiller in the mix, the 21 of Jake Prosecki there as well. They start that turn, as I mentioned earlier today, about 2/3 of the way down the back straightaway, and then they just let that quad bite as it slides into the turns. There you can see them sliding through turns 1 and 2 as well. Amateur rubber oval racing underway, and that time across the line, white flag, racers getting ready for the checker next time by.
Now with the checkered coming out, Reyes in the lead currently. This is going to do some stuff for the points race. Reyes is currently sitting in second overall behind the 41 of Brad Thompson, who's currently not even in the top 3 on this race. So Reyes is going to take the checkered flag, might even see a change in position in the overall points after this race.
We had mentioned earlier that the racers are battling not only for awards and prize money today, but also, as Zach was just mentioning, in the season-long point standing. So a lot riding on the results. Next up will be the A-studded oval main event.
For race number 4, A-studded oval, we have the 07 of Brant Hans, the 08 of Jim Schweers from O'Gale, Wisconsin, Mitch Williams on the 12, 19 of Carson Patrick, Dick, Randall, Weber, White, Bieber, Fernstall, all making the call. Green flag is out. Bungee is pulled for A-studded oval racing. 3-pack up at the front, making it 4, but we're too wide for the lead going into that first turn. It's the 07 and the 40 leading the charge early on.
Jace White on the 47 was the heat race winner. Out front, it is Hans on the 07 machine. Look at this heavy traffic through turns 1 and 2 and now down the back straightaway. Single file top 4 battling their way down the back stretch and into turn number 3, top 2, and then third and fourth nose to tail. The 07 back to second now as the 40 of Gage Weber is taking the lead.
And we are almost flirting with 4 wide in some of these corners. We might even see that 5th place competitor getting up into the mix as well. We're all half a quad length in between as our 5th place rider able to go from 5th to 3rd in half a straightaway right there.
The 07 of Hans, your race leader, top 5, battling not only for a position in traffic, but also the eventual win through turns 1 and 2. 6th and 7th also trying to close the gap as well. We could have a monster of a shootout for a money-paying finish in our A-studded oval main event.
And you got to keep your eyes on that new race leader there. I believe that's the 47 of Jace White. He was the rider who last lap around went from 5th to 3rd in one corner, shot up to 2nd, and now he has set his sights on the leader, made the pass, and he is absolutely pulling away from the rest of the field.
Wow, White made that inside line work last time through turns 3 and 4. It works perfectly this time through 3 and 4 as well. He's starting to pull away from prior race leader Brant Hans, and the 070 race leader is Jace White. He's looking for a nice payday in A-studded oval action.
Man, I didn't see his start, but he must have had a rough one there, because he is pulling away from the rest of the field with an open track ahead of him, but he had to work his way through the crowd there. Like I said, we saw him as far back as at least 5th, if not further, and now he is what looks to be almost half a straightaway advantage over just the 2nd place rider since passing him a mere 2 laps ago.
Checkered flag is in the air. A-studded oval main event will go to the 47 machine of Jace White as he crosses the line with the lead and the eventual main event win. Fast
Up
and
next,
furious
we have our
action
junior.
in that main event. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, that was some good racing there, and I think it sets the charge for what we're going to be seeing for this second half of our races here. That was race number 4. Up next, we have race number 5, Junior Rubber A Oval. We have the 00 of Jeremiah York, the 2 of Jackson Kramer, Lane Nyseth piloting the 10 out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, Bloomer, Wisconsin's Alex Saurer on the 12, the 21 of Brayson Johnson, Caden Gullick on the 23, 32 of Ryder Garrett's, 50 of Desmond Gare, Wyatt Kettner on the 61, Mason Smiskey on the 65, Pretzman and Irish rounding out your field as the green flag flies, and we've got a 2-rider battle for the lead starting off. Slight advantage to the 10 of Nyseth, pulling away from the rest of the field.
Alex Sauer on the 12 was the heat race winner. You remember in the heat races earlier, Lane Nyseth was out front on the 10 machine but was not able to hold on for the win. There is the 12 of heat race winner Alex Sauer. We will see how these top 2 slice and dice for the lead and perhaps the eventual win in the Junior Rubber A Oval.
Sauer getting completely sideways through that corner there. You know, Nyseth's got a nice little lead on him, but heat race winner Sauer definitely going to be hot on his tail trying to go for the clean sweep today in both the Heat 1 and Heat 2 of today's action.
I want you to pay attention to the riding position of Lane Nyseth on that number 10 machine. Lane is leaning as far back as possible on that seat, trying to get as much weight on the rear wheels. No studs here on these rubber wheels. He wants to try and get the best bite possible, so he's letting it all hang out the backside there as the number 10 continues to lead the Junior Rubber A Oval feature.
And just like that, the 12 of Sauer moves back to 3rd. Looks like we have a new 2nd place competitor.
Nyseth on the 10, running right down the middle of turns 3 and 4. Not too low, not too high, just right. And as he comes across the line, Nyseth gets the checkered flag and the main event win in the Junior Rubber A Oval division. 3 wide deep in the pack for finishing position. That was a great battle to watch.
That was one of our rubber classes. Now we're going to head back to the studded side of things here as we get to race number 6, our C-studded oval class. We have the 05 of Dayana Kloss, Dustin Hakes on the 15, the 18 of Hunter Kleinhofer, the 19 of Braxton Johnson, Ian Blackstock on the 21 and Josh Lorenz on the 23, along with the 23 of Ben Kraft and the 25 of Sierra Fleener, the 50 of Mick York, the 55 of Sean Fleener, and the 87 of Braden Wolf will round out your field for race number 6, our C-studded oval class.
So if you can imagine trying to shovel your driveway at home with a driving wind and the snow coming into your eyes, now add about 40 to 50 mile an hour and strap yourself on top of a quad. That's what these racers are experiencing. Obviously, they've got their goggles on, some of them wearing full face helmets with a full visor rather, not goggles but a full visor, trying to keep some of that snow out of them, but they've still got to battle through the elements. And our C-studded oval feature is underway as the 19 of Braxton Johnson tries to battle for the whole shot into turn number 2 on the oval.
Man, he had a nice rocket to the lead from one of those inside lines. Inside must have worked really good for him here right now, as he's able to set a blistering pace ahead of the rest of the field.
Three wide, the battle for second, third, and fourth as they cross the line to complete lap number 1. But there are more coming. They've got 3 more, 4 more trying to join them in battles for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth.
19 of Braxton Johnson setting a blistering pace ahead of that 2-3 rider battle for second and third. Looks like it's the 21 of Blackstock currently holding on to second, but he's got company to the inside now as Blackstock moves back to second place.
You can see that they have definitely amped it up quite a bit. As Zach was mentioning, we're into the studded divisions now. C-studded oval racers, able to push it a bit harder, able to drive it a bit deeper, able to get back into the throttle a bit sooner as those studs chop their way into the ice. It looks like the 3 of Ben Kraft has got a good run going. He's trying to work his way towards the front.
Kraft was working his way through that field there. He's able to get up to second now, and he's setting his sights on the 19 of Johnson. Johnson had that great start, but you can even slowly see him reeling in the 19 of Johnson here, trying to make a move up to the lead position there.
Checkered flag is in the air. Johnston is going to fend off the advances from Kraft. Johnson will take the W in the C-studded oval class, but a great run working through the field by Ben Kraft on the 3, able to collect a second place finish.
Up next, race number 7, our PWB Oval class. We have the 17 of Asher Thomas, the 18 of Trip Swan, 21 of Rosie Shilka, Corbin Tarvis on the 25, Lincoln Kloss on the 33, and Nathan Gunderson on the 99 to round out our 6-rider field for our race number 7 PWB Oval class.
Corbin Tarvis on the 25, able to pick up the heat race win earlier this morning. That was well before noon when the PWB Oval competitors were on the oval. And now we are early in the afternoon, and a nice start by the 18 of Trip Swan. Swan's going to try and get the whole shot into the first turn off the start straight.
Again, just like we saw in the last heat race, that inside line on this oval track seems to be the way to go for most of these riders. As now this race, the last race, and a couple others in this second half, we've seen that inside rider get the nice jump on that inside line and get the whole shot.
Ooh, driving it deep into turn number 3 on the oval is the 33 of Lincoln Kloss. Lincoln trying to work around the outside of the 18 of Trip Swan. I thought for a moment that they were actually going to get together, and maybe that hard entry into 3 is going to bite Lincoln Kloss a bit, because he's going to give up 3 positions trying to wrangle that machine back under control out of 4 and down the front stretch.
But hey, that gave Tarvis just the shot he needed. Tarvis had been in 4th, able to squeak down that inside line, now hold on to second place solely, and setting his sights on our leader right now.
Rosie Shilka in the 21 machine leading a 3-rider battle for 3rd as the camera angle changes to your race leader, the 99 of Nathan Gunderson. Gunderson leads the pack out of turn number 4, coming down to the line to take the white flag. 1 more lap to go for the Gundy boy. The 99 machine is your race leader, just 1 lap remaining.
He's got competition hot on his tail. Tarvis set his sights on him, gotten right back up to the back end of his wheels. We got a half-lap drag race down to the line to see who our race winner is going to be. It's the 99 of Gunderson currently. The 25 of Tarvis wants it, though. He takes a peek to the outside. They're side by side.
Yeah, Tarvis drove it deep into 3 on the outside. Now he's going to try and cross over the 99 of Gunderson. Gunderson lets it slide. They're both looking for some bite coming out of turn number 4. A drag race down to the checkered flag. Who's got the W? Corbin Tarvis in the 25 with the win.
And we've been liking to see these late race passes for the lead here during this second half. We've now had a couple riders come from the middle back of the field and end up making their way up towards the front. Some great racing action for our second round of heats here for NWIRC Racing at Pioneer on Long Lake.
Amateur motorcycle oval action will be next. This is main event number 8. Amateur motorcycle oval class includes Jackson Kramer on the 2, Lane Neiseth riding the 10, Hunter Kellenhofer with the 18, Travis Wollenstein on the 21, Miles Morris piloting the 22, Megan Funk on the 25, Cody Malecki with the 28, Zane Lindquist on the 42, Kyle Love riding the 59, Wyatt Simonson on the 134, and Noah Larson with the 955. Larson on the
Swapping out some of
955
these.
was the heat race winner earlier today.
Swapping out 4 wheels for 2 as we get the green flag on our first motorcycle race of the second half of our program.
2 wheels and studded. Extra fenders for the competitors. They're down the back straightaway headed into turn number 3. They've got a great lean angle going, and out front early, I believe it is Love on the 59. Down the front stretch and into turn number 1, we've got a challenge for the top spot.
I think it's actually the 22 of Miles Morris leading the charge right now. Morris, your early race leader, but he's got company hot on his tail as our second place rider tries to make a move down to the inside. Looks like that might be the 25 of Megan Funk getting in up on the action.
Top 2 trying to pull away from 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That's a 3-rider battle for the 3rd and final step on the podium. But right now it's Megan Funk taking a look to the outside of Miles Morris. Morris on the green Kawasaki, Funk on the blue. 3 and 4 this time at the line. Flying green, 2 to go.
It's Morris, Funk, 1, 2, and a little bit of space before we get back to a 2-rider battle for 3rd and 4th. Nice little side-by-side action throughout our top half of the field there. Looks like that's the 59 of Love sitting in 4th currently, trying to make a pass to get into that podium. One more time onto the front straightaway. Morris leading the charge ahead of Funk.
White flag is out. Final trip around turns 1 and 2 for Miles Morris, your race leader. Funk tried to make a move on the outside. That did not work, and you can see that Megan actually lost a little ground, lost some contact with the race leader. Final time through 3 and 4. Drag race to the line. A great charge by Megan Funk.
Morris going to end up taking the win, though. That was a great race. Man, that late race charge was looking so good for Funk. One more lap, things might have been slightly different there. But still some great action here for race number 8. Race number 9 up next. Going back to some 4-wheel action with Junior Rubber B Oval. We have the 00 of Jeremiah York. Bloomer, Wisconsin's Morgan Saurer on the 12. The 22 of Emily Kloss. Caden Gullick and on the 23, Ryder Garrett's on the 32. We have the 33 of Elk Mound, Wisconsin's Chase Friedley, the 69 of Cannon Schindler, 79 of Logan Berlin, and the 88 of Kaysen Pretzman rounding out your field as we get the green flag.
Cannon Schindler on the 69 was the heat race winner. That heat race was pretty exciting. We changed the lead no fewer than 3 times, and there you see him 3 wide. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3 as the 00 of Jeremiah York gets into the mix, trying to take over the number 3 spot. There's your top 2 coming out of 4, headed down to the line to complete lap number 1. Through turns 1 and 2, top 2, single file, then a bit of ground, back to 3rd, then a bit of ground again. To the remainder of the field, looks like we had a little issue down in 1 and 2. Everybody races on, but coming down to the white flag now is your race leader. One more trip around the oval for our Junior Rubber B competitors.
Logan Berlin setting the charge here, leading the race. One more lap to go for the 79 machine.
Berlin didn't even finish in the top 3 in the heat, so this is a great shot of redemption for Logan. I'm sure Logan's going to be all smiles when climbing off that number 79 machine, and all Logan has to do is get through turn 4 and make its way all the way down to the finish line. Checkered flag is in the air. Logan Berlin bounces back from the heat that didn't quite go the way he wanted and picks up a main event win in the Junior Rubber B Oval class.
That was race number 9. Race 10 we have up next, Pee Wee Studded Oval. Just 3 competitors in this race, but still bound to see some great racing action amongst them. We have the 12 of Colbin Guazda, the 19 of Bronson Taylor out of Osseo, Wisconsin, and the 29 of Cadott, Wisconsin's Bentley Irish. All going to be making the call. 3 riders in our Pee Wee Studded Oval class.
Irish on the 29. Enjoyed some checkered flag time during the heat, was able to pick up the win. Colbin on the 12, crossed the line second. Bronson on the number 19 rounded out the running order, and if memory serves me correctly, it did come down to the end of the race for this one to be decided. Bentley Irish On the 29, the heat race winner trying to make a strong charge around the outside as the 12 of Quezda got a great jump out of the gate, but right now not out front of the field.
Single file for our top 3 riders, all just about evenly spaced.
Bronson
As the
Taylor.
29 of Irish puts another lap in the books.
Yeah, Bronson Taylor on the 19 got away from the start line great, but I'm not sure if Bronson is experiencing issues or not. Has fallen about half a lap behind the top 2. There you see Bronson just getting across the start-finish line as the top 2 are racing down the back straightaway.
Now this is going to be a fun battle to watch between the 29 of Irish and the 12 of Guazda, as they're currently sitting 1 and 2 in the points overall. You know, Irish has the upper hand right now with 2 race wins, Guazda just behind him by 2 points. So, you know, Guazda's trying to look up for some lost momentum here, but Irish is definitely setting the pace right now. Might be trying to grow his lead in the overall point standings.
Final time through turns 3 and 4 as they took the white flag last time across the start-finish line. This time it will be the checkered flag. The 29 of Bentley Irish backs up the heat race win with a main event win and is definitely going to add a bit of padding to that points lead in the Pee-wee studded oval class. C Rubber Oval will be next. 12 entries. This is one of the classes that needed an LCQ. Chris Buckley will be riding the 2, Ethan Kramer on the 3, Brady Wilson piloting the 07, Logan Shemek on the 9, Braxton Johnson tossing a leg over the 13, Jacob Ackley on the 18, Jackson Helen on the 20, Tucker Granger with the 23, Avery Schindler on the 24, Owen Prosecki with the 29, Ashley Arneson on the 43, and Ellie Swoboda on the 98. The bungees have been released, and the C Rubber Oval racers are on track.
Top 4 racers trying to pull away from the rest of the field, but we got one rider out front all alone leading the charge, setting the pace here for our C Rubber Oval class. He's got competition hot on his tail though. The 07 right behind him.
Avery Schindler in the 24 won Heat 2. Jacob Ackley on the 18 won Heat number 1. Right now it's a side-by-side battle for second as the 07 of Wilson comes under attack for that number 2 spot. That didn't last long. Down the back straightaway, the 07 comes back to life. Going to try and challenge with the race leader. Oh, we got 2 spinners on the outside of 3 and 4.
Looks like Wilson was one of them.
Yeah.
He was up there in one of those top spots.
So they drop from a battle for the lead to outside the top 5, I believe. There's your race leader down the back straightaway.
If my eyes do not deceive me, it looks like that might be the 3 of Ethan Kramer that's now your new race leader.
Checkered flag is out. Feature win in the C Rubber Oval class comes down to 2 spinners in turns 3 and 4, coming down to the white flag. What a final lap for our C Rubber Oval racers.
That was race 11. Race 12 up next, Outlaw PW Studded Oval. We got the 2 of Riot Marion from Fall Creek, Wisconsin. Greenwood, Wisconsin's Dalton Schweers on the 4. We have the 12 of Colbin Guazda, the 14 of Gage Gistra, the 19 of Bronson Taylor out of Osseo, Wisconsin, and Dax Graham piloting the 20 from Cadott, Wisconsin. 6 racers in race number 12, our Outlaw PW Studded Oval class.
Dax Graham was the heat race winner on the 20 earlier today. We see that we are just rifling through these main events. What a start by the 12. Colbin Guazda is able to put at least 5 quad lengths between his number 12 and the rest of the field, coming off the line and headed down the back straightaway in our Outlaw P-Dub Studded Oval main event.
Man, the 12 of Guazda had such a great start there. He's definitely looking to make the upset here in this class, as so far every race this year, Dax Graham has come out as your race winner. So he definitely wants to make a change going on for that one. Guazda setting a blistering pace, pulling away from the rest of the field. But we got the 4 of Schweers trying to make a pull-up on him, still about 6 quad lengths behind, but slowly but surely trying to reel in the 12 of race leader Colbin Guazda.
Riot Marion on the deuce, also in the mix as well, trying to hold on to a number 3 spot in the running order. The field gets the white flag this time across the finish line. One more lap to go for our Outlaw PW studded oval competitors.
One last time through 3 and 4, battle for the lead. Guazda has it. Schweers wants it. Through 4 one last time, drag race to the line, and it looks like it's going to be the 12 of Colbin Guazda holding on to that advantage. Had the great jump from the start, able to hold on to that lead through the checkered flag for our Outlaw PW studded oval class.
Race number 13.
For race 13. We'll be heading to open motorcycle oval, back to 2-wheel racing here. We got the 3 of Jacob Dick, the 4 of Gordy Halsey, 5 of Riley Ginder, 11 of Jason Larson, 21 of Travis Wolzheim from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Cody Funk piloting the 25, Tristan Kaizow on the 28, the 42 of Zane Lindquist, 59 of Gavin Love, 88 of Corey Pangborn, and the 393 of Neil Petty, rounding out your field for open motorcycle oval.
Heat race winner earlier today was the number 1 of Cash Pangborn. And remember, this is one of the classes battling for $1,500 to win open motorcycle. $1,500 to win. Cash Pangborn hoping that he can back up the W from the heat race earlier today. He's got some stout competition he's going to have to deal with as they are lined up in the blowing snow on the start line waiting for the bungees to be released.
Man, the snow just keeps coming on down there. Gonna set up for a great second half of our racing. You know, we're already a third of the way through this second round of heats. Excited to see what this snow is gonna put into effect once we get on to, you know, especially our GP races later on today.
You can see in the background of this shot some of the snowmobilers coming out to watch the fun ice racing action from the 2-wheelers, the 4-wheelers, the UTV racers as well. Looks like we've got the track cleared. Revs come up on the 2-wheeled bikes. Gate is open and away they go. Open motorcycle oval main event is underway. They take it 6 wide into the first turn and make their way down the back straight. Oh, we've got a rider off the bike. Bike is down.
One rider going
the
down,
to the back
sliding for
stretch.
half the straight.
That appears to be the 4
Looks to
of
be back
Gordy
up and standing.
Halsey.
Rider is up standing under his own power, good to see. But man, we have one rider out front way far ahead, pulling away from our second place racers.
That's going to be that number 1 machine of Cash Pangborn. Cash hoping to back up the heat race win. Oh, red flag is out. This is going to be a restart, I believe, with the rider going down on the back straightaway. Red flag is out. They're going to re-rack them, restack them. It'll be a complete restart. And the individual who's going to be the happiest about that one is going to be Gordy Halsey. That's the rider that went down coming out of 2, I think, tangled bars with the rider next to him. Pulled the front wheel out from underneath him. Thankfully, it was a softer low side get off, and then he just kind of slid down the back stretch. Compliments of the polished ice.
Yeah, that was quite a slide job right there. I mean, he slid, like you said, it was the length of the back straightaway there. You know, that ice, it gets all polished, nice and smooth from all the racing action, and when one rider goes down, they just keep on sliding until they have, you know, a little bank of snow to slow them down a bit.
393 of Neil Petty there being pushed. Maybe I may have got my numbers wrong. Was it Neil that went down? Because Neil is being invited to the back line of the caution. Oh, the number 5 is going to come back as well. So it was Riley Ginder. Perhaps it was Riley that went down after mixing with Petey on the 393. That would seem to make sense in my mind, Zach, as those 2 riders, even if the 393 of Petey didn't go down, it may be called as one of the causes of the caution or the red flag.
Exactly. Because, yeah, those two riders getting into each other, even if it's just one going down, both will end up being the cause for the caution. We are back to green flag racing, though, here for our open motorcycle oval class.
The 11 machine of Jason Larson holding on to the number 3 spot down the back straightaway, but out front, it's the 1 again. Cash Pangborn looking to collect some cash. Ooh, we've got him bumping and grinding down the front straightaway. That's something you don't want to do when you're alongside a cycle with screws coming out of the wheels, but somehow they keep it upright on the front stretch. 3-rider battle right behind your race leader, Cash Pangborn, as they head into turn number 4. This one's getting dicey. The number 3 of Jacob Dick is in the mix as well.
We now have a 4-rider battle up for the lead as our former leader shoots on back to 4th place overall. Now it's a 3-rider battle for 1, 2, and 3. 3 wide onto the back straightaway as we're swapping and swinging all top 3 riders. It's now the 88 of Pangborn leading the charge, the 3 of Dick in second.
Race leader has pulled out a commanding advantage, and this that we see on the monitors now is a 3-rider battle for second, and again they're bumping and grinding. This time out of turn at number 2 they get together, and that's going to cost both those riders a position. It was the 3 and the 3
Larson on the 11
together
now
that time
second.
out of turn number 2. This is some
Man,
full
bumping
contact
back
racing
and forth
in the open motorcycle oval class. They know that it's a $1,500 payday waiting at the end of this one. Green flag waiting, 2 laps
They got
to go.
money on the mind. One more time out onto the front stretch. Single file now through our top 4.
Keeping an eye on the flagger at the finish line, waiting for the white flag, still under green flag conditions. The flagger now reaches for the white flag as you see that battle for position coming through turn number 2 down the back straightaway.
Getting through some lap traffic, making sure we are all good to go.
White flag was out that time across the line. There is your race leader headed into turns 1 and 2, looking for a nice payday, and that is the 1 of Cash Pangborn. Pangborn, still your race leader. At the end of the back straightaway, now turns 3 and 4 is all that stands between Cash and some more cash. Checkered flag is out. Cash Pangborn, $1,500 payday, winning the open motorcycle oval.
Man, and not doing so in an easy way. You know, he had a hard-fought battle to take home that W tonight.
Wow, I gotta tell you, if you've ever talked with a motorcycle racer and thought that it was easy, that event should have changed your mind. That was some full contact action through the entirety of the race, rubbing elbows, handlebars, legs, and foot pegs before we got to the $1,500 payday. Main event number 14 on the line next.
Outlaw Rubber Oval 1. Going out for race number 14. Lineups looking like this. We got Meyer, Barsamian, White, Steinmetz, Swan, Severson, Aronson, White, Reyes, Fuller, Thompson, Sauter, Kalbreyer, Geldmet, Lowry, Wedward, and Rasmussen. Green flag is out, and we are Outlaw Rubber Oval Racing.
Trevin White on the 9 and Tyler Thompson on the 0-3 were heat race winners earlier today. There, I believe, the rider in the black with the yellow frame is the 0-3 of Tyler Thompson. But that's second place as the race leader just ahead of him crosses the line to complete lap number 1.
Our top 2 racers have it pretty easy right now, nothing too close by them, but third on back is all a powerhouse. It's a who's who at this point. 3-rider battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as our leader slowly but surely pulls away from the rest of the field. Looks like it's the 9 of Trevin White leading the charge ahead of the 0-3 of Thompson. And we got that 2-quad battle as one of our quads slides way out high.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was contact that set up that wide run through turns 3 and 4 that time or not. The prior lap, I loved that high shot atop turn number 1 that showed you how wide they were taking the entry into turn number 1 in hopes of getting those quads, those rubber-wheeled quads, turned and rotated for the back straightaway. Green flag waving. I believe it's 2 to go this time across the line for your race leader, Trevin White on the 9.
We're single file throughout the top half of our field. Start getting a little mixing and matching as we get to the back half. But one time through 3 and 4, we have the 9 of Trevin White still leading the charge ahead, the 03 of Tyler Thompson in second.
Wow, that commanding lead that Trevin White has put together is about 2/3 of a straightaway in length. You can see Trevin pushing the cushion high, wide, and handsome around turns 1 and 2 as Trevin sets that quad up for turn 3. The second place quad of Thompson is just coming out of turn 2.
And Thompson might be having some company behind him. Thought I saw that third place rider right as I say it, the 47 of Jace White. He's getting side by side with Thompson. Thompson still holds the advantage of second place, but White is hot on his tail.
This is another $1,500 to win main event. Outlaw Rubber Quads battling for $1,500 to win. And as of right now, it's Trevin White in the 9 who's got this one well under control. As the race leader, there's Trevin. Just see him coming out of that fourth turn. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 9 machine.
White leading the charge, or White in second. Trevin White leading the charge. Jace White in second. Thompson still sitting in third place overall.
Trevin White sets it up for turn number 3. Final time around this end of the oval. You can see Trevor sawing at the handlebars. Staying in the throttle. Challenge maybe, but it's going to be too little too late. Checkered flag is out. Trevin White on the 9 going to get another $1,500 payday in the Outlaw Rubber Quad main event.
Up next, race 15, our B Rubber Oval class. This was another one of our classes that we had a change from the LCQ. Not all of our riders making their way through.
Osborne, Kramer, Ginder, Wilson, Hazelton, Helen, Olinsky, Gillingham, Tiller, Goodenough, Berlin, and Ryder. On the start gate, heat race winners were Goodenough on the 73 and Berlin on the 79. So a quad with a number in the 70s appears to be magic, at least in the heat races. We'll see if that'll transfer over to the mains or not. B Rubber Oval main on tap for next.
Bungee cord is pulled and away we go for our B Rubber Oval class.
This will be
right now early advantage looks to be the 32.
Yep, sorry. Noah Gillingham on the 32, your early race leader. This will be a $300 to win main event for the B Rubber Quad racers.
Gillingham leading the charge, the 79 of Berlin right behind him in second as we've got a 2-quad battle for third and fourth. That final step on the podium right now. Early advantage goes to the 07 of Wilson holding on to third, but he's got company right behind him in fourth.
Wilson trying to make that high line work for the 07 machine. Gave up second in 3 and 4, and I believe may have just given up third in 1 and 2. There's the 07 of Wilson, that white quad with the pink chassis. Ooh, quad just ahead of him, and they get together, and Wilson is off the quad. Hard into the snow. The outside of turns 3 and 4. That will be a race ender for the 07.
Now right there, that is going to be a lesson in target fixation if I've ever seen one. We had that stopped quad over on the outside, and if you saw the 07 of Wilson, he takes a peek over his right-hand shoulder, sees that quad stalled, ended up turning his bars to the right into his competitor, got him all off kilter right there. So 07 of Wilson, his bars are off his quad. His day is going to come to a close.
Failure from the triple clamps, I'm assuming, on the top of the 07 machine. That's going to be a race-ending incident for Brady Wilson on the 07. So we'll have a moment to get track workers over there to help clear turns 3 and 4. There's a couple of other quads sitting over there in 3 and 4 as well. Meanwhile, we've got a few snowmobiles out on the front straightaway. Just headed down to help clear turns 3 and 4. We will line our quads up now. What we're going to do here is a single file restart. Since we were a couple of laps into this event already, they're not going to take them all the way back to the start gate. This will be a staggered single file restart in the order that they were scored at the completion of the last lap. So you can see the race leader there out front. The second place quad is a step behind and one step to the left of the left rear tire there of the race leader, and they will continue that lineup through the rest of the field.
32 looks to be your current race leader. That is the 32 of Noah Gillingham leading the charge. 79 of Sean Berlin going to line up right behind him in second place. And then, if I'm remembering correctly, it had been the 07 of Wilson sitting third place overall. So now we're going to bring our fourth place competitor up to line up in that third place spot. Looks like it's going to be the 2 of Osborne taking over that position.
Slight change. They're not going to, there you can see the steering stem has broken on the 07 machine. Some great work from our camera operators there, getting right up inside the action to let you viewers at home experience and see exactly what Wilson experienced on the 07. Can you imagine going the speed that he was going and all of a sudden a snap in the steering stem there? I'm sure that was an eye-opener. The Thompson Motorsports entry done for the day as he gets a helping hand to be pulled back to the hauler. Now, I had mentioned it was going to be a staggered single file restart. I believe I misspoke there, and I apologize. Looks like it's going to be strictly a single file restart here, and they're trying to, you know what I think? The scorers are trying to figure out where the 07 is, and now they're just realizing, oh, he's not going to be in the restart lineup here, so they'll pull the rest of the field forward. The deuce of Ryan Osborne will be pulled up to the third place restarting position. The 73 of Trenton Goodenough, the 33 of Landon Tiller, fourth there in the restart order, I believe. But as Zach had mentioned earlier, it'll be the 32 of Noah Gillingham out front for this restart.
Making sure our quads are all set and ready to go in their correct lineup order. Before we get back to some green flag action here for our B Rubber Oval class, race number 15, we're nearing the halfway portion of our second set of heat races here for the day.
Riley Ginder on the 5. Showing how easy it is to realign your quad when you're on ice, just kind of hopping it sideways a little bit there to get in line with the rest of the field. Race director, that's Jason Swan, who we were talking with during intermission, walking through the lineup there, letting them know what the restart will be. He's showing them 5, and I have to be honest, I'm not sure if that's 5 laps down or 5 to go, but
making sure everyone is set and ready to go. Before we get back to some green flag action here, as a reminder, you're watching this live stream on MBTVsports.com. There's still time to send that Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, website link on over to your friends and family to catch the second half of Heats 2 here for this NWIRC race that we are going through today. Still feel free to share that link, spread it around so that all your friends and family can be in on the action today and see some nice quad, UTV, and motorcycle racing. Green flag is out, and we're back to B Rubber Oval racing today.
Noah Gillingham got a great start coming off the line as the green flag raised. He's going to hold that lead. I'll tell you, one rider who didn't quite get the start he had hoped fell from third on the restart back to fourth and then struggled to stay in the top 5, but it is Gillingham out front on the 32.
79 of Berlin still holding on strong for second, but he's got company from that third place rider trying to make a move up to that second place spot.
Still green flag conditions as these racers transition from the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2, sliding those four-wheelers on the ice towards the back straightaway. It is the 32 of Noah Gillingham, who had a great start back when they came out of the start gate and was able to pull away from the competition. Now with that red flag, was able to stay out front. Now the battle is behind them. The 79 and the 73, Berlin and Goodenough, have a good battle going.
And then you look at fourth on back, and it's just a who's who. We've got a 3-rider battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th, 3-rider battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Single file throughout the top half, but it's that rear half of the field where anyone can have any spot at this point. 32 of Gillingham still leading the charge, pulling away as he takes the way high line through 3 and 4.
Down to the checkered flag, the 32 of Noah Gillingham is going to get the win in the B Rubber Oval feature.
That was race 15. Race 16 is going to be hitting the track next, our junior studded oval class. We have the 15 of Brooklyn Hakes, the 28 of Raymond Jansen, Matthew Fernstall piloting the 33, Emmett Salter on the 42, the 87 of Braden Wolf, and the 99 of Braden Irish are going to be your 6 quads making the call for junior studded oval race number 16.
Heat race winner earlier today was Matt Fernstall. Matthew on the 33 picked up the win just ahead of Braden Wolf on the 87, who crossed the line second.
Now, this is going to be another one of those classes that we're going to want to watch for battles here, because we currently have a tie for the lead in the points between the 33 of heat race winner Matthew Fernstall and the 42 of Emmett Salter, both tied for the top position. So whoever takes the win in this race is most likely, depending on how the points finish out from Heat 1, going to take the lead in the class overall for the season points.
Some last-minute track prep taking place on the course. Did have a couple of quads at the end of that prior event who had some issues down in turns 3 and 4, so track workers are down there trying to give them a helping hand off the speedway. That's why there's the slight delay here to release our junior studded oval racers for their main event.
Perfect time to take a couple seconds to thank some of our sponsors for helping us out here with today's race. We have Rockford House Saloon, Dave's Outboard, Lincoln Wood, Lubrication Station, Brad and Chris Genero in honor of Ron Swanson and the Old Duffies, and a lot of help out here today. Couldn't be out here without the help from our sponsors.
And how about those track workers? Look at this view right here. You're seeing the snow get thicker, and all the track workers continuing to stay in their positions to make sure that the racing goes off without a hitch. The bungee has been released, and our junior studded oval main event, which is the $250 to win event, is underway.
Looks like it may have been the 42 of Emmett Salter taking the early race lead. I'm starting to recognize him from that nice little mohawk that he's rocking on top of his helmet there. Salter, your early race leader. A little bit of space before we get back to what might be a battle for second and third, slowly but surely developing. Our second and third place riders nearing each other, still about 2 quad lengths in between the riders.
2 riders nose to tail there, battling for second and third, but as Zach mentioned, our race leader is pulling away quite a bit from the competition. Maybe we'll end up with a 3-rider battle for second, as that 4th place quad is trying to close the gap.
Nice side-by-side action. I think it was the 87 of Wolf currently sitting in third. Still haven't been able to see who that is in second place, but Wolf is slowly but surely reeling them in, or at least holding onto that ground.
The 87
I think it's
machine
the
of Braden
33
Wolf
of
looking to the inside of Matt Fernstall on the 33. That's your 2-rider battle for second and third. So Fernstall got the
Salter,
race win,
Fernstall,
but is now
Wolf.
just battling for second and third.
Another lap in the books for the 42 of Salter, taking the checkered flag and the win in this heat race. Fernstall going to finish second. Wolf rounding out your top 3.
A rubber oval will be next. This will be a $375 to win main event. with Colton Buckley on the 10, Braden Tiller riding the 11, Jake Prosecki on the 21, Ashton Reese with the 22. On the 41 is Brad Thompson. The 43 is Jake Rubenzer. Tommy Anderson on the 47, Mitch Shervey riding the 51, Mike Anderson on the 57, and Parker Reedinger with the 72. Heat race winner was Ashton Reese on the Double Deuce 22 machine. A rubber oval main is down and away. What a start by the 21 of Jake Prosecki.
Yeah, Prosecki just rocketing out of that starting gate there. Already able to put a 6, 7, 8 quad length gap between him and our second place rider.
Trying to get a look at the number. I believe it's the 51 of Mitch Shervey holding on to the number 2 spot for now. Gives a face full of roost to the competitor right behind him coming out of turn number 4. And a change in the top 4 from 3rd and 4th to 2nd and 3rd. The 2 riders to the inside made a move on the front straightaway.
Lots of swapping going on around the track here as we have movements going all throughout the field. Out front alone, though, still your race leader.
Jake Prosecki out front of the 21 machine. There's Prosecki wearing the yellow safety gear, leading the pack down into turns 1 and 2. Prosecki now gets that quad to rotate, attacks the back straightaway, and headed down towards turn number 3.
Nice little gap between Prosecki in the lead and our battle for 2nd and 3rd still ranging on behind him. With a clear track ahead of him, Prosecki is able to put in the laps that he needs to hold on to this lead position. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for Prosecki.
But I tell you what, the separation from Prosecki back to 2nd is closing a bit. I believe that's Jake Rubenzer on the 43 who's closing the gap. Rubenzer did get up into the snow that time in 1 and 2. Not sure if that hampered his hopes of closing the gap on the race leader. Final time through turns 3 and 4. It's still the 21 of Prosecki, your race leader.
Prosecki taking it nice and smooth through 3 and 4. Gonna take the checkered flag and the race win.
Jake Prosecki with the W in the A rubber oval main, ensuring a nice $375 payday as the feature winner. B-studded oval will be next out of the gate.
For race number 18, we have the 1 of Brady Stewart. Fall Creek, Wisconsin's Tristan Kaizow piloting the 2 machine. We have the 07 of Brant Hans, the 8 of Alex Quinnell, Tucker Kempe on the 19, Brett Lazar on the 23, the 42 of Cody Conrad out of Mondovi, Wisconsin, and the 43 of Corey Aronson out of Cadott, Wisconsin. Rounding out our field, we have Braden Wolf on the 87 and Hunter Toroni on the 93.
Braden Wolf on the 87 was the heat race winner earlier today. The B-studded oval main event will be a $300 to win affair. These quad racers getting ready to do the dance. Once they fire them up, looks like one of our riders having a bit of issue just to the right end of the lineup there. You can see he's about a quad length off the start gate. Start line, rather. Not sure if it's a mechanical issue or what, but we will see. And there's another rider changing their starting position.
Riders making sure they have the correct starting position here. Make sure they want to be able to start off this race strong so they can finish off their great payday here.
10 of the expected 11 quads on the line. And the one quad that we're missing, I believe, is going to be the 07. Oh, no, here it comes into the starting area from the staging area. And that, now this is what you're going to see here, I believe, is some of the sportsmanship in the quad racing fraternity. One of the quads, I believe, is having trouble getting fired up, and I thought they were going to push start them. A lot of times you will see in the quad ranks, one quad will literally help push start a competitor they're going to have to battle against. but that's not going to be the case there. The 87 of Braden Wolf late to the line. That was the heat race winner. Not quite sure what held up Braden. There's the 07 of Hans, the 42 of Cody Conrad. Can't quite see the number on the quad that's experiencing the troubles there behind the start line. Not sure if they're looking at the front suspension or the steering or the maybe the cables, the clutch or the brake cables. I'm not quite sure, but they're going to pull it up to the line, and that is the one. Is that the one of Stewart?
Yeah, the one of Stewart. Having some issues, gets up to the line though, able to make the green flag, but it's the 07 of Brant Hans with the early race lead.
Yeah, what an awesome start off the line by the 07 of Brant Hans. You heard in our interview during intermission that sometimes they'll start the rubber-wheeled quads up in fourth gear, but these are the studded quads, even though it's the B class, probably starting down in first or second gear, and the jump like that would lead one to suspect maybe trying to give up the extra shifts with a first gear start just to get off the line, but that was a great start by the 07.
Exactly, an absolute rocket. He's able to lead the 20 machine right behind him, but I dare say right behind him. He's got quite a bit of an advantage over that second place rider, who then still has about a 10 quad advantage over our third place, our top three riders. Quite far spread out, but we have what now might be a 4 quad battle for third, fourth, and fifth developing.
Might throw another quad into the mix as well, as the 8 machine of Alex Quinnell joins the dance. Race leader is away, but these 4 continue to battle, maybe breaking it up into 2 groups of 2 as they head down the back straightaway. This time
out front alone
flag.
For the 07 of Hans taking the win out off that nice rocket start.
$375 main event win for Brant Hans on the 07, and that all goes down to a rocket launch out of the start line. Of course, he had great speed and was able to pull away from the competition, but didn't have to worry about the competition. Compliments of that great start.
Up next, race 19. Big money on the line. $50 to win for our Pee Wee A Oval class about to hit the track. 2 of Riot Marion, the 12 of Colbin Guazda, the 19 of Bronson Taylor, Alora Rongholt on the 24, Bentley Simplowski on the 28, Bentley Irish on the 29, the 33 of Lincoln Kloss, and the 99 of Mason Granger.
Heat race winner earlier today was Bentley Semplowski on the 28 machine, with Granger, Ronhold, and Marion all in a battle for second, third, and fourth. Top 2 trying to pull away from a 3-rider battle for third. Now they're single file out of 2 and onto the back straightaway. I'm not sure. Is that the 99 out front? We'll see as they come around turns 3 and 4. 24 perhaps. Alora Ronhold is your race leader.
Laura leading the charge, the 99 of Granger sitting in second, but we got a 2-quad battle for third and fourth developing between the 2 of Marion and the 12 of Guazda. Guazda trying to come up on the back end of the 2 of Marion. Tucks down low to the inside. Nothing going on there. We're single file still through our top 4 riders.
I would say the only weakness of the 99 of Mason Granger, who's running second, would be getting into the turns, because the 4 quads behind him are able to close the gap going into turn number 1. We'll see if the same happens here in turn number 3.
The 2 of Marion with a nice deep rock into that corner. 3 wide coming out of 4 for second, third, and fourth. Granger gets passed on the outside. It's now Irish up to second. Granger back to third. Now back to fourth as the 12 of Guazda makes his way up into that podium position.
Still green flag action for our Pee Wee A Oval racers, who are battling for $50 to win, which is a lot of money for the youngsters. There's your race leader down the back straightaway. Great start by Alora on the 24 machine, has equated into the lead in these opening couple of circuits. This time down to the line, the 24 machine will be battling for the win and the payday. Checkered flag is out. Alora Ronholt on the 24 picks up the win in the Pee Wee A Oval class.
Nice little battle to the line for second and third as well. As we move on to race number 20 of the day, Outlaw Rubber Trike. Again, we're going back to this interesting three-wheeled class we have. They got one wheel up front, two wheels on an axle in the back. 6 racers for Outlaw Rubber Trike. We have the 4 of Brody Barsamian, the 6 of Josh Fernstall, Barry Serrar, and the 10, Josh Lorenz on the 23, the 25 of Austin Henneman from Bloomer, Wisconsin, and the 32 of Evan Anderson are going to round out your 6-rider field for race number 20, Outlaw Rubber Trike.
Heat race winner earlier today was Brody Barsamian on the number 4 machine. And if memory serves, that came down to the start. Looks like another great rocket start by the 4 of Brody. Brody's going to lead the pack out of the start gate straight and onto the oval proper, getting the whole shot in turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, our trike racers are battling for every position they can get.
Brody looking to do a repeat of what he did during that first heat race. Like you said, it all came down to that rocket start that he had. Able to do the same thing here in heat number 2. Had a great start out of the gate there. Was able to pull ahead of his competitors there. And that is exactly what he needs. You know, a nice, clean, open track ahead of him. Doesn't have to worry about trying to make moves on another competitor. Can just put all of his focus into pulling away from the second place rider.
$250 to win this Outlaw Rubber Trike main event, as the number 4 is starting to feel a little pressure from the second place trike, but that trike goes extremely wide in turn number 4, and that allows the 10 of Barry Sauer to work underneath. Barry, one of the gentlemen we spoke with during intermission interviews.
Sauer now up to second, setting his sights on your race leader, the 4 of Brody Barsamian. Brody still leading the charge, coming up on lap traffic, able to get down to the inside nice and easy. 10 of Sauer right on his tail in second.
But the checkered flag waves for the number 4 of Brody Barsamian. Brody gets the win in the Outlaw Rubber Trike main event. Open studded oval main coming up next.
Another big money class here, $1,500 to win, if I'm reading this correctly, in our open studded oval class. The 4 of Tyler Allen, 08 of Jim Schweers, Mitch Williams on the 12, Carson Patrick on the 19, the 20 of Kyle Komarek, the 22 of Dylan Meyer, Dawson Dick on the 23, Michael Randall on the 25, Gage Weber on the 40, the 47 of Jace White, 53 of Blaine Stegenga, and the 88 of Desmond Fernstall. About to take the green flag, bungees pulled, and away we go for open studded oval.
Jace White on the 47 was the heat race winner earlier today. Look at that rider out front, pulling away as they come out of turn 2 and head down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Around 3 and 4, it's White, your race leader, but he's being chased down by the 4 of Tyler Allen. Allen trying to stay in within arm's reach of the race leader, but that separation is growing through 1 and 2.
Allen's got some pressure hot on his tail. I believe that was the 53 of Blaine Stegenga. Right behind him, sitting in third place currently, able to slide up, moves up to second. Stegenga now up to second, setting his sights on the race leader now.
Wow, that was a power move by Stegenga, entering turn number 3 just a bit wider and then crossing over, chopping down to the bottom and letting the quad slide in front of the 4 of Allen to take over the number 2 spot. He's got a lot of speed. Let's see if Stegenga can close the gap on Jace White on the 47-year race leader.
It's White, Stegenga, Allen, 1, 2, 3 as it currently sits. Stegenga is slowly but surely pulling in on your race leader, the 47 of Jace White. White had a nice hard charge there coming out of the corner. Puts another lapse in the books here. White still your race leader, Stegenga in second. Allen in third, trying to fight back, take back over that second place spot that he held previously.
Down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 go our race leaders. Ooh, red flag. Red flag conditions on the track now. Going to slow them down. I did not see the cause of the red flag. Looks like we've got a... Trying to take a look at the circuit to see where the issue is. There down in turn 1, you can see quad there. I didn't see the incident, so I can't comment on exactly what happened, but it'll be a red flag condition with a restart on the front straightaway, similar to what we saw earlier today on that restart.
Yeah, not quite sure exactly what happened to the 88 machine of Desmond Fernstall there, but with him stalled right in that racing line, I wouldn't be shocked if that's why we saw that red flag condition come out. Fernstall back fired up and ready to go, so we're going to make sure we're all relined up in our correct restart order before we get back to some green flag action for our open studded oval $1,500 to win race.
Makes you wonder who this benefits more. Jace White, the 47, who is leading, or Blaine Stiganga, the 53, who is closing the gap, or maybe it puts some wind in the sails of some of the other riders who had kind of lost touch with the top 2 there.
Exactly. I think this might be a good move for Stiganga, because he had slowly started to reel in our race leader, the 47, the Jace White, and I don't know what happened, if he hit a slick spot, something happened, he pulled way far back. So this is going to give Stiganga a chance to get up side by side with our race leader, the 47 of White once again. Looks like that's the 08 of Jim Schweers.
Yeah, Schweers down in the pits doing some quick work on that quad, trying to get back out on the oval to battle with the rest of the field. Not sure. It looked like he was trying to put some air in that right rear. So, and I can see as he pulls away, that right rear is already getting low again. So he's probably either blown a bead or broken the stem off. Maybe if he got together with another bike, it'll surprise me if that right rear stays up much longer.
Yeah, the fact that he inflated it and it's already that low, not setting a good sight for the 08 of Schweers there.
The only other thing that I can think of is if, while he was reinflating it, just didn't quite get it fully reinflated, and I was just seeing it, feel the weight of the rider back on the quad. A slight change. You can see that they are doing the staggered start here with these quads. Oh, your race leader has stalled. Going to give him an opportunity to refire the 47. That's Jace White. They're looking at the flagger with the green flag. Once that flag goes up, they will rock it away. Green is out. Away they go.
White with a nice restart. Stiganga hot on his tail in second, though. This might have been the move Stiganga needed to reel in that leader. Again, the 4 of Allen hot on the tail of Stiganga. It's White, Stiganga, Allen, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, here comes Allen. Allen taking a look to the inside.
Allen had previously held second earlier on in this race, able to get back up into that second place spot now.
That time across the line, it was the final green flag lap. This time it'll be a white flag. White flag on display for Jace White, your race leader. And again, our open studded racers battling for $1,500 to win. Final time down the back straightaway and through 3 and 4.
White setting a nice pace as he comes one last time through 3 and 4 onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 47 of Jace White, taking the W.
Open studded oval, great battle. Despite the red flag situation, nice to see that the rider that had issues there, Desmond Fernstall, was able to get back on the quad. No worse the wear, despite the red flag and that slight interruption. The 47 of Jace White able to hold on to the lead and fend off the advances for a $1,500 payday.
Up next, Pro Rubber Oval. I will send it over to Dan Bailey to give the lineup quick.
It'll be the 0 of Reese Botzet, the 0-3 of Tyler Thompson. Brody Barsamian will be riding the 4 with Trevin White, fresh off that feature win a couple of races ago on the 9. Kennedy Swan, who we spoke with during intermission interviews, will be atop her number 18 machine with Jordan Colbrier on the 21. Scott Geldernick will be atop the 23 with Brady Thompson piloting the 41. On the 43, we'll have Corey Aronson, who also an individual we spoke with during intermission interviews. Jace White on the 47, Vanden Rees on the 50, and Sam Rasmussen on the 80. And as you can imagine, a couple of the riders that we just heard their names from coming off the track from the prior race. That's why they were holding this group up in staging before they rolled them up to the start line, give the other riders an opportunity to get back to the staging area for the correct gate selection order. Heat race winners were Reese Botzet on the 0, won the second heat, and Jace White on the 47 won the first heat.
Now this could be an interesting development. So the 47 of Jace White, hot off the race win for race 21, open studded oval, won $1,500 there, has a chance to take the win in this class, $500 to win. Might be seeing 2 Gs here in just 2 races. As the 43 gets a nice start, that's Corey Aronson on the inside, moves all the way back to 4th though before we get to that first turn.
Remember, completely different riding style as that open studded race that just ended is replaced and followed up by a pro rubber race here. So a different riding style. You would think that Jace White could bring some momentum, but again, he's got to make sure that he clicks that switch in the brain and rides the bike or the quad the way it needs to be ridden in this rubber class.
Exactly. I saw White had been sitting in second going through 3 and 4, went way high, must have still been used to that studded class. Now he's outside of the top 3. Now our top 2 riders, nice battle for the lead there. 0-3 of Tyler Thompson currently sitting in second, setting his sights on our race leader.
And I believe that race leader is second heat race winner Reese Botzet on the 0. Botset's got a comfortable advantage as they come out of turn number 2 and head down the back straightaway. There's Botzet, your race leader, on the 0, and a bit of ground back to the 0-3 of Tyler Thompson.
Thompson now with some competition right behind him. Looks like that's previous race winner, the 47 of Jace White. White got back to feeling how the rubber works, understanding how it's going. White sitting in 3rd, setting his sights on that 2nd place finish.
Ooh, battle for position, and actually a changing of position there as Thompson gives up the spot. White on the 47.
Nice side-by-side battle going on. White setting his sights on the leader, looks down to the inside.
White flag is out. One more lap to go for Jace White. Can he go 2 for 2? He's trying to power move on the outside. Around turns 1 and 2, he's going to ride that cushion to the lead. Jace White in the 47, going to make it 2 for 2. He's a half a lap away from another payday.
One last time through 3 and 4, I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, but checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 47 of Jace White, taking the W today.
My goodness,
man,
what a
2
charge.
races. Exactly.
Didn't get the start that he had wanted. As Zach mentioned, he rode that quad high in one of the turns and then had to battle back and made it happen, and was able to come away with a $500 win in the Pro Rubber Quad feature.
Man, 2 races in a row and $2,000 richer. Definitely sounds like a successful day for Jace White.
Yes. UTV Rubber.
Up next, though, race 23, our final race on the oval for the day, our UTV Rubber class. We saw our UTV studded class start things off. Now we're moving back for rubber. We have the 1 of Nick Frey, the 5 of Jim Paulson, Faith Conrad on the 15, Dallas Bulford on the 32, the 79 of Cody Conrad, and the 97 of Jerry Conrad, with the 98 of Gunnar Palm rounding out our 7 UTV field.
Gunnar Palm on the 98 was the heat race winner earlier today. Palm lining up right in the middle there. I believe that's the UTV that's third from the right as you're viewing it on your screen there. Alongside the number 5 of Jim Paulson to his right, our left, and the 79 of Cody Conrad, the blue UTV there, with a passenger strapped in. Bungee's released and they're away. UTV Rubber feature
side by side. Palm trying to get that early race lead, but he's got competition to his outside. Side-by-side battle for second and third between the 32 and the 5, and I believe that might be the 98 of Palm leading the charge early on.
Oh, we've got a UTV sideways in turn number 4, going to try and save it. And is able to, but the 15 machine of Faith Conrad snookers both of them, sneaks up to the number 2 spot behind the 98 of Gunnar Palm.
Conrad, cool to see moving up into the front position there. Now, you know, she's 15 years old, first year ice racing, usually used to dirt, so a whole new thing for the 15 of Faith Conrad, now holding on to second place overall in this UTV Rubber class.
White flag in the air, this time at the finish line for your race leader, who's way up along the berm, and that allows the 15 of Conrad to close the gap. We've got a battle for the lead underway here.
White flag is out, one more lap to go. It's Palm, Conrad, 1-2.
Conrad
as Conrad goes way high, now back to third.
Reclaims second in turn number 2. The 98 of Palm, still your race leader. Final time down the back straightaway. It's all going to come down to 3 and 4, and I know Conrad's going to drive it deep. Both of them throw it into a slide. Gunnar Palm's going to take it all the way to the top and actually loop it out, I think. Three wide out of turn number 4, down to the line. From third to first gets the win.
I believe that was the 5 of Paulson, if I'm seeing things correctly, who may have taken that checkered flag. Like you said, third all the way back, capitalized on our 2 leaders going way high, was able to duck it down and sneak in that late race pass for the lead.
Make a change now from the oval to the road course. GP racing coming at you. Next race will
starting
be
off. We have
Junior Rubber GP. Junior Rubber GP will be next.
Kiwi studded GP to start things off.
Nope.
Oh.
Sorry.
Junior Rubber.
Junior Rubber GP.
We got the 2 of Jackson Craig, the 10 of Lane Nyseth, 21 of Brayson Johnson, 23 of Caden Gullick, 50 of Desmond Gare, 61 of Wyatt Kettner, the 65 of Mason Smiskey, and the 99 of Braden Irish, making the call for Junior Rubber GP Race 25.
The heat race winner was Lane Nyseth on the number 10. Lane is the rider in yellow racing gear with a yellow chassis. 4th from the right, 5th from the left.
Starter runs across the front. Bungee cord is pulled, and away we are. First GP race of this half of the events.
Great start by the deuce of Jackson Kramer. Kramer was able to get off the line first. Not such a good start for Lane Nyseth on the 10. You can see Lane is stuck back in 6th as they make the transition onto the GP portion of the track. The 99 of Braden Irish going to take the early lead.
Irish able to sneak down to the inside there, lead through that inside part of the GP, but he's got competition right behind him. It's the two of Kramer, hot on his tail. Irish, Kramer 1-2 through that first section of the inside GP course.
Heat race winner Neiseth on the 10, easy to spot. That's the rider in bright yellow racing gear with a yellow chassis, up to 4th, I believe, as they head towards that 180-degree hairpin turn. Top 2, though, have a nice nose-to-tail battle going for the lead.
And we even have a pass for the lead as they're bumping and banging. The two of Kramer now up to the lead, but the 99 of Irish isn't going to go without a fight. Irish sliding to the inside, trying to reclaim that leader spot from the two of Kramer.
Wyatt Kettner on the 61, rounding out the top 5 as they complete this first lap. The lap leader will be the 99 of Braden Irish, with the deuce of Jackson Kramer right behind him in second.
Irish, Kramer 1-2 leading the charge as we're back onto the oval, about to duck it back inside that internal GP left-hand corner. 99 of Irish leading the charge, 2 of Kramer hot on his tail, and there we see him, the 10 of Neiseth making his way up. Neiseth on the podium, setting his sights for that second and first place positions.
We talked during the heat race about the positives that Lane was showing, and that was smooth and consistent laps, not over-driving the quad, and it appears that that's helping again as Lane Neiseth is up to 3rd and has brought the 61 of Kettner along with him up to 4th.
Exactly. You know, Neiseth didn't really have the jump off the start line that he wanted. But like you were saying, that smooth and consistency that he has been showing through this race, able to get him up to 3rd. And you know, with how these top 2 riders are battling, the 99 of Irish and the 2 of Kramer, I wouldn't be shocked to see the 10 of Neiseth being able to capitalize on something that happens with those top 2 riders. They've been bumping and banging this whole race. The 99 of Irish securing that lead so far, but we'll see how things finish off here.
That could very well happen. White flag is out that time across the finish line. One more lap to go for Irish on the 99. Irish has actually pulled away a little bit. Neiseth has caught the 2 of Kramer, so that is a 2-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd. The 2nd and 3rd steps on the podium still in play here. We will see if Irish can keep that number 99 machine under control as the 2nd place 2 of Kramer gets up into the snow, and Lane Neiseth takes over the number 2 spot.
Neiseth up to 2nd. The 2 of Kramer isn't going to go without a challenge, though. Kramer hot on Neiseth's tail, tucks down to the inside, side by side, back up to 2nd. Neiseth now back to 3rd again.
That was some fun battling for position, and they both did it very clean. There was no contact there. They just reacted to how the other was sliding out of the groove and was able to capitalize on the opportunity. Still Braden Irish on the 99, your race leader.
Irish happy for that battle going on behind him as Neiseth and Kramer are focused on each other. This gives Irish just what he needs to be able to slowly but surely grow that lead over the 2nd place riders battling it out for 2nd and 3rd.
Checkered flag is in the air. Braden Irish going to get the junior rubber GP win. Kramer and Neiseth will battle for 2nd and 3rd across the line.
That was Junior Rubber GP. I believe up next, we're moving to the Pee Wee Studded GP class.
Yep, I think they had to do a quick change in race order. We were expecting that Pee Wee Studded GP to be the race that we just saw, and I think it's because one of the riders may be experiencing a mechanical, but or it could be. Well, I shouldn't speculate, but anyways, the next race will be the Pee Wee Studded GP main.
Looks like 2 of our 3 riders making the line. We currently have the 29 of Bentley Irish and the 12 of Colbin Guazda sitting at the line. Looks like we're missing the 19 of Bronson Taylor in this lineup right here.
So they're going to give Taylor Racing an opportunity to get up to the start line before they start this one. I know that racing is serious. I think they gave him every opportunity possible, so it looks like we're getting ready to let him fire with just these two.
Iwi Studded GP getting the green flag. It's Gwazda and Irish side by side as we tuck down into that GP left-hand corner. 29 of Irish, your early race leader.
Yep.
Gwazda close behind in second.
Good
Nice
old-fashioned
little two-quad
match
battle.
race.
Exactly.
The 29 of Bentley Irish out front. Colby Gwazda giving chase on the 12. Not quite sure what the issue was for Bronson Taylor, but the 19, the 19 not able to make it out. And we looped out our race leader. Colby Gwazda has taken the top spot in the 12 now.
Irish coming out of that right-hand corner, gave it just a little too much throttle, spun it all around. That gave Gwazda just the chance that he needed to be able to make that move on the outside. Gwazda, now your sole race leader out here, pulling away from the 29 of Irish. Not quite sure if Irish has gotten his quad back up and running yet.
They just got it out of the snow. Compliments of a track worker who was able to run over there and help. So Irish.
So this has fully shifted how we're going to see this race, with now Gwazda commanding lead over the 29 of Irish.
Irish still on the lead lap, so if something were to happen to Gwazda, this race isn't quite over quite yet, but Gwazda is coming down two with this left-hand turn. Will be the final straightaway to get back onto the oval straightaway. And to the waving checkered flag. Checkered flag is out. The 12 machine will pick up the win in the Pee Wee Studded GP main event.
Up next, race number 26. We'll give Irish a chance to finish up his laps, but for race 26, Outlaw PW Studded GP, we have 5 competitors out there today. The 2 of Riot Marion from Fall Creek, Wisconsin. Greenwood, Wisconsin's Dalton Schweers piloting the 4. The 12 of Colby Gwazda, fresh off a race win. The 19 of Bronson Taylor out of Osseo, Wisconsin. And Dax Graham racing the 20 machine out of Cadott, Wisconsin.
We'll give Colby an opportunity to get back to the line. He does.
And it actually looks like we might have race 27 lined up. Seems like this might be our C-Rubber GP class.
Yep. Trying to give those riders who were scheduled in back-to-back main events an opportunity to get back to the gate, as we've got one quad backing it literally into the first turn. Got some help as another rider got into him, turned the quad back around. Our C-Rubber GP racers all over the place in that first turn.
Early race leader is going to be the 18 of Jacob Ackley, leading the charge with a nice advantage over the 9 of Logan Shemick. Shemick currently sitting in second place, but Shemick's got a 3-rider battle between the 29 of Prosecki, and I think that might be the 2 of Boochley sitting in fourth currently.
Looks like we may be under red flag conditions. As you can see, they have drastically cut the speed and the pace there. I think with all the mayhem that we saw there in that first turn, they have flown the red flag, and they're going to reline them up here.
This will give a perfect chance to go through the correct lineup. Accidentally stated the other race starting off. So for our C-Rubber GP class, we have the 1 of Colton LeMay, the 01 of Riley Delkamp, the 9 of Logan Shemick, the 17 of Ben Kraft, Tucker Granger on the 23, and Avery Schindler on the 24, the 26 of Mariah Sloop, the 29 of Owen Prosecki, the 2 of Chris Boochley, 07 of Brady Wilson, 13 of Braxton Johnson, Jacob Ackley piloting the 18, Christian Handeran on the 19, Jackson Helen on the 20, the 59 of Carter Schneider, and the 98 of Ellie Swoboda are going to round out your field for our C-Rubber GP class. This is race number 27.
This is one of the classes class that we ran an LCQ in earlier today. So 12 entries actually making the transfer up to the main event. Delcamp on the 0-1, Buckley on the 2, Wilson on the 0-7, but remember Wilson broke the steering stem earlier, so I don't believe Wilson is out there for this one. Shemek on the 9, Ackley on the 18, Helen on the 20, Granger with the 23, Schindler on the 24, Sloop on the 26, Prosecki with the 29, Schneider on the 59, and Swoboda on the 98. Those are the 12 riders who will be in this main event for the C Rubber GP class. Got them all.
Carter checks the line. Bungee is pulled, and we're back to C Rubber GP racing. And this worked out in the favor of the 29 of Prosecki. Prosecki now your new race leader. The 18 who got the first hole shot, that is Jacob Ackley, back in second.
Side-by-side battle for second. Your race leader goes around. Prosecki hands the top position over with a slide out at the end of the first left-hand turn, and he's going to drop all the way to fourth as they head into the second right-hander there.
Ackley, your new race leader. Looks like that's the 20 of Jackson Helen, currently sitting in second right behind Ackley. Ackley, Helen 1-2, pulling away from the rest of the field as we got a nice little gap being built there before we get back to our third place rider.
Able to complete half of this first lap. They'll complete a right-hander here, then a left-hander to bring them back onto that sweeping short chute to get onto the front straightaway of the oval and complete lap number 1. Here comes your race leader out of the infield. On the GP portion of the track, white flag is out this time at the line. It's the 18 of Jacob Ackley, your race leader.
Looks like that third place rider is the 13 of Braxton Johnson. Johnson currently tied for the lead in the overall points with the 24 of Schindler. So we'll have to see how this all calls for the points battle that we have going on. Ackley out front in the lead currently. Helen sitting in second on that 20 machine. 13 of Johnson rounding out your top 3. Then we have a nice little side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th. As the 13 of Johnson has some issues, Johnson stalls it. That gives the chance for the 9 of Shemek to move up to 3rd place overall.
So things changing in the running order on this final lap for our C Rubber competitors. Our race leader already out of the 180-degree hairpin. There you see him on that second short chute, the 18 machine of Ackley. Now around this sweeping 270-degree right-hander, then a left-hander and onto the front straightaway. See if Ackley can keep it square and straight. Should be a main event win for the 18 machine.
One last corner before we get back onto that front straightaway start. Checkered flag is flying. Race winner gonna be the 18 machine of Jacob Ackley, taking the win for Cadott, Wisconsin. Helen gonna finish second.
Changes in the running order on that last lap as we had a couple of riders struggle in the turns, both losing and gaining positions. Some riders losing positions, some riders then gaining positions. We're closing in already on the last handful of main events. About 10 to go. This next main event, I believe, going to be our rescheduled Outlaw PW studded GP. Riot Marion on the 2, Dalton Schweers riding the 4, Colbin Quazda with the 12, Bronson Taylor on the 19, and Dax Graham on the 20. 4 of the expected 5 on the gate. Not sure who we're missing. Colbin Quazda on the 12 was the heat race winner earlier today.
See Guazda and the 4 of Schweers are sitting over on that left-hand side. Over on the right, I believe I see, oh, who is that? I think we
Marion
might
with the
be
white
missing.
helmet.
Green flag is flying.
Wow, what a start by the 19 of Bronson Taylor. Taylor like a firecracker out to the front. Going to lead the field into the GP turn.
And it looks like it might be the 20 of Graham, if I'm not mistaken, that's missing the call for this race. Single file throughout the field. Nice little battle developing there between our second and third place riders. As one of them loops it around.
Two of them struggling there. Two get away, two are looped out. And
Third
we've got a
place rider
battle and
able
a
to get it
change for the
refired.
lead. As they head towards the hairpin turn on that short chute, one rider rocketed past the competition, took over the top spot. They're going to come down to the line to get the flag this time. Well, looks like, I'm not sure if they're calling for a complete restart or not. I don't see a red flag out, but it appears that a track worker there has sent them back towards the starting gate, so it'll be a complete restart for our Outlaw PW studded racers.
Gonna re-rack and re-stack our four riders who made the call here. Not sure if the restart was due to that mix-up that we had over on the right-hand corner. Two of our riders sliding into each other, getting all around. But we're gonna reorder them here. We got the 4 of Schweers, the 19 of Taylor, the 12 of Guazda. And it looks like we're still trying to get our last quad re-lined up here for their restart. I believe that would be the 2 of Marion that we're waiting on. Once again, about to hit the track, Outlaw PW studded GP. Getting them re-lined up and ready to go before we get back to some green flag action here momentarily. Another couple quick shout-outs to some of our sponsors able to make it possible for today. Frolic Farms and Land LLC, Frolic Masonry and Concrete, Butternut Hills Golf Course, Mark and Brenda Winberg, Link Ford, and Bees and Trees. You know, we got to make sure we thank all of our sponsors out here today. We wouldn't be able to do what we're doing here without them. If you see them out in the community, make sure you give them the big shout-out they deserve. Thank them for helping make NWIRC racing here possible with everybody.
It was Riot Marion who was experiencing an issue that brought out the red flag. So there's Riot. Finally got him through the infield of the GP track. He will retake his starting spot alongside the 19 of Bronson Taylor. We'll see if Taylor can replicate that start from the prior start. The 19 just rocketed out and away from the start line. The 4 of Dalton Schweers to the far left, and the 12 of Colbin Cuesta being sent back to the penalty line there.
Starter gets the look. Bungee cord is pulled and away we go.
Look at that, 3 wide into the hole shot turn and making a power move around the outside in the green riding gear to take the lead will be the 4 of Dalton Schweers.
Schweers with the lead, but Taylor with a rocket move to the outside as Schweers gets mixed up in that snowbank. Taylor now up to the lead spot.
Yeah, Schweers overshot that left-hand turn. The quad slid up into the snowbank and brought him to a stop. So Dalton Schweers, great start for naught as he's now half a lap behind the competition.
19 of Taylor trying to pull away from the rest of the field there, setting a nice pace, being smooth through those corners. You know, we've been saying it all day here, but with these classes. You know, smooth is fast, even in the studded competitions. Taylor gonna put a first lap in the books. It's the 2 of Marion holding on to second.
They got the white flag that time across the line, so they're on their final trip around the GP track here in Sarona, Wisconsin on Long Lake. Pioneer Lodge. Snow
Taylor,
still
Marion,
falling.
Gwiazda, 1, 2, 3.
Gwiazda got the heat race
Through
win
that
earlier
left-hand
today.
turn.
Ryan Marion running second, the 12 of Gwiazda running third. See a nice close-up shot from our roaming camera operator down in the infield. Final time out of the infield, checkered flag is out. Main event win.
19 of Bronson Taylor taking the W today. Up next, swapping out those 4 wheels for some 2 wheels for Amateur Motorcycle GP. We have the 2 of 10 of Lane Neiseth, 18 of Hunter Kleinhofer, 21 of Travis Wolzheim, 22 of Miles Morris, 42 of Zane Lindquist, Kyle Love on the 59, Wyatt Simonson on the 134, and Noah Larson on the 955. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 racers in race number 28, Amateur Motorcycle GP.
Noah Larson on the 955 was the heat race winner earlier today. Our amateur motorcycle GP racers battling for $375 to win. Not a bad payday for the amateurs.
Track workers making sure the track is all set and ready to go. Starter runs down the line, bungee cord is pulled, and we are racing.
Main event number 28 underway, and out front early is that 955 of Noah Larson. Larson setting a quick pace on lap number 1, trying to hold on to the lead just ahead of the 2 riders behind giving chase. Oh, looks like red flag conditions. Did not see the cause, but the red flags are out around the track. Riders, you can see them waving their arms as a notice to the competition so they don't get run over by a competitor. Ooh, there we've got a hard tangle there. 3 bikes involved in this one.
All 3 riders are up and moving, which is good to see. 42 of Zane Lindquist getting mixed up in that wreck.
Well, you can see just how violent the contact must have been. It's broken off a lot of the plastic on one of the cycles there.
That same cycle who's lost the plastic also missing that front number plate now. Not quite able to identify which rider that was. The 10 of Lane Neiseth also mixed up in that crash. Neiseth currently your points leader in this in this motorcycle GP class.
It's the deuce. Corey Pangborn on the 2 that went down. Lost all the plastic on the right side. That was a pretty hard hit because you can see even the safety fender that is around the front tire has taken a hard hit and broken. So that was most definitely a hard hit there in turn number 2 at the end of the start gate straight, where they are carrying quite a bit of speed, quite a bit of momentum.
42 of Zane Lindquist trying to get his bike refired. Looks like we're having to push the other bikes off. 10 of Lane Neiseth. He's able to get his refired. Going to try to reline up over here. Still just waiting on that 42 of Lindquist to get back up to the line before we can get back to some green flag action here for race 28, Amateur Motorcycle GP.
Looks like those two bikes not going to make it back to the start line. The 10 of Niseth, well, I guess the 42 will make it back to the start line. Lining up on the outside there of the 10 of Niseth. Oh, the 18 machine has stalled. He's asking for a hold up here to see if he can refire the bike. That's Hunter Kohlenhofer.
Looks like he gives the good to go. He's got things refired, so we'll try this once more. Starter runs down the line. Bungee cord is pulled, and away we go.
Down into the GP turn. The 22
of
Miles
Morris with the early lead. Morris going to lead him in through that GP right-hander section. Side-by-side battle for second and third. Another side-by-side battle raging for fourth and fifth.
Did have a rider go down there in that left-hand GP turn to get onto the GP portion of the track. The 955 of Noah Larson running second right behind your early race leader, Miles Morris, on the 22.
Morris putting a lap in the books. One lap down, green flag is out. As Morris leads the charge, 955 of Larson hot on his tail though, as we have our third place competitor trying to get it on the mix as well. Looks like that may have been the 42 of Lindquist if I'm seeing things correctly.
Yeah, and I think Larson may have lost second in that battle. We'll see as we get a close-up here. The 22 of Morris still your race leader. Nope, the 955 of Larson still running second.
Ducks down to the inside of Morris, tries to make it a side-by-side battle. Morris able to secure that first place position, hold off Larson's attempts as we get back onto the front straightaway. I think I saw the white flag is out, one more lap to go.
That's correct. One final trip around the GP course for our amateur motorcycle GP racers. And as of now, it's the 22 of Miles Morris looking strong. Noah Larson was the heat race winner, and Noah is looking for any opportunity to get up alongside of Morris. He hasn't quite been able to make it happen.
Only a couple turns left to decide our race winner here. Morris has it. Larson wants it. Larson ducks down to the inside, tries to make a move on Morris. Morris shuts the door. Larson takes the inside once more. Side-by-side drag race to the line. Larson muscles his way by as Morris goes down.
Was there contact? Oh, yeah, I think that tells us there was contact. Noah Larson rode him hard in that left-hand turn. Got his front wheel right up into the rear wheel of the 22 of Morris, maybe even into his left leg. Here comes a quick replay. Watch Larson work to the inside. There he pushed him right to the outside, even took a peek over his shoulder. Here's where I thought the contact had happened, right there, but it actually happened a little bit further out right there. Not sure if those replays show any guilt on either side. But Larson...
Yeah, it was looking like close racing, but not quite sure how close it actually was. If there was, in fact, bumping or banging or, a couple inch space in between the two riders.
Pee Wee GP next.
We got the 2 of Marion, 12 of Guazda, 19 of Taylor, 24 of Rongholt, 28 of Semplowski, 29 of Irish, and 99 of Granger, all getting the green flag for race number 29, Pee Wee GP Racing.
Mason Granger on the 99 was the heat race winner earlier today. The 24 of Laura Ronholt getting another great start. We saw Laura get a great start earlier in a prior race. Replicates it here. Look at him fanning out 3 wide in a battle for second right behind the 24 of Ronholt.
Two of Marion currently holding on to that second place, fighting off a battle from the 99 of Granger. Granger looks to the outside, side by side with the two of Marion. Granger trying to move up to the second place spot. Marion gonna secure that second place position solely. Shut the door on Granger as Granger tries to make a move yet again.
Oh, our race leader goes around in that 180-degree turn, drops from first to fourth, and the 99 squirts from third to first.
Now that's exactly what the 99 of Granger needed right there. Kept trying to get by the 2 of Marion, couldn't quite do it. As the 24 of Rongholt came to a pause, Marion was in their line. Marion had to go to the outside, which gave Granger just what he needed to duck down low. Granger now up to the lead. Marion back to second. Rongholt in third.
Granger, the heat race winner, looked like he was going to have to settle for maybe the third and final step on the podium, but compliments the spin of the 24 of Rongholt, who is the leader, inherits the lead and just now took the white flag and is already making the transition from the oval down to the infield of the GP course. Of course,
It's still Granger, Marion, Rongholt. 1, 2, 3.
No guarantees that this race is cemented in the favor of Granger. Granger's got to keep that number 99 headed forwards, not sliding out of control.
Side-by-side battle for third and fourth ranging as well. Rongholt, your early race leader and current points leader, getting pushed back to fourth place now. Gets a little sideways on that right-hand turn. Just as Granger does the same in that 180. Able to save it. Granger still your race leader. Marion in second.
Granger could see the deuce of Marion about to take the lead, and Granger thought, well, if I just get back in the throttle, I'll pull right in front of him. That's exactly what he did. So Marion had to back out of the throttle, lost the momentum. Granger back out front.
One last time onto the front straightaway. Our top 3 riders making their way out. Checkered flag is flying for the 99 of Granger taking the win. Marion going to finish second. Rongholt going to round out your top 3 in our Pee Wee GP class.
And Zach Bailey, I would put some money down that that's not the last time that 180-degree hairpin turn is going to be a deciding factor in a finishing position.
Oh, I definitely agree with you on that one. We've seen it all day long. Be in that rough spot for some of our GP contenders. And I bet for these last 6-7 races that we have on the day, we'll be seeing it at least once or twice more.
Amateur studded GP up next. Brady Stewart on the 1, Ben Kraft riding the 3, Brant Hans on the 07, Alex Quinnell riding the 8, Hunter Kellenhofer on the 18, Tucker Kempe on the 19, Travis Graham on the 20, Chris Samlowski with the 28 as the revs come up, Corey Arneson on the 43, JT Bieber on the 53, Braden Wolf on the 87, and Hunter Tironi on the 93. Oh, we've got trouble in that left-hand turn. Quad up on its top side. Rider is off. Rider back up, though, under their own power. Not sure. Yep, that will be a red flag. Going to be looking for a complete restart here. I see the red flag is out at the finish line.
This will give our racers a chance to get all restacked. Looks like we had 3 quads mixed up in that. One of them going up and over on their side. Rider is standing up, good to go. But still always a scary thing to see. We never like seeing our quads get off 4 wheels.
You can tell just by the body language there. The rider's okay, but perhaps not feeling, or perhaps actually feeling the results of that tumble.
Looks like it was the 19 of Tucker Kempe going up and over. Kempe going to take a couple seconds, get back on his quad, but also make sure that he has his breath caught before we get back to some green flag action.
You can see there the medical crew coming out to check on the rider. That's one of the things that NWIRC does well, make sure that there's a fully stocked safety crew on hand in case they are needed. It appears that this will be nothing more than just double checking on the rider, making sure that he's okay. Looks like Kempe has climbed on a Grizzly. Perhaps there's enough damage to the 19 that his race is done. Yeah, I see some damage. Looks like he's lost a lot of the controls on the right side of the handlebar there.
We'll give our track workers a chance to get Kempe's number 19 hauled off the track, and then get our riders realigned in the starting gate before we get back to green flag conditions.
Heat race winners in the amateur studded GP class earlier today were Brant Hans on the 07 and Corey Aronson on the 43. Aronson went in the second heat, Hans went in the first heat.
$375 to win in this class right now for our amateur studded GP race. Making sure everyone's set and ready to go. All relined up. Track workers check our riders. Make the move down that front stretch. Bungee cord is pulled, and away we go.
Looks like one rider may have stalled trying to get out of the gate. Another rider overshooting that left-hand turn. Early race lead. Top two, nose to tail, the 28 machine of Chris Samplowski, I believe, out front. The 07 of Brant Hans running second.
Nice two-rider battle at the lead of the field. Might be the 23 of Kraft, or 28 of Samplowski leading the field.
$375 payday to the winner of this amateur studded GP main event as they haul the mail through turns 1 and 2 on the ice of the oval.
And a pass for the lead as the 07 of Hans able to make his way up to that top spot now. Hans, your new race leader.
Unique entry into that hairpin turn there. Quad took a juke to the right before committing to the left-hand hairpin turn. Not sure if it was a downshift that upset the handling of the 07 machine, but he got it back under control. Retains the lead. White flag is out, and one more lap to go.
Hans, still your race leader, pulling away as we have one quad up and over the berm there.
Stuck in the snow, can't quite see the number from this angle.
I think it may have been the 8 of Quinnell, if my eyes don't deceive me.
Good news is it appears to be off the racing surface, so we stay green other than perhaps a local yellow right at that spot. Quarter of a lap to go. As Quinnell is cheering on the competition. Here comes the 07 machine of Hans. Final time to the line. Checkered flag is out. The 07 gets the win.
That was race 30. Race 31 up next, junior studded GP. We got 6 racers coming out for this class today. The 15 of Brooklyn Hakes, 28 of Raymond Jansen, the 33 of Matthew Fernstall, Emmett Salter on the 42, Braden Wolf on the 87, and Braden Irish rounding out your field on the 99.
Had a good battle in
Quinnell
the race.
Off the...
Oops, sorry.
Oh, you go.
I was going to say, in the junior studded GP heat race, had a good battle between Brooklyn Hakes on the 15 and Raymond Jansen on the 28, Braden Wolf on the 87 machine. Going to be looking for more of the same in this main event.
last race a chance to clear the track before we get to junior studded GP racing. This is race 31. Race 32 up next, B Rubber GP. Race 33, Open Motorcycle GP to follow.
Well, I don't know if you noticed just a couple of moments ago, the camera sweeped across the black flag there, and it was just whipping. That gives you an idea of the wind speeds.
And I can see the snow is coming down pretty strong right now as well.
So all 6 of the expected riders on the line for the junior studded GP feature. Bungee is tripped and away they go.
Out front, leading the charge early, looks like it's the 42 of Emmett Salter, absolutely pulling away from the rest of the field. 87 of Wolf sitting in second.
Great start by the 42 of Salter. Salter, your race leader. The 87 of Wolf holding on to the number 2 spot as they head down towards that treacherous hairpin turn. Salter almost got up into the snow there. Wolf staying with him though.
Sitting in second, right up behind him. Trying to make some passes on the outside, nothing going there quite yet. Salter able to pull away. Then we got the 33 of Fernstall in third as well, trying to make moves to get up closer to our top 2 competitors as we put our first laps in the books.
We got the white flag that time across the line. Final trip around the GP track for our junior studded GP racers. It's all Salter, at least for now, as Emmett has been able to open up now a 4 quad length advantage over Wolf in second. Wolf staying with, but giving up a little ground. Perhaps it was down the straightaway and around turns 1 and 2 where the 42 was able to shine with a bit more power.
Salter gets just to the outside, slightly touches that berm. That gives Wolf the chance he needs to pull him in slightly. But with this 2 quad length advantage and only 1 turn left to go, it might be Salter who's taking the win. Checkered flag is flying. Salter gonna take the race win. Wolf gonna finish second. And I believe that's Fernstall rounding out your top 3 for your junior studded GP class.
1 quad did get off track and into a snowbank there right at the end of the hairpin turn. So we'll need a moment to get that quad rolling again, but this will give us an opportunity to give you the starting lineup for our B Rubber GP.
B Rubber GP, $300 to win. We see the 2 of Ryan Osborne, Riley Ginder on the 5, Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, number 12 of Allie Hazelton, Dylan Michaels on the 17, Jackson Helland on the 20 from Cadott, Wisconsin, Josie Olinsky out of Thorpe, Wisconsin, racing the 21, Austin Henneman on the 25 from Bloomer, Wisconsin, Landon Tiller racing the 33, Tenton Goodenough on the 73, the 74 of Jesse Boochley from Bloomer, Wisconsin, the 79 of Sean Berlin, and the 92 of Addison Ryder will round out your field for race number 32, B Rubber GP.
Heat race winner earlier today, I believe, was Sean Berlin on the 79. If my chicken scratchings are correct, my note-taking shows that Berlin was able to hold on for the win, I believe. With the 79, we will see if Berlin will be able to grab a main event win, in the B Rubber GP division.
12 racers scheduled to line up for this class. Race number 32 of the day. 37 races in total. So we're nearing the end of our second half here of racing.
Looks like 8 of the expected 12 are on the line. Waiting for a couple more quads to make it to the line. There's the 79 of Berlin joining in. Of the expected 12. Oh, I think we had a jump start there from the extreme outside. Is this going to be a red flag restart or not? We will see what happens. Sure looked like that rider touched the bungee, but I could be wrong, as the 79 of Berlin is out front.
12 of Hazelton
on the
right
12.
behind. 79 of Berlin, Hazelton on the 12 in second. Close behind, we have our third place competitor as well. But out front alone, it's still the 79 of Berlin paving the way in race number 32.
Berlin around the hairpin turn, gets the power back down to the ice. Second place quad almost loops it out, actually loses ground on the leader and the competitor behind. So the battle for second and third tightens up.
Looks like that's the 21 of Olinsky in third. Olinsky able to capitalize on Hazelton's spin in second. Hazelton still holding on strong to second, but Olinsky now hot on their tail. White flag is out, one more lap to go for the 79 of Sean Berlin leading the way.
Yeah, and if Berlin can keep it under control, it looks like the battles now are going to be for second on back. As I say that, Berlin slides around that left-hand GP turn on entry onto the GP track. Second, third, and fourth relatively tight, and then battles deeper in the field as well.
Now this is where it comes back to what we've been talking about all day, being smooth and consistent in this rubber class. The 79 of Berlin has the advantage that he needs to take the win. It all comes down to whether or not he's able to smoothly go through those corners and hold on to that lead and not slide out too far.
And how smooth is Berlin riding it? Smooth enough that he can one-hand it through that hairpin turn, reach up and straighten his helmet. So absolutely no pressure for Sean Berlin as he's going to race his way out of the infield, make his way to the waving checkered flag for a B Rubber GP feature win.
12 of Hazelton going to end up finishing second, take the checkered flag there, fending off that battle for second and third. And I believe it'll be the 21 of Olinsky rounding out that top three for our B-Rubber GP class. Race 33, one more motorcycle race for the day. Open Motorcycle GP, we have the 3 of Jacob Dick, the 5 of Riley Gender, the 11 of Jason Larson, Travis Wolzheim on the 21 out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Cody Funk on the 25, Tristan Kaizow from Fall Creek, Wisconsin on the 28, the 59 of Gavin Love, and the 393 of Neil Petty, rounding out your 2, 4, 6, 8 rider field.
Gavin Love, the heat race winner earlier this afternoon on the 59 machine. You can see the 59 there with the blue rear fender. Right in the middle of the lineup, next to the 5 and the 11 of Jason Larson. The 393 of Petty on the inside.
12:50 to win for this race as green flag is out, and away we go. Top 4 close into that left-hand turn, but it's the 11 of Jason Larson leading the way for that 4-bike battle for first, second, third, and fourth. I believe it's the 393 of Petty, currently sitting in second place, trying to pull up on the 11 of Larson.
Tight quarters there in that hairpin turn. Look at this drag race down the short chute into the right-hander. We've got a new leader.
Petty to the outside, Larson now back to second. Larson's not going without a challenge. Don't count out, though, the 59 of heat race winner, Gavin Love. Love trying to get in on the action. Love sitting in third. Right behind that two-rider battle for first and second, we have the 3 of Jacob Dick just outside in fourth. And then we have another rider just behind, rounding out our top 5. Top 3 riders all decently close together. Second and third riders trying to pull up on the 393 of Petty.
Petty eyeing up a $1,250 payday if he can stay out front. Meanwhile, the 11 machine of Larson trying to hold on for a paycheck with second, being challenged by the 59 of Love, who I believe is up in the mix there.
Petty, Larson, Love, 1, 2, 3. As we get back onto the front straightaway of the oval, About 2 bike lengths separate our top 3 competitors. Petty still leading the charge. Larson right behind in second. Loves rounding out the top 3.
Those top 3 trying to put some space between their cycles, and 4th and 5th. And actually, the gap growing between all the competitors. They tighten it up a bit down there in the hairpin turn, but again, Petty looking strong and smooth, pulling away from any of the competition behind his 393.
Yeah, Petty's looking absolutely phenomenal in those corners there. He's able to grow the gap between him and the 11 of Larson there, and it's on this outside oval that I've been seeing Larson slowly but surely pull up on the 393 of Petty. But Petty right now, as long as he's able to keep it up on 2 wheels, we might be seeing him as our race winner. 11 of Larson has a little bit of bobble going into that inside GP corner, which gives the 59 of Love a chance to move up to second, but out front alone, it's still the 393 of Petty leading the charge.
Couldn't tell from the camera angle there if it was Larson that had an issue or if there was any contact or rubbing and racing with the 59 of Love, but Love now up to second. This time at the line, it'll be the white flag for your race leader, Neil Petey. 1 more lap to go for a $1,250 payday.
Nice and smooth around that first and second corner on the outside oval, ducks down into the GP corner, making that nice right hand. He's pulled away from the second place rider, the 59 of Love. Larson still sitting in third. And we have a little bit of space before we get back to a nice little 2-rider battle for 4th and 5th.
Final time around the hairpin turn for your race leader, Petey. He's got a back and forth, right, and then a left-hand turn. It'll be on the front straightaway to see the checkered flag and ready to collect another check. The 393 of Neil Petey picks up the Open Motorcycle GP feature win.
Nice little wheelie at the start-finish line to celebrate that $1,250 check. Race 34 up next, A Rubber GP. We have the 10 of Colton Buchley out of Bloomer, Wisconsin, the 21 of Jake Prosecki, Ashton Reyes piloting the 22 out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the 41 of Brad Thompson, the 43 of Jake Rubenzer, Tommy Anderson on the 47, the 51 of Mitch Shervey, the 57 of Mike Anderson, and the 72 of Cadott, Wisconsin's Parker Redinger, going to round out your 9-quad A Rubber GP race.
Looks like 7 of the expected 9 competitors making the call for this one. There have been a few quads that have fallen by the wayside due to contact or hard get-offs. Sometimes riders sharing machines in different classes, so an incident earlier in the day may end up in reducing the numbers in this event, but it appears that they're waiting. Doesn't appear to be any hurry to get this one started, so they may be on the clock waiting for one of the 2 quads that we're looking for in this 9-rider field, or perhaps both. We will see. Boy, I tell you what, folks, it's been a lot of fun here on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin, with the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club big payday event. If you have enjoyed the live stream that MBTV Sports has put up on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, etc., make sure that you leave some comments at either of those 3 locations. Let us know what you like. Let us know what you want us to work on. And, of course, join in for future fun as well. Make sure that you click the bell, send us some likes, and share those links with family and friends.
Gardner checks the line. Looks like we had 1 quad show up late. Green flag is out with 1 quad stalling it at the line.
Ashton Reese on the 22, not able to get away from the bungees. 1 rider backing the quad into turn number 1. The transition down onto the GP track.
Early race leader going to be the 21 of Jake Prosecki, leading the charge with a nice little gap between that battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Another gap between a battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Battle for 5th. Ooh, there's a little contact. into the hairpin turn.
Side-by-side action in that three-rider battle for second, third, and fourth going on. It's the 21 of Prosecki leading the charge, but right behind him, there's that nice group battling it out for second, third, and fourth.
It'll be a quick white flag. One more lap to go for our A-Rubber GP racers. This is race number 34 of 37 in the mains as darkness begins to descend on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin.
21 of Jake Prosecki leading into this GP left-hand and right-hand combo there through that right-hand bull turn. He's still ahead of his competition.
The upper right-hand corner of your screen, you can see one of the quads laying on its side. That was a hard get-off there. That would be turn 2 of the oval right before the transition down into the GP track. Looks like the rider is at least mobile on their knees, now up on their feet, going to try and get that quad back on its wheels. The checkered flew nonetheless, as that was the last lap, or will fly, excuse me, when the 21 of Prosecki gets to the line. Here is the checkered flag for Prosecki. Jake Prosecki on the 21 machine gets the W in the A-Rubber GP feature.
That was race 34. Race 35 up next. Open studded GP about to hit the track. We have the 4 of Tyler Allen, the 12 of Mitch Williams. We also have the 18 of Jake Simplowski, the 19 of Carson Patrick, Dylan Meyer on the 22, the 23 of Dawson Dick, Michael Randall on the 25, and Gage Weber on the 40, the 47 of two-time winner so far Jace White, the 53 of Blaine Steganga, and the 88 of Desmond Fernstall are going to make up your field for race number 35 of this 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 quad field. Starter checks the line, bungee cord is pulled, and green flag is out.
Jace White already with 2 feature wins on the day. Could he may go 3 for 3? I will let you know that he was the heat race winner earlier today in this class. Keep your eyes on Jace White in the 47 to see if he can make it 3 for 3.
Single file throughout the field as we get into this GP course. All close racing, but no side-by-side battles just yet. Up at the front of the field, I believe that might be the 47 of Jace White leading the charge.
Surprise, surprise. White, your race leader, as they begin the process of exiting the infield, heading across the line to complete lap number 1.
Now here's something to think about with your pocketbooks. Jace White's already won $2,000 on the day. If he were to win this class, he'd get another $1,250 in there, making this a $3,250 day for the 47 of Jace White. Now if that's not a motivator, I don't know what is, folks.
I think that'll be taking care of his tire bill for the day. Jace White on the 47 machine. Out front, if he can keep it square and straight, he's looking for his 3rd feature win of the afternoon here in the NWIRC in Sarona special event. High dollar money on the line as they take the green for another lap around the GP track in the open studded class.
Jace White pulling away from the rest of the field, setting the pace.
You know what they say, sometimes you just got the flow. You just got it going on for you, regardless of how your machine might be working. If you've got the track figured out and you just feel unbeatable, many times you can be unbeatable, and that could be the story of the day for Jace White.
Jace White makes another round through that left-hand corner, bringing it onto the front stretch. Another lap
Flying
in the books
green
for
that
White.
time, I believe 2 to go.
Blistering pace from White. We've been seeing him dominate all day long, and as long as nothing goes wrong for him during these last couple laps, he might be doing the same. We have a nice little battle developing for third and fourth to take that final step on the podium as well.
Well, is it me, or is that separation from first to second decreasing just a bit as they headed down that short chute to the hairpin turn? Looked like White maybe gave up a little ground, but then was able to rock it out of that hairpin turn. This time at the line, white flag is out. One more lap to go for the 47.
White still leading the charge. His second place competitor about a corner behind him, and about the same distance behind. We still have that nice little battle going on for third and fourth overall.
Back into the GP portion of the track in the infield of the much larger oval. Jace White looking for a storybook Saturday run here. He's already picked up 2 main events. Hoping to pick up a third here with another 1,250 on the line. Final time around that left-hand turn onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out. Three-peat for the 47, Jace White. Gets it done in the open studded GP class.
That was race 35. Race 36 up next, Pro Rubber GP. We got the 01 of Evan Fuller, the 03 of Tyler Thompson, the 4 of Brody Barsamian, the 9 of Trevin White, 16 of Andrew Steinmetz, Kennedy Swan on the 18, Jordan Kalbreyer on the 21, 27 of Tanner Lowry, the 43 of Corey Aronson, the 50 of Vanden Reyes, the 80 of Sam Rasmussen, and would you guess it, we also have the 47 of Jace White about to make his way out for the Pro Rubber GP class. He's gone 3 for 3 in the features so far, made a crisp 32.50, and now we have another 12.50 currently sitting on the line. Will we be able to see Jace White go 4 for 4 in his 4 feature races of the day?
My goodness, making the transition from a studded quad to a rubber quad. But he's shown earlier that he can get the job done. Down and away they are. 43. Corey Aronson, heat race winner. Trying to get the whole shot. Can't quite hold on to it. The 03 of Tyler Thompson works around the outside. Thompson, your early race leader.
Thompson in the lead, the 43 of Aronson in second, and it's the 27 of Lowry, I believe, sitting right behind in third.
But I will tell you, the 47 of White did not start the heat very well. Had to work his way through the pack to claim the win. Let's see if he can replicate that in this main event. Top 2 trying to pull away from third on back. Oh, your race leader has some trouble. Thompson lost some ground there, but still out front.
It's Thompson in the lead, the 43 of Aronson close behind in second. Then we have a decent-sized gap before we get back to our third place competitor, who's leading a 6-quad battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. The 03 of Thompson going to duck into the GP portion of the track once more, trying to pull away from the 43 of Aronson. Right now, out front alone, it's those 2 quads. Little bit of space before we get back to our third place competitor. Single file throughout the top 6 riders. 47 of White currently sitting in third place overall, trying to reel in those top 2 competitors to possibly make it a dash of 4 for 4 for the day.
Even if it's not a W, still have a little cash on the line for him with a third place finish. Thompson, though, looking strong as your race leader. He had lost a little ground to second, but he has since reopened up that separation from the rear. Oh, there he had a little trouble there, just getting into the turn, but he's able to hold on to it. Still your race leader, this time at the line. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Thompson.
That did give the 43 of Aronson his chance to pull up a little bit closer. You saw the 03 of Thompson must have gotten a little bit into the snow burn there, had a big old puff of white snow come out from behind him. He's still holding on to that lead, but now there's only about a 2-quad length gap in between our top 2 riders. They're looking to be side by side going into the GP portion. It's still Thompson and Aronson 1 and 2.
Corey Aronson is most definitely turning the heat up on your race leader. He is all over the rear end of the 0-3 machine. Let's see if he can make a move on this short shoot down into the hairpin turn. But of course, he's got to make sure he doesn't overdo it. Perhaps overdrive the entry here. Works to the inside of Thompson. Drag race out of the turn. Thompson, bulletproof for now.
Now, this is a rubber class, as we'll remember, so, the 43 of Aronson looks like he tried to give it the hard charge out of that hairpin corner, but didn't quite get the traction he needed. He's still able to get up almost side by side one last time onto the front stretch. They're touching, they're banging. Aronson up to the lead.
And Aronson steals the win. Last turn, last lap pass for the Pro Rubber GP feature win. What a move on that last turn. Worked to the inside. Stole the top spot. Collects the check.
And makes a nice $1,250 pass for the lead in that last corner. As we get on to our final race of the day, race 37, Adult Pee-wee GP. We have the 1 of Hope Conrad, Derek Osborne on the 2, the 5 of Nick Frey, Trenton Goodenough on the 10, the 12 of Matt Guizzata, the 15 of Dustin Hakes, the 18 of Kennedy Swan, Nate Smisky on the 22, Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin's number 24 of Colin Hazelton, along with the 28 of Jason Swan, the 30 of Derek Hasmer, Evan Anderson on the 32, the 79 of Mondovi, Wisconsin's Cody Conrad, Addison Ryder piloting the 92, Jerry Conrad racing the 97 out of Mondovi, Wisconsin, and rounding out your field is the 99 of Tony Bender from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin for our 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 rider final race of the day.
Heat race winner earlier today in the Adult Pee-wee GP was Colin Hazelton with the 24. Looks like the rider on the far left asking for just a bit of a pause. Make sure that that quad is running and ready to go. Boy, I tell you, while we await the final start of the afternoon, again, a huge thank you going out to all of you who tuned in to watch the NWIRC in Sarona special event on Long Lake. Myself, Dan Bailey, joined by Zach Bailey, doing our darndest to provide the coverage that you needed on MBTV Sports. Big thank you to Matt Bowl for inviting us along for the ride here today. Aside from Zach, who's ensconced in his office with a heater next to him staying warm, it's been a chilly one, but it's been a fun one here in Sarona, Wisconsin. As we got here early this morning, about 9 o'clock, with a 16-degree temperature. The snows have picked up, the temperatures have dropped, the wind has picked up. Our final main event of the day is down and away.
16 riders making the call onto the back straightaway of our oval before ducking into that left-hand turn to get onto the GP section on the inside of our track.
There you can see that heavy traffic
leading
into that left-hand turn as the deuce.
Early leader looks like the 2.
Yep, Osborne holding on to the early lead, but he's being challenged on the outside into that sweeping right-hand turn. That would be the 24, I believe, of Colin Hazelton. Remember, Hazelton was the heat race winner earlier today.
It's Hazelton, Osborne, Conrad, 1, 2, 3, but Conrad's got some company. And like that 4th place rider's able to move up to 2nd now, setting their sights on our leader, the 24 of Hazelton.
Oh, we've got one quad going around. That's the 2 of Osborne. He makes a bit of a roadblock there for the rest of the quads behind him. They all stack up from 4th on back as the top 3 try to pull away, but it's still the 24 of Colin Hazelton, your race leader.
Now, as a reminder with this class, this is definitely going to be one of those big boys on little toys classes, as all of these racers out here, 16 years of age or older, but all have to be racing a max CC of 110. So these are going to be, more of like your pit bike or mad dog classes that you might see in other types of racing. So definitely one of those fun races for the last call of the night, but still a nice $125 check on the line. Currently looking like it might end up going to the 24 of Hazleton if he's able to hold on for the checkered flag. Hazleton leading the charge, pulling away from the rest of the field, but we've got a nice three-quad battle for second, third, and fourth raging on, with even some side-by-side action going between our second and third place riders.
Hazleton looks like he's just out for a Sunday cruise, just calmly working his way around the GP track on the number 24 machine. Slows it down gently into the hairpin, takes it around the turn. Eyes up the competition.
Especially with all that drama going on from fourth on back, you know, Smooth is fast on this track right now, and Hazleton is doing exactly what he can to show. Almost comes to a complete stop on that right-hand corner, but he's still got quite an advantage over the second place racer that it doesn't even faze him.
As they come out of the infield of the oval, they will race their way down to the checkered flag. Our final checkered flag of this Saturday of iced fun belongs to the 24 of Colin Hazleton. Hazleton picks up the win in the adult Pee Wee GP.
And just like that, as our final racers are able to make their way across for this checkered flag, we officially come to a close. We had 37 heat races in round one, 37 features to finish the day, and it all ended here with our adult Pee Wee GP class.
What a great time it's been. All of these racers will be gathering after they've loaded up for the awards ceremony and presentation at the conclusion of the NWIRC in Sarona main event. Hey, one final time, we sure do want to say thanks to the fine folks at Summers on Long, The Pioneer, Lincolnwood, Rockford House Saloon, Dave's Outboard, Butternut Hills Golf Course, Bees and Trees, Lubrication Station, Brad and Chris Genero, Frolic Farms and Land, LLC, Frolic Masonry and Concrete, Mark and Brenda Winbig, also Mag Stainless, Link Ford, MRGN Photography, Shatek Detail, Andy Hagen Excavating, Long Lake Chamber of Commerce, and Derek Osborne. A huge thank you to those supporters who made this NWIRC in Sarona event a success. On behalf of Matt Bowl, Zach Bailey, I'm Dan Bailey, thanking you for tuning in to the MBTV Sports live streaming coverage of the Northern Wisconsin Ice Racing Club action on Long Lake in Sarona, Wisconsin. Until the next time, keep your wheels down, your seat up, and your toes warm. Good night, everybody.
With over 150 trucks to choose from, Southwest Chevrolet GMC is Wisconsin's truck headquarters. We have two of the best brands on the planet, Chevrolet and GMC, Silverados and Sierras, Trail Bosses, AT4s, ZR2s, and Denali's. In stock and ready to take home today. New Chevys and GMCs only 30 minutes from Rice Lake and 20 minutes from Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls. Southwest Chevrolet, GMC, and Bloomer, where you always get your money's worth.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Toe Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
In the early 2000s, a monster was created known today as the Outlaw Mini Mod Series. The chassis was dubbed as the Batwing chassis, and the rest is history. Today, the Outlaw Mini Mod Series travels across the Midwest in a plethora of tracks, showcasing the incredible raw speed and talent these cars possess. With the spec jig-built chassis and all the parts same from car to car, it puts racing back into the driver's hands. Finishing first or fifth comes down to setup and driver skill, not just their pocketbook. These spec race cars turn faster laps than most big cars they share the track with most nights. Visit Batwing Chassis on Facebook or BatwingChassis.com to learn more about these bad, fast race cars. Batwing Chassis, where fast, affordable fun is the driving force behind one of the fastest growing classes in the Midwest. Join the fun today.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior. just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
With over 150 trucks to choose from, Southwest Chevrolet GMC is Wisconsin's truck headquarters. We have 2 of the best brands on the planet, Chevrolet and GMC, Silverados and Sierras, Trail Bosses, AT4s, ZR2s, and Denali's. In stock and ready to take home today. New Chevys and GMCs only 30 minutes from Rice Lake and 20 minutes from Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls. Southwest Chevrolet, GMC, and Bloomer, where you always get your money's worth.